And a very warm welcome to you all to your Alpha live stream of rounds 1 and 2 of the 2022 British Universities Karting Championship, coming to you live from Buckmore Park Kart Circuit in Kent, just next to Chatham. My name is Howard Mitchell, and I shall have Andrew Mather alongside me today. We are both from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and it is our pleasure and privilege to be with you once again to talk you through the action here in the BUKC. This kilometre-long Buckmore Park circuit, very popular circuit here in the UK, as ever, from the BUKC and General Club 100 series of championships. We are visiting the premier circuits of the UK. Buckmore Park very much a driver's favourite, and we've got decent-looking weather at the moment, the kind of conditions that you hope for if you're a competitor looking ahead to competing in a series that at the end of the day is taking place in early February in the UK. So far we seem to have been quite lucky with the weather, but it is Buckmore, and Buckmore can throw a bit of a spanner in the works weather-wise. But brilliant circuit. To be honest, it's a fantastic circuit to drive in the wet as well. It's actually my favourite to drive in the wet. So make no mistake about it, there will be plenty of action come what may weather-wise. Let's take a look at the circuit here at Buckmore Park and take you on a lap of that, to familiarise you with that ahead of racing getting underway. So the Buckmore Park circuit, fast turns 1 and 2, Conways and then Henry's Bend, and then the heavy braking into hairpin 1, the first major overtaking opportunity. Or you can do moves into turns 1 and 2, and then there's the second hairpin. Important to get good exit speed off of that to take you down through the hill, through the S's here, high speed corners there, and then through the right at Syme sweeping downhill corner, through the left-hander at Pullman's Need to get yourself well positioned for the braking, the short braking into paddock, up Damon Hill towards Garda, another prime overtaking spot, through the centre S's, up Herbert Rise, and then the blind corner at Cafe Corner, high speed corner to bring you onto the Sisley Straight to complete the lap of this Buckmore Park circuit. Fantastic circuit for good old dogfight out there, plenty of overtaking opportunities. We will see plenty of action here today at the circuit. Just before we hand down towards some of the grid stuff, I would just say good morning to Mr. Andrew Mather alongside me here in the comms box. You all right, mate? You're looking forward to this one?
Yeah, I'm all good now. All systems go here in DDMM. I was about to say DDMM HQ, but we're quite away from Warwickshire. Yeah, great to be back here at Buckmore Park. It's been quite a while since we've been down here, and it's been quite a while we've been here for a BUKC stream as well. The surprising element, though, is the weather. Traditionally, this is a bit of a lake at this time of year, and the conditions are tricky for the drivers. I can't remember many opening rounds here at Buckmore Park with weather better than this in the years gone by.
I agree.
And we've been around in this championship for a good few years now.
We have indeed. It's good conditions. Absolutely. So, where are we at with this season? We're at rounds 1 and 2, but bear in mind that we had our qualifiers back in the tail end of last year. That is where we determined the top 54 teams of university teams competing in the BUKC. Bear in mind that it's not restricted to one team per university. A university can put in multiple teams, and they'll be denoted by the letters after the name. So, for example, your Oxford Brooks A and B and C and so forth. So multiple teams from universities, but we determined the top 54 teams, and they qualified into what is known as the Premier Championship, although don't let that confuse you for the fact that there are two classes within that championship, the Premier class and the Clubman's. We like to sometimes call this the Mains Championship just to avoid that confusion. So we've got Premier class and the Clubman class happening within the championship today. The other teams that didn't qualify for that, they're still in action. They'll be in action in the championship known as the Intermediate Championship. That'll be here tomorrow. So all teams will get a chance to gain experience in the various tiers of the BUKC. But today we're all about the top two classes, the Premiers and the Clubmans, and we will be beginning to see how they get on. But they do carry points on from the qualifiers, so we have effectively had one round already. But we'll keep you abreast of all the championship goings on as the day progresses. Right now, though, I believe we are ready to head on down to the grid for the first time in 2022 with Mr. Jacob Harris. Take it away.
Down to the grid for the first round of BUKC 2022. I'm stood next to Team Nottingham, who have this young man driving for them first. What's your name? Where'd you come from?
Andrew Trevor. I'm Nottingham A.
Andrew, you're new to BUKC.
Yes.
And did you do? I don't remember you being at qualifiers.
No, I did qualifiers.
Oh, okay.
Qualified.
Forgive me. How did you get on?
Not too bad. I think 7th or 8th after penalties. So.
And do you reckon you can go much better today? What's your hopes for the season?
I mean, hopefully do better. First race around Buckmore, so should be interesting.
Have you been here before?
No, never.
Okay.
First few laps.
Do you know which way you're going? It's kind of right out the gate and then up the hill.
I'll follow everyone else.
Yeah, there's a few carts in front of you that hopefully will be going the right way. Team Nottingham, what are we looking like for 2022?
I think we've got a good team together. Should be looking good.
Okay. You don't mean them, do you?
No, we've got another ones.
Yeah, the team. Yeah, no, that's understandable. All right then. Well, I'll let you get on with your preparations for the race. Enjoy yourself.
Yeah, you too.
That's it's a perfectly viable thing to say. I'm going to squeeze in here onto the cart next to my man Konstantinos. How are you?
Very well, thank you, sir. How are you?
I'm great, thanks. It's good to have you back on the grid for a BUKC round. And Exeter are very strong this year, aren't they?
Yes, we have very good A and B teams.
And you are in the A, I take it?
Exactly.
Yes. But the B team beat your qualifiers?
Yeah, I mean, we've got so many good drivers. We're blessed with that, and maybe they can do even better than the A team. Yeah, they're very good. Well done to them.
Whereabouts are we starting here then? We're about middle of the pack, are we?
Yeah, 19th place.
And, you know, that's not too much of a tall order for a man like yourself, is it? You can probably get yourself to the front of this, you reckon?
Well, hopefully. I mean, I will do my best. Overall, it's going to be very slippery in the first few laps, new tires, not great grip. So there's going to be a lot of carnage.
But can you take advantage, perhaps, of that, being an experienced racer and know that what these tyres can and can't do?
That's my plan. Yeah, hopefully I know enough.
Excellent. Konstantinos, lovely talking to you as always. I'll see you soon.
Thank you very much, sir.
Konstantinos there for Team Exeter. Let's wander further back on the grid, and Dante Dillon is here for Nottingham Trent. Dante, how are you?
I'm doing well. Doing well. See how it goes today. First one of the day. Up nice and early. Should be fun.
You've had some indoor karting success since we last spoke, I think, haven't you?
I have had a good amount of indoor karting success recently. However, this is a very different form of karting. Very different. So yeah, you can't compare them to each other. So hopefully you have a good race.
Yeah, you're what now? This must be 23rd, is it?
23rd, yeah. Well, spot on. How did you know?
Because the guy 2 rows in front of you said he was 19th. What can you do from 23rd?
Well, you know, we've got some fresh rims on. Well, it's first race of the day. There's no pre-event testing this time, so luckily we all, have a bit more of a chance.
Well, there was pre-event testing last week.
Oh yeah. Apart from that, I mean on the day. It's different. But we'll see. Should be good fun. I reckon I can get a good result. Just need to survive the first lap. That's about it.
All right, well, all the best with that. I shall speak to you soon. Dante Dillon there of Nottingham Trent, looking to just survive the first lap. Here's a man with a Super 1 visor, which means he's probably been to Buckmore Park before. Who have we got here?
Matteo.
Matteo, how many times have you driven around Buckmore?
I haven't been here for years actually, so I'd say twice maybe in my life. So it's been a long time since I've been here. So.
The visor sticker gave me the very much the wrong impression there. Who are you racing for today?
UEA.
And how are UE? UE as in East Anglia or UE as in West of England?
University of West England.
Okay. And how's we shaping up for the 2022 season?
I think we're looking pretty good. Yeah, we've got a strong team this year, especially the A team. And well, yeah, hopefully we can get a good result. So, yeah.
You yourself are starting from what must be 27th on the grid. You're quite far back here.
Yes, I am. Yeah, I've got quite a lot of work to do, so but can only go forward. So.
Have you been eyeing up some overtaking spots on your track walk this morning?
Yeah, I've got a few. In the
what
back.
are we thinking? Where are we going to get the most action done?
Oh, I can't tell that. It's a secret.
There you have it. Wait and see on the stream to see what Matteo's got up his sleeve. Matteo, all the best on getting as high up as possible.
Thank you very much.
That's Matteo there. Another man with a Super 1 visor sticker is Brighton's. Who have we got here?
Tom Hasty.
Tom, how are you getting on this weekend?
A bit of a cold morning. It's going to be a bit greasy out there, but I'm looking forward to it.
It's positively boiling here today. We must be in about 10 degrees. You should be used to this sort of weather.
I should be, but I'm not. We live in the UK.
And new fresh tyres, everyone's been saying, not going to be much grip. Do you reckon you can come to grips with that?
Yeah, well, I'm starting 30th, so going to have some fun out there. Trying to avoid the carnage of turn 1.
Matteo over there wouldn't tell me where he's got some overtakes planned. What about yourself? Are you got a specific spot lined up for diving up the inside?
Well, turn 2 is looking quite good, so is turn 1. But I don't plan on him overtaking me. So.
Yeah, see, Matteo's there. You know Matteo, I take it.
We used to race at Forest Edge Kart Club together.
So your aim is to finish above him then?
Fingers crossed.
All right, well, good luck with that. I believe in you.
Thank you.
Let's jump to this side of the grid with number 55 in the lime green helmet. Who have we got here?
We've got Johnny from Liverpool A.
Johnny, you were late this morning. What happened?
One of my teammates forgot to bring the lead, so I had to turn around and go get it.
Oh yes, and here it is. Luckily for you, because you quite clearly need a fair bit.
Yeah.
That's a lot of lead.
I think it's 8 kilos.
Do you not have McDonald's in Liverpool?
Yeah, far too much of it, to be honest.
Evidently not. You need 8 kilos of lead. I need about 8 kilos off. Johnny, you better get going, but have a good race.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you.
Johnny Pinder there of Liverpool. Here's a driver. It's a test driver. I thought he was struggling to find his cart. Right, race number 1 is about to get underway. We have 6 sprint races this morning, 6 this afternoon. On commentary is Andrew and Howard from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Guys, back to you in the comms box.
Thank you, Jacob. I don't blame you for mistaking Ember as a student. He is pretty small. He's fairly childlike anyway. Here's your starting grid for race 1 of the new season here in the BUKC. Josh Ladd starts on pole position. Where have we heard that before? It's not in the Club 100 of BUKC iRacing Championship. It's here in the BUKC. He's racing for Cardiff A today. Seb Marlowe starts alongside him on the front row for Brooks F. Benjamin Boris races for one of our qualifier winners, Birmingham A, there on the second row alongside Jared Wilson Godber for Cambridge C. Reigning champions Loughborough A and Charlie Bennett in for them starts on row 3 alongside the returning, great to see, Hertfordshire A back in the mains. Callum Jenkins starts things for them. Gabriela Martinez de Luca, a very experienced driver at this level, racing for Bournemouth this year, starts on row 4 alongside Alexander Doricott for Imperial A. Unnamed driver starts for Bristol A on the 5th row of the grid. Tim Edwards joins him for Liverpool C. Robert O'Brien starts the Backstage Academy A kart on the 6th row of the grid. Jonathan Dalton is there as well for Southampton A. Into the midfield now. This is danger territory, especially first race of the year. Surrey A and Manuel Nunez starts on row 7. Jamie Thornton starts on the 14th spot of the grid for Birmingham B. Charlie Whitehouse goes for Brooks F from 15th. UClan A's Ross Woodford joins him there on the 8th row of the grid. Archie Hobson starts Warwick A's day on row 9 alongside Andrew Trevor. We heard from him there down on the grid for Nottingham A. Wrapping out the top 20 is Konstantinos for Exeter A and Bradley Williams for Leeds C. Jacob Wardle starts for De Montfort A on the 11th row of the grid. Ainsley Martin goes for Trinity B from 22nd on the grid. Dante Dillon, another driver that we heard from there on the grid, has got work to do for Nottingham Trent A from 23rd on the grid. Fergus Edwards and Swansea A alongside on that 12th row of the grid. Charlie Atwood and Reading A start 25th. Scott Van Breda, very quick driver indeed, starts 26th for Bath A. Matteo Palmer and Yui A start there on row 14 alongside Zain Habib on for Exeter C. Benjamin Shum starts for Southampton B in 29th position. Then it's Tom Hasty for Brighton B alongside on the 15th row of the grid. To the back of the field now, we've got Yui B and Kurt Fordry starting 31st. Leo Russell for Cardiff B 32nd. Coventry A returning to the series after a year's hiatus last year. The former champions and Andres Moreno start their day on 33rd on the grid. Ewan Irvin for Brunel A 34th. Johnny Pinder for Liverpool A 35th. Aidan Lee starts 36th and last for Oxford Brooks A. It's a while since I've done one of them. It's a lot of names.
It's a lot of names. It's fantastic as ever to have such a strong grid size here in the BUKC. And a lot of... do you know what? Quite a few new names, I think, obviously would have taken part in the qualifiers, but crucial laps here in these conditions. I know it might... We've been talking about how it's, you know, nice dry conditions, which we don't always have, and often it can be colder than this when we visit Buckmore Park in the BUKC. But nonetheless, as Jacob was finding with his interviews there, so many drivers commenting on the new tyres, the cold tyres that they're having to get used to here. Some of these drivers might be a bit race rusty. We're pretty early on in the new calendar year here. And we were even hearing from drivers on the grid there who have never driven Buckmore Park before. They've had about 3 or 4 warm-up laps, and now they're going to be hurtling towards Conway's in a pack of 36 karts, and we are into the championship proper now. We do have drop rounds in the BUKC, so if there is a particularly bad day at the races for some of these teams, then you do have the option of a drop score there. Your 3 worst results out of the 9 that you will set with the 8 rounds plus qualifiers score. The 3 worst scores of those will be dropped to get the final championship score. But drivers don't want that. They want to get things off to a good, tidy start here.
Bit of housekeeping for you all at home. You can get in contact with us on Twitter at Double Dash MM. Get your questions in. We also have the DDMM Data Centre running again over on the Double Dash Motorsport Media channel. So if you're particularly nerdy on this Tuesday morning and you want to know your stats, that's the place to go. If you do have one screen though, prioritise us here on Alpha Live and make sure that you have subscribed to the channel. I'm liking your coat.
It's
Jacob
great.
Harris has just joined us in the commentary box, and I'm loving the coat. It's very stylish.
Another useful thing to bear in mind as well, folks, when you're watching the stream here, black number plates denote karts in the Premier subclass, and red number plates denote karts in the Clubman subclass, with one exception, that being Hertfordshire A, who we believe is running a red plate but should be running a black plate because they're Prem.
Yeah, there needs to be a black plate printed later on in the season.
We didn't have a 107 black plate today at the circuit, so that's why with that. So if you're a fan of Hertfordshire, just bear in mind they're running a red plate, but they are in the Premier subclass. Both of those subclasses are scored together, by the way, so if a Clubman subclass team were to win the whole day overall, then that'd be the way it's scored. It's much more to do with the awarding of trophies and a championship at the end for the Clubmans. They're all scored together. Rolling start here, of course, in the BUKC, so the pace car currently has them under pace at the front of the field. They've got into this 2x2 formation, and then we will be hurtling towards a whole lot of uncertainty at Conway's corner. Unusual first corner here at Buckmore Park. Let's see how they get underway.
25 minutes on the clock. We're going to go round for one more formation lap.
If you've got another device, say you've got your Alpha live stream and you've got us in the comms box, don't forget you can go to live.alphatiming.co.uk, click on British University's Karting Championship and get the full timing screen. We will have a timing tower for you here, of course, in the graphics on the Alpha live stream, and indeed we have got that on Double Dash Motorsport Media stream as well. But you can go over there and you can see the full fat version of all the timing. There's a circuit map as well, and you can even track drivers if you want to click on their kart number. Their dot will be illuminated on the driver tracker, so plenty of ways to follow the action here in the BUKC.
Point scenario in this race, 60 points available for the winners, 59 for second, so on and so forth. The BUKC main season is go. Great start for the number 18 kart of Josh Ladd for Cardiff A. That is just the start he was looking for. Heading down into hairpin 1, it's going to be a hot spot of activity throughout the day. Are they all going to make it through? That's looking pretty good for a first race start of the year. Cardiff A leading off of hairpin 2.
Yeah, side by side for second place coming out of hairpin 2. and that is going the way as Seb Marlowe in Oxford Brooks F at the moment heading off, holding off any attacks from behind. Saw a very interesting moment for Gabriela Martinez de Luca in the Bournemouth A car, getting very sideways in the braking zone for hairpin one, but was able to gather that back up. Now a driver with a fair bit of experience in the BUKC ranks, as one driver has to take avoiding action and go off on track limits. That's generally given some leniency on lap 1 if you have to go the wrong side of the bollards there, down coming out of paddock. At the end of lap 1 though, it is still Cardiff A's Josh Ladd who is at the lead of this one. He's had a great start, but there's a penalty for second place, Oxford Brooks F. We're not being told what type of penalty that is. One would have to imagine though that that's some kind of start violation there, maybe being ahead of the pole sitter at the point where they cross the timeline. We'll have to see how that one plays out.
Could possibly be. I didn't spot whether that was the case. Apologies there on lap 1, but what a start this is from Josh Ladd. Cardiff A had a few years in the doldrums in the BUKC, but they are definitely back on form. The performance at qualifiers was not a flash in the pan. It's Birmingham A challenging there. I think it's Cambridge C for third place.
It was actually getting back past Hertfordshire, so Hertfordshire had got by them earlier in the lap, so they were reclaiming fourth place there was Birmingham. So it's Cardiff A, Cambridge C up into second now. Now Cambridge is an interesting one, isn't it, mate? Because
yes,
we usually see the A team being the forerunner team of each university, but it was not so at qualifiers. Technically speaking, Cambridge A did not qualify for this championship, but Cambridge's C and B did. So it's interesting how Cambridge have they rearranged the teams? Have they acknowledged, you know, that those drivers got in on merit into this the Premier and Clubman's championship? It's an interesting one to see how Cambridge have done their team compositions today, but at the moment they're running well.
Cardiff A lead at the end of lap 3 by 2.6 seconds ahead of Cambridge C. Birmingham A confirmed up to third. They won the Sunday qualifier back in November at Wilton Mill, which decided the 54 teams competing in the BUKC Mains Championship, the Premier classes, the Premier class and the Clubman class for 2022. This is another solid start for the team from the West Midlands. Packed grandstand, isn't that great to see?
It's fantastic to see.
Here at Buckmore Park.
It is one of my favourite grandstands in British karting as well. Such a good view from that grandstand. If you do come to Buckmore Park as a spectator, then I highly recommend it. Look, A, have to go a bit defensive to the likes of Nottingham, Trent A and Hertfordshire A behind them through Garden. In fact, there's a fair bit of swapping around as they come up Herbert Rise. They're side by side heading towards the blind corner at Cafe Corner. They're going to have to sort themselves all out, as there is a penalty for Southampton A for bump and pass, currently running in fourth place. That is going to be a 4-place deduction at the end of the race for an ABC bump and pass. ABC being advantaged by contact. We're not reciting hits by the Jackson 5 here. So as they fight their way out of hairpin 2, that's the 22 going alongside Hertfordshire A. Or is it? Is it actually the 32? Excuse me, Birmingham B. As they work their way through the bottom of the circuit. Loughborough A in 5th place, currently being chased by Konstantinos in the extra A card. We heard Jacob talking to Konstantinos about Exeter's, as there's a penalty for ABC takeout for Hertfordshire. That's going to be costly for them, and I think they've taken out Warwick A, who are now falling down the order. Interesting season for Warwick this. We didn't see them have as many teams get through qualifiers as we've seen in recent years, so a lot of hopes pinned on that Warwick A effort, although I fear it's an ironic time for me to bring that up, because they do seem to have had a slight incident out there. But I mentioned drop rounds at the start of the stream. They do have drop race scores as well, so there are 6 races per round, and we've got 2 rounds for you today, so we're going to have 12 races in all. All of them are going to be run under the sprint format today, as the number 3 of Oxford Brooks A goes down the inside of De Montfort A. And
this is the classic kind of Aidan Lee and Oxford Brooks A drive. So fairly low pressure in terms of this race, because this is the race where they start from the back of the grid. Everyone has a drop score. You would expect this to end up as the drop score, but great progress from Lee here, already up into the top half of the order.
to finish the thought, indeed, there will be 6 races per round. Each team contests 4 out of those 6. So if you're here to support a particular team and you're going, they're not in this race, don't worry, that's normal. They sit out for 2 races. This will just be one of the ones they sit out. And then the best 3 race scores of the 4 that a team sets will be taken to decide their their round score. Which is why Andrew was just referring to the fact that we would expect this race to be the top score, where you have the lowest starting position, have to do the most work up the grid. Another ABC takeout for Hertfordshire A, and that sees them issued with a black flag, so they're going to have to pay a visit to the pit lane here and do a stop-go penalty as the number 3 of Oxford Brookes A continues to make progress up the field. I'm just wondering who may have been taken out by Hertfordshire. Seeing who's dropping down the order. So University of West of England B have just dropped down a few positions, but they did also get a cone penalty, so I wonder if they just got a bit ragged on a recent tour of the circuit.
Coming down Simon Sweet as well. Our cameraman nearly falls out. It's a tricky corner.
It is. I wouldn't like to be angling a camera through that. There is Hertfordshire A in for their black flag.
Now this is something that's a little bit different at Buckmore Park. The hold penalties are longer here at Buckmore Park, because actually when you come into the pits, especially in dry conditions like today, you cut off a good couple of corners of the circuit, so this will feel extra painful. And I've been here myself, son, when you get a black flag at Buckmore Park. It always feels like you're sitting in the pits for a long, long time. As I say, it's even longer here. I think it's 20 seconds sitting there waiting to back out of the circuit. Aidan Lee continuing to make more progress here. Howard, this is once again very good stuff from Oxford Brookes A.
Absolutely, and we would expect nothing less. A historic 6 teams for Oxford Brookes in this mains championship this year across the 2 classes. So they've got fantastic representation. Who was that though who collected one of the bollards on the exit of Paddock Corner? That should see a cone penalty, one would have thought, unless they were pushed into it. Maybe I was looking away at timing at the time. Got a bit of an instant replay here. That looks to me like it was the 22, or the 32, excuse me, of Birmingham B.
Yep, 32 Birmingham B, track number warning for them.
I need to book in the eye test. That's the second time I've misidentified them as the 22. I don't know what I'm doing today. But Konstantinos now in that extra A car, applying plenty of pressure to the number 62 of Cambridge C. Have we checked who's at the wheel of that? That is Jared Wilson-Godber at the wheel of Cambridge C's kart, as far as we're aware. And indeed, this is Hertfordshire now a lap down, having to make way for third place Benjamin Boros in the Birmingham A kart, who I don't think we've really mentioned so far this race. As the sister team, the Birmingham B kart, picks up a cone penalty. Cone penalties, as a reminder, are 1 position deducted at the end of the race. And it doesn't have to necessarily be physically a cone. We were talking about the bollards a moment ago. If it's a piece of track furniture is the good umbrella term for cones, bollards, some tyres that have been put somewhere strategic to stop drivers damaging the karts over the curbs. Those all count as cone penalties. So even if you're not seeing the typical furniture that you might see on, frankly, on many British motorways, it feels like these days, it still can count as a cone penalty. And indeed, Buckmore Park, I do always like to give a shout out to this. Buckmore Park, I think, at the forefront of karting track safety in many ways. This is not a circuit where you will see many tyre walls. They very much focus on these the plastic bars and the Tetro barriers. And I have to say, having made contact with all varieties of track furniture, I'm a fan of the ones here at Buckmore Park.
It is quite ironic, though, that of all the places, Birmingham are the first people to get a cone penalty in 2022.
Well, they're not. University of West of England beat them too.
Oh, okay. I was about to make a jibe then about roadworks and constantly digging Birmingham after a slightly testing trip to St Andrews on Friday night. But anyway, there's a race going on. 15.5 minutes. Josh Ladd doing Josh Ladd things at the front of the field. I think he's going to change position here. Fourth place. So that's Konstantinos. Mr. Karting is up into 4th place for this very impressive Exeter A team. Cambridge C looking down the inside, and Dante Dillon's had a good race. There he is in the purple and pink for Nottingham Trent A. That's him up to P5 now.
Yeah, absolutely. Drivers got to be careful when they make a move into hairpin 2 there. If you put all 4 wheels the wrong side, that's the other aspect of the safety here at Buckmore Park, I have to say. These tarmac runoffs that give you a lot of security, but it does mean that the race control have to be very diligent with the track limits. If you put all 4 wheels the wrong side of the white line coming off of either of the hairpins, to be honest, coming off of any of the corners at all, that will be track limits. There's a track limits violation. Oh, now I've jinxed my...
There's the cannon, and it's hit its first victim of the year, and it is the team that the man to my right used to be president of, Birmingham A. Well done, mate.
That's fine. And they're running well as well. So track limits, that's going to be 2 places deducted at the end of this race. So Birmingham A would currently be classified in 5th. Sort of running in clean air at the moment, though, is Benjamin Boros. He's 1.8 seconds down on Southampton A, but he's 2.5 seconds to the good over that extra A effort. So if you go back enough years, it used to be time penalties, not position penalties applied in this form of racing in the UKC. But it is positions these days as Hertfordshire A. Difficult one for Hertfordshire A. They're on pace, but they're a lap down as a result of their penalties. So they've just sort of got to take this one on the chin and not hold up anyone's day. We don't have blue flags here in the BUKC, but that's we don't have enforceable blue flag rules, should we say, in the BUKC. But it's still the courteous thing to do, to not hinder anybody else's race effort if you are in the position that Hertfordshire A regrettably find themselves in.
Pretty much the halfway stage of this race, and another penalty coming in, this time for Loughborough. There's a lot of the A teams, the experienced teams, making mistakes. This is a quite intriguing start to the day. It's a very open championship. Oh, it's off there. Is that the number 56 I just saw? It's one of our clubman carts because it had a red number plate.
It'd be Brunel A if it was.
Yeah, and they're running again now. Good kart recovery. You will see the drivers do that, and maybe if you've come from a corporate karting background, you may not be used to seeing drivers out of the karts, but it is the rules. They're not allowed to restart the karts on the grass because it can damage the clutches on these Club 100 Rotax Evo powered karts. So you'll see them pop out under yellow flags, pivot the kart round, get it back on tarmac. It's a perfectly done thing. And I think, oh, is that Archie Hobson in trouble that I just saw there? Warwick A. Warwick A stopped out there just on the exit of Garda. I think they have. They've fallen down the order a long, long way, Howard.
Well, they were already taken out early. Well, we suppose taken out by Hertfordshire A earlier in the race to bring about one of Hertfordshire's penalties. So they were already having a race that was looking like it was a drop score.
Howard,
but absolutely,
Loughborough A down the inside of Cambridge C takes 6th place on the road. The penalty board is going to be. It's getting busier and busier. They might be having a few words with these drivers at the end of this first race, because that's more penalties. This time an overtake under yellow for Brighton B. That's going to be a big one, and a bump and pass for UEA as well. Contact warning for Loughborough A to boom. Getting, after what was quite a good start to this race, it's getting a bit scrappy out there, Howard.
Yeah, absolutely. Drivers just going to calm it down. I think it's going to be, it could be something as simple as they gain a bit more confidence as the tyres come in.
Yep.
They're getting a bit more racy as there's another one for Brighton B. That's an overtake under yellow as well. I'm just going to...
might be a repeat showing.
Yes, it is indeed.
One driver, though, who is... there is Archie Hobson.
Another cone penalty for Nottingham A. We are just over the halfway point here in race 1. Josh Ladd still leads by 4.5 seconds for Cardiff A. And then it is Southampton. I feel like 2nd and 3rd place on the road we've been rather quiet about. Jonathan Dalton currently running brilliantly, 2nd place for Southampton A in the number 21 car, and with the fastest lap of the race so far, a 46.5, as Archie Hobson gets pushed. But presumably that is going to be all the way back to the pits for Warwick A. So that's going to be, and that's difficult for him, because Archie Hobson, one of the most experienced drivers on that Warwick squad, and that's got to be their drop score if they're hoping to have any kind of competitive showing come the end of this first round of the day here at Buckmore Park.
It's gutting as well, the point at which he's broken down. That's probably the worst point of the whole circuit here at Buckmore Park. It come to a stop. You know, if it was at the pit exit a corner or so before, you just roll it back into the pits, and you've got to do a whole tour of the circuit. Great work by the pusher kart driver. You can see them just coming through the cut-through off hairpin 1 exit now, and Hobson will get into the pits. But you're absolutely right, Howard. That is a terrible start to the day for Warwick A.
Now, if you're wondering is that a race retirement? No, they will be allowed to take another kart out if it's available, but it does depend on the nature of what's caused them to break down. If, for example, they've had a chain go and they've had several curb warnings, then they will have to wait for that to be repaired because they have been deemed at least partially responsible for that kart failure. If it's a complete bolt out of the blue, no one was expecting it, they hadn't got any penalties, then they'll be allowed to take a fresh kart right away. And side by side here are Oxford Brooks A and Brighton B in their battle over 9th place, down to Swan Sweep, and it has gone the way of Aidan Lee in that Brooks A kart as they come through the left-hander at Pullman's and into Paddock, where presumably there's been plenty there. That is Archie Hobson out already in a new kart, or they just did it, or they just just thrown him into the, that was quite quick. I forget how quick the pit lane, it's exactly as you were saying, how much of the track the pit lane cuts out here. It can look a really quick stop. This is a good battle though, the battle for 9th, as we say, all the way down to 15th place. They're separated by less than a second, so this is a really good stuff between Brooks A, Brighton B, Brooks A, Brighton B, Brooks F, Bristol A, Birmingham B and Brooks E. So much representation from Oxford Brooks this season. It's such a good showing of the depth of talent within that team. So brilliant stuff there. Another fastest lap of the race from Jonathan Dalton in that Southampton A kart brings the gap for the lead down to 3.5 seconds.
Change for third. Konstantinos for Exeter A has got past Benjamin Boris of Birmingham A. And, that is 4th position as well. I know there's some penalties to play for, which definitely won't benefit Birmingham. That's good work from Exeter, who I really do think have got a shot at this title this year. It's still at very early days, very, very early days, but it's the strongest squad that Exeter have ever put together. There's a big squabble going on there between the two hairpins. It's around 12th and 13th place with 43, the 32 Birmingham A's involved there, and the 76. Down to Simon Sweet now.
So we've been talking about Aidan Lee's good drive so far for Brooks A. I want to give a shout out to Tom Hasty in that Brighton B car, who started 30th on the grid and is sticking with Aidan Lee here in that 29 kart for Brighton B. That's a fantastic drive so far, and I'm just seeing how far is Brighton B. I'm waiting for the timer to update. Brighton B currently running second of all the clubman runners in this race, with Cambridge C being your highest placed clubman. So really good drive so far from Hasty.
This is your 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th battle. Brooks F there in 117 running a touch wide, so back behind Birmingham B. Bristol A in there as well. Good to have Bristol back in this level. Got promoted into the Mains Championship. They were in the Inters Championship last year. And Brooks F going down the inside there. That's a beautiful move through Garda on Birmingham B. Classic stuff. Judged that perfectly on the inside, getting the braking right. It's very, very easy to overshoot that one, I find. It's very well driven. 6.5 minutes, or just less than that to go. Still Cardiff A leading by 2.6 seconds. If you are joining us though and you're worrying, if you're a Cardiff fan and you're worrying about that gap going down to Southampton A, Southampton A have a penalty. That's just the tester driver keeping out the way of the competitors.
I just saw out the window.
Said that, contact warning for Josh Ladd. Doesn't want to be doing that too much.
I just saw it out the window, Andrew. Josh Ladd getting to some traffic at a difficult point to navigate through Paddock Corner and ended up with just a little bit of pod-to-pod contact with the car he was putting a lap on. So he's got to be careful of that. But this is the opportunity for Southampton A. This is when you push. If you're in clean air and the leader's in traffic, that's where the benefit can start to show for you.
This will be a real... it's a bit more contact just seeing out the window here in the commentary box. This has become a race management story now for Cardiff A. Teams in the BUKC tend to not run radio systems. They'll try and do things with hand signals, and I wonder, will the Cardiff A team be able to communicate to Josh Ladd to say, keep calm mate, it's absolutely fine, that Southampton A kart has a penalty, you can finish behind it on the road and you'll still get the 60 points for the team.
Even if they did run such a system, by the way, this is Buckmore Park, very much a two-tier circuit. It's on two levels, and even if you've got a pit-to-kart radio system, 9 times out of 10 you can only talk to your driver reliably at the bottom of the track. So there would be a reason why they don't run it. It can often lead to more confusion than it's worth. By the way, the battle that we saw out our window, by the way, is a great battle going on between Liverpool Lane Backstage Academy and University of Wales Trinity St David B. That's the battle over 23rd place. Just going to show there is always someone to battle in the BUKC.
6th and 7th on your screen at the moment. Imperial A have a good history around Buckmore Park. It's a circuit not too far from where they are based, of course.
Alexander Doricott in the Imperial A kart.
Loughborough A, the reigning champions, with that #1 plate just behind them. They'll be content though with a solid top 10 to start their day.
The gap now down to 1.2 seconds. Considering how large that gap was at certain points, you know, it got out to 5 seconds at one point, not a little bit more. So this is interesting stuff as we come towards the close here in race 1 of round 1 of the 2022 BUKC season. Facilitated with machinery and nowadays very closely affiliated and run by the Club 100 operation, as this is the 34 going down the inside of the 52, and to put some meat on that bone, that means that it
and switching straight back, good move there too.
Yeah, that is Reading A in the 52 and University of West of England B in the 34. Bear in mind there are 2 cone penalties now attributed to the University of West of England B.
Dalton is really pushing now. The gap is down to 0.8 per second. Here is the battle on your screen. Dalton in the GMS suit, the blue suit with the yellow, with the orange shoulders rather, chasing down Josh Ladd in the yellow and red helmet, black suit.
Had such a quiet race so far, Andrew. I feel like this is the first time we've really looked at him, because he just had that quiet, you know, calm run so far. Got up to second place early on and is now putting in the pace, and there is traffic coming up the road for these two.
Josh Ladd is going to need to use all of that sim racing experience. A very, very high-level sim racer on iRacing, races for the Yaz Heat esports team in his spare time.
It's the recovering Archie Hobson in that Warwick A kart who's the first of the traffic. How savvy will Archie be about getting up out of the way? Very, you know, hold him to be a coach. Look at this though, that they're coming on ahead of them. That is
it's going to feel like a P2 drive, trying to get through a load of GT3 traffic. This is going to be very testing indeed for Cardiff A's Josh Ladd. 2 minutes and 10 to go.
Battle for 25th that they're coming up upon. So the one that we mentioned seeing out of our window a few laps ago getting a bit hairy, mate. It's Surrey A, Backstage Academy A, Bournemouth A, Southampton B and University of West England A, all battling away in the dying moments of this race.
This is the classic scenario now that these drivers ahead, who are perfectly obliged to have their own battle, no blue flags, will not be aware that that's the leader behind them. They will once he's gone through and he's given them the signal of I'm P1. But the trouble is for Josh Ladd is that then they're aware to, oh, the leader's coming through now. Oh, here's P2. I'll jump well out of the way of them. Does give an advantage to those following in, and Dalton will be licking his lips now. This is an opportunity maybe. Josh Ladd's going to have to check down, keep things calm, stay to the inside. He's dealt with that well, but Dalton is right there now for Southampton A, trying to get underneath. Got the number 17 just ahead of the leaders, but Cardiff A still keeping it at the front, not doing anything silly, not doing anything rash. Southampton have a place position penalty to come at the end of this race.
Notably, Southampton B did not waste time getting out of the way for the sister kart there. The 2 karts you are looking at in this pack are the number 18 of Cardiff A and the number 21 of Southampton A. That is your lead battle in amongst this other battle for, as I say, around 25th position. They both go through on the inside at Garda. They're going to come up the hill now, up Herbert Rise and through Cafe Corner. Will they see the last ball this time around? They will indeed. So here we go, on to the last lap. Josh Ladd leads and has led all race long, but Jonathan Dalton is right with him now in this Southampton A kart. They're going to have to look for a way by. On the number 17 of University of West of England A is going to be the next kart side by side here, but it will be Josh Ladd who has the inside. Does that mean that there's a good switch back and a better run off the corner for Dalton though as they head towards the S's?
Really well dealt with there by Josh Ladd through the S's, but has Dalton got a nose on the inside? Oh, he has a look in the entry to Syme Sweet, pulls out of it. Has he left himself with too much to do into Garda? There's still traffic ahead for Cardiff A on the road. Josh Ladd hugging to the inside. He's got to make sure he's not going to get forced out wide as they come through the penultimate corner. He has got forced out wide. Dalton's going to take it on the road, but it's not going to matter. Southampton have a penalty, 60 points go to Cardiff A. Josh Ladd is furious with himself because on the road he's classified second by 1/10.5, but it's okay. It's okay, that'll still go down in history as a victory for Cardiff A. Nottingham Trent A, brilliant drive from Dante Dillon. Let's have a look at that key moment again. Went to the wrong side of the back marker. That forced him out wide. There was a lane for Dalton up the inside. Dalton took that opportunity very, very well. And that is going to have consequence for Southampton because it does move them up another position. So it is worth a point for them in terms of the round one standings. So great effort from both of those drivers. Let's continue on with the order. Konstantinos finished in 4th for Exeter A, Birmingham A 5th. They had at least one penalty out there for Benjamin Boris. Good start to the day for Imperial A, Loughborough A in 7th. Cambridge C in 8th. Brooks A will be very pleased with Aidan Lee's efforts there from the back row of the grid on the random grid generator to finish P9. Brighton B likewise, brilliant drive from their driver. Sorry, I couldn't quite remember the name of the Brighton B
Tom Hasty.
Tom Hasty, apologies Tom, but a great drive from Tom as well, up into the top 10. Brooks show next, Brooks E 11th, Brooks F 12th, Birmingham B 13th, Liverpool C in 14th, a good result for them. Bristol A get a top 15, Leeds C, Swansea A, De Montfort A, Bath A and Nottingham A all in the top 20. UCLan A, Coventry A, Liverpool A, Trinity B and Surrey A take us down to 25th. UEA got 26th on the last lap there ahead of Backstage Academy.
Who was the crucial one, but the Backstage Academy was the kart that they were making a split-second decision, the leaders coming through.
Southampton B finished 28th, one lap down. Bournemouth A 29th. UEB in 30th. Reading A, Cardiff B, Hertfordshire A, Brunel A, Exeter A and Warwick A complete your 36 finishers in that first race of the day. I now peer out the window to see where the tall, gallant figure of Jacob Harris is, because he'll be hopping down there to catch a word with our winners.
So the man for Southampton to buy a drink is Robert O'Brien in that in that Backstage Academy kart. We should say, as you were saying a few laps before the end, mate, perfectly within his rights to be running his line. So no foul there. Yeah, dramatic stuff to get us off to the day's racing. I think we're good though to head on down to the grid and get some of the drivers' thoughts with Jacob Harris.
Down here on the grid, I've got the winner of race number 1, Josh Ladd. Josh, you just described that as the most tense thing you've ever done.
Yeah, it was. You can see the back markers coming about halfway through. And I knew it was not going to be... I had 5-second lead or something. And then I knew it's not going to be easy with all of them.
Sorry, just come this side for the refueling, sorry, as we get ready for the next race. But a hard-fought win all the same, and early stages, you had the pace to get out in front.
Yeah, then I could see on the board he was doing purple lap times. I was like...
You can see the board?
No, I can just see a purple.
Okay.
I see second purple, 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 purple. I could see he was coming, but he wasn't going out quick.
Well, you were pretty fast yourself, Josh.
Sorry?
You were pretty fast yourself, you know.
Lap times I was doing. But yeah, I see the back markers, and I was being a bit aggressive with them. I got a warning, so I was trying to be a bit careful at the end. And yeah, I didn't know he had a penalty. That's why I was kind of a bit angry. But yeah, 'cause he got me on literally the last corner.
It's very sensible to have seen the contact warning and to eased off a little bit. It could have been just as easy for you to go through those back markers, get your second contact warning and have a penalty yourself. So well managed.
Yeah.
Josh, a bit presumptuous. You know, we're one race into a multi-race season, but it's been 7 years since Cardiff challenged for the BUKC title. Are we about to see a new title challenge from the Cardiff boys?
Well, the thing is, we started the season Welsh, right? It started Welsh and it's going to finish Welsh.
Good stuff.
Well, not Swansea, but Cardiff.
Josh, thanks for talking to us. All the best for the rest of the season.
You too, cheers.
Josh Ladd there, race winner. Right then, that's Cardiff as well, so we've already talked to them. Let's head to the front of the grid and see who we've got on pole position for this one. I believe it's Kyle Knight of Newcastle. who's just jumping in the car. Kyle, stay stood up. I'm going to talk to you. Pole position? And it's not your first pole position, is it? You've been on down here before.
Yeah, of course. 4 years in a row now.
How do you keep managing to get yourself the best grid starts?
I don't really choose them. No one else really wants to go first. So it's always me that has to take up the reins.
You're quite good at them, though, aren't you?
Hopefully, yeah.
You do all right.
Yeah, don't do too badly. Hopefully, I'll keep first for the whole race. But
so you got all those years of experience.
yes.
Surely that must count for something.
Yeah, I tend to do fairly well here most years, but we'll see.
Anyone in particular up the grid you've got your eye on? Anyone you're worried about?
I don't really know any of them, to be honest. So.
I mean, who's that in the Brooks car? Is that Angus? I can't see the
one back.
side. Yeah, I think that's... No, it's not. It's... I've forgotten his name now. I'll go ask him in a minute. You've got Matthew Graham. You've got a lot of people with nondescript helmets.
That's less worrying than this side.
You've got Cambridge over there as well. Cambridge, you're looking to improve on a dodgy qualifiers. But you're just focusing on yourself then?
Yeah, of course. That's what you got to do.
That's what I like to hear. Newcastle is a team this year. How are we looking?
One team's quite strong, I think. The other one's fairly average, we'll say.
But the bulk of the season's still to come.
Yeah, of course.
Excellent. I'm going to grab one more interview. But Kyle, the best from pole position. Let's see who we've got. Let's actually talk to the Cambridge team. And Alistair Senior is in here. Alistair, which Cambridge team is this? And can you explain why?
This is the B team, I guess. But
the actual B team?
Well, all our A team didn't show up, so...
so they've given up, have they?
They've given up, yeah.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, this is what we got. So we struggled to get a C team today as well. So, I mean, you'll see me out in the C as well later. But it's a bit of fun, isn't it? A bit of fun. I'm looking forward to, no pressure, just see what we can do.
The more of you, the better, in my eyes, Alistair. What are your hopes for this one, then?
Well, it'd be good to get up there, top 3, but, it depends on the kart, as always, and depends on the start, and, hopefully don't take my teammate out on the start. But I was
going to say, you got Luke there in front of you. Surely that's got to count for something, having the two of you together on the grid.
It's nice. You know what? It's nice having both teams here today and being able to, push each other on. The C team just had quite a good result, so, good on them. And yeah, it's looking good for the team generally, but it's just a shame. I say our squad's a bit deprived at the moment, depleted. So yeah, we'll see what we can do.
I'm looking forward to seeing how you get on. All the best for that. I think that's our time. Jimbo's looking at me as if to say, no more, please. So we will head back to the comms box now for race number 2 of BUKC Round 1.
Thank you, Jacob. Let's take you through the grid then for race number 2. It's going to be Newcastle A's Kyle Knight starting on pole, with Brighton B's Nathan Little alongside. Phil Craven for De Montfort A, and Southampton A's Michael Preston will be row number 2. It's an all Brooks third row, with Brooks A's Alex Page and Tom Geeney starting for them in the B kart alongside. And then it's Lewis Bracewell for Oxford Brooks D, and Liverpool C's Callum Pedder on row number 4. Row 5 is going to be University of Wales Trinity St David B's Ryan Davis, and then Harris Warburton for Imperial A. And then it's going to be on row number 6 Nottingham Trent C's Keelan Veach, and Luke Shalabar for Cambridge C. Cardiff B's John Radcliffe, and Cambridge B's Alistair Senior make up row number 7. Row 8 is University of West of England A's Matthew Graham, and then it's Gianni Capozzoli for Leeds Beckett A. X to C have Alexander Rooney for them, starting from 17th on the grid, with Sam Middleton for Leeds C to round out the 9th row, and the top 20 is rounded out by University of Wales Trinity St David A's Sam Johns and Charlie Lamb in Nottingham A's kart. Rory Smith starts for Birmingham A, with Bristol A alongside on row 11. Then it's Liverpool A's Shahib Khana and Adam Kernis for Leeds A on row 12. Row 13 is Exeter B's Josh Kraft, with Ben Gale alongside for University of West of England B. Oxford Brooks E and Warwick A make up row 14, and that is Henry Miles and Sam Stevens respectively in those two karts. University of East Anglia A's Oliver Greetham and Sebastian de Grand for Oxford Brooks F round out your top 30. Then it's Ryan Birch for Bath A and Jake Douglas for Surrey A on row 16. Nottingham Trent B have Simon Stoneham at the wheel. with Brooks C's Callum Porter alongside. And then rounding out your 36 kart grid on row 18 is Nottingham-Trent A's Jake Mills, and Loughborough A, the reigning champions, have Benjamin Watkin at the wheel for them. That's how they line up then for race 2 of round 1 of the 2022 British Universities Karting Championship, coming to you live here from Buckmore Park Circuit in Kent. Do hope you're enjoying the coverage from us here. Commentary support from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Do please like, share and subscribe. The support is always appreciated. And if you want to get even more information and perhaps a little bit behind the scenes stuff as well, head on over to the sister stream we've got on our Double Dash Motorsport Media page. Give us a look there. We've got timing for you. You can see a little bit of what's going on behind the scenes here in the commentary, which is my positive spin on the fact that you see us here in the comms box, which some people might think there are better things to look at. I'll concede that point very readily, but you can see what's going on. We've also got the ticker that's going through all of the teams, so if you were watching us for qualifiers where we were updating you as to what teams were on target to qualify into this mains championship, we will also we have a ticker there as well that's showing you where teams are projected to finish. Bearing in mind though, that's driven by the grids, and that's going to be much more of a variable today. In the qualifiers we had qualifying sessions to set the grids for races, so drivers were starting where they rightfully should be on pace in the qualifier races. Here the grids are randomly allocated to give each team the same average grid starting position, and that means that you see a much greater change in positions over the course of the race. For example, Loughborough A starting this one from the very back of the grid in 36th. One would anticipate, based on former glories, that they would look to move forward in this race. On balance, of course, they would expect this one to be the one that becomes their drop score of the 4 scores they will set over the course of round 1, not forgetting that we have round 2 for you as well later today. But it remains to be seen. It's all about making your way up through the field as quickly and cleanly as you can when you've got a low grid slot. And it adds a certain element of challenge, I have to say. The random grids, I've always kind of liked them. It's kind of nervous because you don't quite know what the form is of the drivers immediately around you, but it means that we can have as much racing as possible rather than qualifying sessions, which are always good, and it just adds a bit of spice to the racing, which I always like. So now behind the pace car, 2x2 formation, getting ready to get on with another 25-minute sprint race here. That is the sprint format used in BUKC, the standard sprint format. Quite long by the standards of most races referred to as sprint races within British karting. Are we ready to go this time? I think we might be looking good for the race start, and away we go. Carl Knight is in that number 19 Newcastle A car, gets a good start. The 29 of Brighton B is trying to stay with them though as they stream through Conway's and Henry's Bend, and it's still Carl Knight at the head of the field. Phil Craven though with a good start, getting into second place for De Montfort A. They're still all clean as they come through hairpin 1, 4 wide, even 5 wide in the mid-pack. Can they all work it out? There's a few sideways moments, but I'm delighted to say that so far they're all pointing forward, although there's definitely some karts having to go wide in avoidance out of hairpin 2. But they are still going for now as they stream through side sweep for the first time in race action for all of these drivers for today at least. And they come through Pullman's now and into paddock corner. It is still Carl Knight at the head of the field. One driver having to go wide in avoidance, but as I said in race 1, leniency often given on this first lap as it's appreciated. But the drivers still haven't sorted, they're still not sorted themselves out now. Some of them are heading up Herbert's Rise 3 abreast, and it's difficult through Cafe Corner because that's generally a single file corner most of the time. You've got to give each other good racing room. It's Newcastle A who lead at the end of lap 1, retaining their pole positions. De Montfort A up to second, Brooks A up to third, and then it's Brooks D and Brooks B acting as Brooks rear gunners for them there. So 3 of those karts working together to round out the top 5.
Looking a bit rough and ready in that second half of the field. I was just about to say everybody's still running well, but there's 1 kart off towards the back of the order there, just on the exit of hairpin number 2.
Double checking that is on time that time.
Oh, Phil Craven in trouble. Phil Craven in trouble, and the Bollards in trouble as well. The number 41 took those out, so that's going to be a penalty for X to B.
and it's a bit difficult in a way because they had a slow-moving kart in front of them.
Yep.
So it all just bolted up behind them. But that's gutting for De Montfort and Phil Craven running slowly here. Is he back up to speed? I mean, he's slotted back into the pack. So I don't know if there was just something that hindered him there. The 41 is acknowledging a yellow that's showing on that marshal post for hairpin 1. Who is it who had a slow
UEB had a bit of a slow lap there, 54.5, so that's number 34 off the back of the field.
I think we're going to clarify that when we say UE, we tend to mean West of England. I just want to make that clear to any East Anglia fans. If it's UEA, we'll try and say UEA. Not to be confused with UEA, the 18 from
UEA.
Oh, we need to work this out. Right, so
I'll
here's the
say
lead
it again, just call yourselves Norwich, please. De Montfort have got a black flag, Howard, so they'll be coming into the pits for a discussion.
Oh, that's for an unsafe rejoin of the circuit.
Right.
Don't see that too often. So the marshal's clearly feeling that was the cause of all that bollard incident. It caused the confusion. So rather than penalising those who hit the bollard, they're thinking that De Montfort's rejoin was unsafe. There is Phil Craven going down the pit entry now. The lead battle at the front is Alex Page in the number 3 Oxford Brooks A kart here on the tail of Kyle Knight. Does he feel he has the pace that he wants to get this move over and done with, or does he want to work together with Kyle for the time being to pull away? Although it is his sister karts that he would be trying to pull away from right now. So in some ways it's for unique reasons in many ways. It's in Brooks' interest that they get this move done and maybe back Kyle back into the sister kart. There is Phil Craven. That is a man who's serving a black flag right there.
All Page down the inside into hairpin number 2, and is he going to have the run off? No. Something you often see with hairpin 2. You get good drive on the outside line there, and Kyle Knight used that perfectly to hold on to the race lead.
And this is allowing the sister karts Brooks D and Brooks B to catch up. Just to clarify, it's Lewis Bracewell in the Brooks D kart and Tom Geaney in the Brooks B kart. So a bit of a Brooks affair at the front here. How are the likes of Loughborough doing from the back of the grid? Well, they started 36th. They're currently up to 21st and completely without penalty. Fair play to Benjamin Watkin in that Loughborough A kart.
21 minutes to go. Track limit warnings coming in for Brooks E, and I think leads Beckett A. Page trying to do the same move that it did 10th lap ago. No, just stay there for now.
Sorry, a lot of track limit warnings flashing through now. University of Wales Street, St David B, Cambridge B. Interesting that Brooks E and Leeds Beckett A both got track limit warning. I think they followed each other off because they're battling at the moment out there for 23rd place. As look at this, Alex Page tucks underneath into Garda, and he's surely going to get the job done there. And does he manage to hinder Kyle Knight enough such that suddenly it brings it into the orbit of Brooks D? I think he has. It's now going to be Lewis Bracewell having a look for second place now on behalf of the Oxford Brooks University effort.
Yeah, that was really nicely done by Alex Page. Another solid textbook Garda overtake against the driver. Down the inside there goes Lewis Bracewell for Brooks D. Driver in the Energy Corsa suit has got through, he's got P2. I liked how Alex finished the move off there, because Kyle Knight's not just going to give a position up easy. And neither should he. But Alex did well there just to control that exit and make sure that he came away with the lead. And now he's got a rear gunner in Lewis Bracewell there. P2.
It's the nature of the conventional racing line into Garda as well, is that it's a late apex that you're going for there, so you leave the inside line exposed. That's why it encourages moves so much, and it's an uphill braking zone, so you can brake it quite late because gravity is your friend in that particular braking zone. So you can be late braking, even though it's a hairpin. It kind of doesn't feel like a hairpin like these two that we're seeing them go through now. It's a very different type of hairpin. As
Trinity A past Brighton B, 5th place there, and here comes Rory Smith in the red, white and silver helmet for Birmingham A.
Birmingham A, one of the teams who won the qualifiers. When I say one of the two teams that won, that sounds a bit odd, but remember they had 2 days to the qualifiers, so there were 2 winners, effectively 2 teams that got 60 points. Birmingham A won the second day, and the first day was won by Manchester. Very mistaken.
The memes were in full flow.
It was indeed, yes. That is something we're treated to. I was going to say that's something we're treated to whenever Manchester win. It's something we're treated to by Manchester, no matter what happens.
That our commentary colleague there is on the screen, John Ratcliffe. The last time we talked about John in a race, he got hit full in the face with a commentary box cannon of the curseable kind, and lost his first race victory in BUKC, which I think we owe him a huge apology for. And Rory Smith's going to go down the inside for Birmingham 8, get the move done on Cardiff B. That's 9th place.
Were we also commentating on him when he hit a patch of oil at Shennington?
Yes.
So basically, every time we comment, John, you shouldn't be on track when we're in a comms box, mate. I'm just saying.
Why are we want in the comms box? We're concerned for your health and safety, young one. 17 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Good race this so far. Second race of the day for round 1 of the BUKC Mains Championship for 2022.
It's UEA who are chasing now the Cardiff B car of John Ratcliffe. Now, I think I've got it. When we're saying University of West England, if we're saying University of East Anglia, I think we should go University Echo Alpha, just to make it nice and clear. That's my personal take.
Michael Preston's out there. Oh, all the names are out there in this one. Michael Preston, one of our Club 100i racers, is there in the number 21 for Southampton A. And Rory Smith is picking them off one by one here. This is very impressive stuff once again from Birmingham's lead driver.
Yeah, it is. Who's in that Nottingham? It's Charlie Lamb next. So experienced drivers in this one, as you say.
Something we were able to enjoy last night, which we haven't for a while, was chatting to some of the drivers in the bar in the hotel, which obviously considering everything's going on last year, disappeared for a while. As Smith goes down the inside of Lamb, this is another very impressive drive from Rory Smith. We were talking to a couple of teams, and they were talking about how putting their fast drivers in the middle of the grids. I mentioned before, sometimes it's a bit of a risky place to start in the middle of the field. It can bunch up a bit of an accordion effect. And I think that's what Birmingham have done here. They've gone, Rory, very experienced, you know this game, we're going to give you that difficult around 20th place start, survive, and then pull yourself through to the top 10 in the second half of the race. And it's been applied very nicely by the likes of Nottingham, Southampton and Birmingham here in this race.
Sam Stevens, by the way.
Changed the lead, changed the lead. Bracewell now ahead of Page. Apologies we didn't pick that up on cameras, but the Oxford Brooks carts have switched, Howard.
Yep, absolutely. Just to finish the point, the Warwick A kart on the move. Sam Stevens trying to pull some stuff back from Warwick A up to 12th place past Harris Warburton in the Imperial A kart, just to finish that one. But yeah, change for the lead between the two Brooks karts. And here's where it does get interesting, because we have not always seen the best squad tactics from Brooks, have we? As in, we've not always seen them necessarily do. All the teams seem to be given fair crack at the championship, but sometimes that doesn't always work. That Brighton B going side by side
with John Ratcliffe and Cardiff B.
Yeah, sorry, not Brighton B, excuse me. That'll be Cardiff B and UEA, West of England A. In fact, it's not Southampton A.
UEA have galloped down the road.
It's Southampton A and Michael Preston, isn't it?
Yeah, there's Matthew Graham in the black and grey helmet.
Did he just give us a thumbs up to the camera or was that to the driver? Couldn't quite tell. Maybe both.
Fighting too hard. 3 just behind. Yes. Well.
So
no, it's not number 3. It's number 8. We both need a race testing, mate. It's Warwick A. Warwick A having a much stronger race here in this one, which is good to see.
And doing 3 abreast here into the second hairpin, and that's the 21 of Southampton A. Michael Preston tries to take it back, but Ratcliffe gets good drive off of hairpin 2 into the S as they go, and it goes back the way of Ratcliffe as behind them as well. You've got indeed Sam Stevens in that Warwick A kart, and who's the other person? Is it X to B?
Yep,
who's getting involved with this as well. So this is bunching up. In fact, everyone's joining the party now. That's Imperial A and Cambridge B as well. As down the inside of Michael Preston now goes Sam Stevens in that 8 kart, and up Herbert Rise. They'll be side by side through Cafe Corner. How's that one going to play out? It goes the way of Warwick A just about as they come across the line, and now the 41 of Exeter B is going down the inside of Southampton A in the 21 and is going to get through at Henry's Bend, and now the 15 of Cambridge B is down the inside as well. One of our clubman classes as denoted by the red number plate there. Still side by side, Noah's Ark formation into hairpin number 2. This is allowing John Radcliffe and Sam Stevens to pull away here. This is a bit of a torrid time for for the Southampton A Kart. Needs to regain the momentum to this race.
Yeah, Michael Preston just looks to be struggling a little bit in this race. Not quite got his usual pace. There's a yellow flag down to the bottom end of the circuit I've just seen. There's the green to the note at the end of it on your screen. So something has happened. I think it's a replacement of the bollard. There's Matthew Graham, John Ratcliffe. Through your picture here goes Alistair Senior looking down the inside there for Cambridge B, trying to make a move on Imperial A for 12th position. Trinity A having a good race here. We've not talked about them much so far, Howard, but they're only 0.2 of a second off the lead now.
Yes.
A three-way scrap at the front with those two Brooks karts that we have been talking about.
What's notable for me, though, Andrew, is we are at the halfway stage here. We've had very little karts drop
Here he
off
is,
the
in
back.
fact, going for the lead. Sam Johns to the lead. What a brilliant couple of laps here from Sam Johns, another very experienced driver now in the BUKC, which saying that makes me feel old. But here he is at Buckmore Park to the front of the field, ahead of Lewis Bracewell and Alex Page there.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff from Trinity, from Sam Johns to the head of the field, and managing to get past both Brooks karts. As I say, we're at the halfway stage, and the critical thing we haven't seen so far, mate, is these leaders haven't hit any traffic. So that is an aspect to look out for in the second half of the race, because they are just about going to start reeling the karts in. But we've seen relatively little field spread. We will see less field spread than we did at qualifiers. Look at this, the Brooks A kart going down the inside of the Brooks D kart. So that is a switch around there for the Brooks effort. That is Alex Page getting back past Lewis Bracewell, as it was at the start of this race and for the first few laps. But the Brooks karts swap around.
Sam Johns is gone. He is gone. This is a great place to be as a driver, and I am not speaking from experience on this one. Taking the opinions of those that I've talked to, you're in that place with the kart, you're at one with it. It doesn't matter, because this can be a circuit where a slipstream can be very effective.
Yeah.
He's just romping off the front of this field now.
Yeah. Just to finish
Page confirmed and back into second place.
Yeah, now here's I have to say, I looked at Bracewell's line into paddock on the last lap. It's important these Brooks karts don't battle.
Yeah.
Do not battle. He wasn't going super aggressive, but he was also taking what looked like an almost attacking line. But drivers can run slightly different lines from there. Just to finish the thought from a moment ago, we would expect to see less field spread in this Major Championship. You know, we've had, compared to the qualifiers, and indeed compared to BUKC seasons of old, because for the last couple of seasons we've had a licensing system here. Was that a bollard being hit, or it just being kicked back into position?
Kicked back
having
into place
been
by a barn.
Okay, but yeah, there tends to be less field spread because the standard of the field, you know, we've had the qualifiers, so the strong teams have come through, and everyone is carrying two types of license to do this racing. In fact, a Motorsport UK KX license and a BUKC specific license in order to do this racing. And if that sounds like a bit of a hurdle, it's not. If you are watching and you're not part of your university team, or at a university that doesn't have a team, do not, this is, in my opinion, still one of the best championships for accessibility, getting stuck in. It's how both of the two men who are talking you through this now got into karting, and it is definitely a good way to get involved. So if you're not yet, and this is looking like good fun, bukc.co.uk for all the details.
Some position changes to tell you about, and there's another one at Brighton B go down the inside. Nottingham A up to 5th, displace Newcastle A, and look at this side by side through, whoa, over Cafe.
This is
over 7th place.
Yeah, Brighton B, Brooks B, and it's UEA who are trying to get involved. It stays with Brooks B for now. Well, sorry, it goes to Brooks B for now because they got past Brighton B officially on timing. But they're not done yet. Is it Matthew Graham? Sorry,
yeah, Matthew Graham for UEA.
So it settles down for now, but I feel like it may reopen at the bottom of the hill. This is the part of the circuit where it's important to just follow the person through, keep the pace up, and try and open up a line into paddock corner, or duck underneath and find a way through at Garda. Brooks B goes slightly defensive just to deter a move, and that's enough to keep things calm in this battle at the moment.
And 1 second now the lead for Sam Johns and Trinity A, to give them their full name, University of Wales Trinity St David. That's what TSD stands for. Those new to the BUKC. It was actually at a BUKC end of season do that I had a chat with Sam a couple of years ago. He just said, thank you so much. But yeah, several campuses across Wales. Just in Swansea, where the main campus is. 8 minutes of this race to go.
Oh, and this is an opportunity for Brighton B to come back at Brooksby into Garda, and Matthew Graham is not going to need a second time of asking as well in that 17 Kart. Swoops around the outside of Brooksby through the centre S's and up Herbert Rise. That was a beautiful bit of opportunism there by Graham.
Was indeed.
There's Tom Geeney remembering that Brooks B kart, and I'm just trying to remind myself of
Graham down the inside. Oh, gets all locked up. Bit of tyre smoke there from Matthew Graham. Now I just wonder, was that one of those things that you can have around this circuit at this time of year? The circuit's very green. You try for a big lunge down the inside. Now that move probably works in July when there's a bit more grip out there, but here in February, not the level of grip that Graham was wanting, and that's why he locked up.
I have to say, when I started doing Club 100 racing after the BUKC, and I came here, my first event in Club 100 after the BUKC was here in July, and my neck hurt so much at the end because of the corner speeds that I was able to take relative to cornering here in sort of February icy BUKC conditions.
Don't talk to me about neck and head strains around this place in the summer. It's still too real.
That's a good point.
Too recent.
It's Nathan Little, by the way, in that Brighton B effort, just to name all the drivers who were involved in that particular entertaining exchange, and it's allowed the 65 of Cardiff B to come up onto the back of this as well, which I mentioned Mr. Radcliffe, of course. And he's come up onto the back of this battle, so driving well, second highest Clubman kart in the field, Brighton B being the highest placed Clubman kart at the moment, as that is the 17 of UEA having a look at Brooks B into turn 1, and that is going to allow Warwick A to have a go through as well, and indeed Warwick A in the 8 kart do follow through as well. So 2 positions lost there for Brooks B. Feeling a bit punch drunk potentially at this point, and there is John Radcliffe as well having a look through hairpin 2, but not for the first time today. We see that a driver who's on the outside of hairpin 2 can actually get better drive off the corner because they're able to run out and use, so long as they don't go all 4 wheels over the white line, that run off to get the better drive off the corner.
I like that, Sam Stevens. I like that a lot as John Radcliffe goes for one down the inside. I think he's conceded that one, or has he?
I would, I'd concede that because I'd be a bit worried about a bump and pass scenario there. It stays as it was anyway, so it's a moot point now, but be a little bit careful about how you make those moves.
Just to go back to that move from Sam Stevens, obviously the door was opened by Matthew Graham going down the inside, and Sam was straight on it. There's a penalty. There is a penalty for 3 times contact for John Radcliffe and Cardiff B. And in fact, there goes Stevens again down the inside, this time on Brighton B. And it's the Moses effect, to use the term for a driver formerly of this parish, where Matthew Graham's doing all the hard work at the moment and parting the way for Sam Stevens to just go, well, there's a lane there and a gap, and if I stick my kart in it, I'm going to have the corner and gain position for myself out of it. And just done really nice work the last couple of laps, and now he's in a situation with 4.5 minutes to go, and right on cue, thank you very much, Sam, goes down the inside of Matthew Graham, and he's now in 7th place. Very, very good racecraft from the Warwick A driver.
Slightly further up the road, there is a good little battle to keep an eye on, which is the 7 versus the 16. This is 4th place, Burnley and Nottingham. That's one to keep an eye on. I'm looking at what else is a tasty battle out there. There's a good battle going on for 15th place, Imperial A in the 25, and then the 23 of Trinity B, and the 21 of Southampton, and the 14 of Brooks C. That's a nice close battle there, so keep an eye out for that one. As I say, that's one headed at the moment by the 25 of Imperial A. To be honest, the next one down the road as well, the University of East Anglia A in the number 12 car, battling over 19th place, and that is where we find our defending champions Loughborough A trying to get up the field. It was a great start for Loughborough A in the battle grid. They got from 36th up to 21st in the first few laps, but since then I think it's been a fairly hard graft for Watkin in that number 1 kart. So that's how that has been playing out. Which one are we looking at here? This is the number... there's various karts on that lap. There is the Loughborough kart, just went through the shot in that number 1. 3 minutes left on the clock. The race is led by Trinity A, with Sam Johns at the wheel. 2.8 seconds to the good over Brooks A, who are a further 2.3 seconds to the good over Brooks D. And then it is a 3-second gap back to the 7 versus the 16. As this is one of the battles we were talking about. So this is... goodness me, this is the battle from 14th downwards, which is Leeds A in the 30, Imperial A in the 25, then it's Brooks C, very good there. So that was Southampton A in the 21 and Trinity B in the 23, who has just been passed by the 12 of University of East Anglia A. So UEA have just got up to 18th place there. You can see the 12 now ahead of the 23, and then behind them is the 42. That is a kart that is on a different lap, so that is Bath A lap down. Phil Craven trying to get by. It's weird what happened to Phil Craven. He clearly missed something that seriously hindered him on that first lap. He had an unforced error, or he went for a move, just didn't pay off. Yeah, very odd one that happened to Phil Craven in that De Montfort A kart early on. That is the 12 now of University of East Anglia A chasing Southampton A. This is for 17th place. Michael Preston, we've already seen a few times this race in that Southampton A kart. And who's in this? Effort for this one. That is Oliver Gleason racing in that one at the moment. With the 23 then of Trinity B, sister kart to the current race leader. And that is Ryan Davis at the wheel for that one, as there's a penalty for Exeter B, which is a bump and pass, and it was committed against Cambridge C. Here, it's useful. We know who they bumped and passed on. Don't usually get that information in the box. I wonder if you're going to get that more often. We would expect that the leader will soon, or the leader's just crossed the line, so it'll be 2 more laps for the race leader, the number 10. And there's the second place kart of Brooks A in the 3, and then the 13 of Brooks D. And then where is the battle for 4th place? A little further down the order, we're looking for the 16 and the 7 of Nottingham A and Birmingham A. That's the closest battle in the top 10 at the moment. So there is Brooks A in 2nd place. That's there's the 13 of Brooks D. And then let's have a look. There is your 4th place battle between Charlie Lamb in that Newcastle A kart and Rory Smith. And Rory Smith goes for it. What a move into Garner. That was a very, very bold move as Sam Johns crossed the timing beam to begin the last lap. But that is a brilliant move there. And that one's been brewing for a fair few laps. We were fortunate there to pick it up at exactly the right moment. And Rory knows it, going defensive here into the first 2 corners. But that means Charlie Lamb will get a good run off the corners. He'll have to go to the outside into hairpin 1, but he's going to have good speed. Can he get the switch back and try and duck to the outside for hairpin 2? He is going to try and go to the outside and get a switch back, but Rory Smith, experienced karter that he is, parks it on the apex of that second hairpin and denies the opportunity. I can see that Sam Johns is starting to come round for Trinity now, so we're going to have to cut back to see that as he comes up the hill. The number 10 of Sam Johns crosses the line and takes the win for University of Wales, Trinity St David A. It is 2nd place for Oxford Brooks A, 3rd for Brooks D, and then it's a race to the line, one would imagine, for 4th place. There it is. Rory Smith had to defend hard there on the final lap, but took that for Birmingham A. Nottingham A's Charlie Lamb in 5th. Then it's Kyle Knight, who was our pole sitter for this one, coming home in 6th place for Newcastle A's. Warwick A with a much better showing than their first race of the day, I'm happy to report, in 7th. University of West of England A in 8th, and it was Brighton B and Oxford Brooks B to round out your top 10. And Brighton B, notable mention, your highest placed clubman class runner within that. Cardiff B were next in 11th, Exeter B in 12th, Cambridge B in 13th, then it was Leeds A in 14th place, Brooks C in 15th, University of East Anglia A won in the end. That frenetic battle that we saw, several karts involved with that one, in 16th place. Then it was Imperial A, Southampton A, Loughborough A getting up to 19th place from the back of the grid there. University of Wales, Trinity St David B round out your top 20. Then it was Bristol A, Surrey A, Brooks E, Nottingham Trent A and Liverpool C to take you out to 25th. Then it was Brooks F, Nottingham Trent B, Exeter C, University of West England B and Leeds Beckett A to round out your top 30. And then it was Nottingham Trent C, Liverpool A, Cambridge C, Leeds C, De Montfort A with that one to forget, unfortunately for Phil Craven there, and Bath A to round out the 36 runners in that one. That then was race number 2, and we will now do the turnaround looking for race 3. And I'm waiting as ever with bated breath for the clearance to head on down to Jacob, but as we just wait for him to get into position, I say once again, do hope you're enjoying this coverage of rounds 1 and 2 of the British Universities Karting Championship for 2022. Plenty of action still to come here for us today. We're going to go away and keep doing some of the maths behind the points, and we'll soon pick it up down on the grid with Jacob.
And here we have the winner of race number 2, Sam Johns of University of Wales, Trinity St David. 2 Welsh race winners in a row.
Yeah, it was funny actually, because we were talking to Cardiff in the pub last night, basically saying how we were going to be the number 1 and number 2 unis, so it's looking good so far.
It's mad how I didn't get an invite to that.
Oh, well, it's a pub, you should know we're there.
I was busy, actually. Never mind. Tell us about your race then.
It was unexpected. I will admit the kart is very good.
They all are. I don't know if the Club 100 karts are fantastic.
They are all very good, but yeah, it was a fun race.
Any talking trouble with back markers of Josh before you thought he'd lost the race towards the end? How do you manage back markers? You know, we've spoken about this before, but give me the official line, Sam.
Well, as an example, I was fighting a back marker going into the second hairpin, and he had the inside, and I knew I would lose time, so I looked at him and just did that, and then he backed out. So it's not my best tactic, but it works. It's efficient.
Communication is, in a word, is what we were looking for.
Talk to your fellow competitor. It gives them a heartwarming feeling.
Oh, yeah, I like that. University of Wales, Trinity St David, then, you mentioned briefly saying that you're going to be the top 2 universities. Have you got the squad this year to compete for the championship?
We've lost Harry Farnhill, but he might be coming back for Landau. We've got Matt in for him, and he's very quick. So yeah, I think we can challenge for another top 10.
Did you get on at qualifiers? Remind me.
I think we came 7th in our day, so about 13th, 14th overall. But we had I'm coming up with race driver excuses here. We had a very tough grid, so we could have done better. But
the grids are even tougher, yeah, and you got to make up for that.
Yeah, true. I prefer Buckmore as well, to be fair. So.
Wow, we won't say that too loudly because we do love Walter Mill, but no, it's a great track, Buckmore.
Yeah, all the tracks we go to are good, especially Landau. Go to your Landau kart circuit; it's very good.
There you have it, South Wales Karting Centre. Over here, we're good. We lost something. Apologies if we did. I'm going to talk to Henry Miles, who's queuing at the back. Henry, how are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad.
A lot of lead there. Are you sure you're over the weight now?
I hope so. I hope so. It was a little bit close, but yeah, I should be over the weight.
How did the race go?
To be honest, I have no idea where I finished, but I had a good battle with some other karts. So yeah, pretty fun race.
And
right at the line at the end, so yeah, it's decent.
And Buckmore Park, we've just been talking about how good a track Buckmore Park is. Do you enjoy it here?
Yeah, it's great. I love the downhill section. It's it's pretty fun.
Me too. Right, I'm going to let you progress the queue. Who's the man in behind you? Who have we got here?
Ethan.
Ethan, how was your race?
It wasn't great. I had a terrible start and dropped all the way to the back.
Did you improve from there, though?
I overtook a few people, but I really don't know where I finished at all.
Did you have fun? That's the main.
Yeah, it was good fun. Really tiring though.
As a track, have you been to Buckmore before?
No, this is the first time I've actually raced on it.
And did you enjoy yourself?
Yeah, no, it was really fun.
Which corner would we say is the best part of Buckmore?
Probably this downhill section because you can take it flat out.
Wow. Only if you're good enough. Ethan, I'll let you go get yourself weighed. And last in the queue is Mr. John Ratcliffe of Cardiff. John, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you, mate. How are you?
Not too bad. You got enough lead to make sure you're over the weight?
Mate, I actually have lead, look. Yeah? How insane is that? First time ever. Wow. So,
First time for everything, John.
Last year I don't think they had different lightweight, heavyweight, did they? So this year, heavyweight, I actually have to have some, which is a blessing in disguise, I think. Bit of chub lost.
Yeah, well, I've heard there was a Cardiff-Swansea meet-up in the pub last night. Where was my invite?
I have heard that as well. I was not there, so don't worry.
Neither of us were invited.
No, I've heard that, yeah. Our captain apparently staggered back into the room a bit worse aware at about midnight last night, so he's holding the team proud, leading from the front.
I'll be sure to find him on the grid later and ask him where my invite was, and indeed where your invite was. Exactly. I'm less offended now if you weren't invited.
Exactly. We should just meet up ourselves next time.
Me and John are going to have a pub meet-up. If anyone wants to join, if anyone's not been invited to their respective local pub meet-ups before BUKC, you can come and join us in the Outcasts pub meet-up next, I guess that'd be next Monday night, would it be?
Yeah, it will be. Yeah. Ready for PF?
There's no pubs around PF, so we're going to really struggle with this.
The walk back might be a bit long.
Yeah, well, what can you do? John, the queue's very short, so I'll let you get on.
Thank you, sir. Have a nice day, mate.
John Ratcliffe there of Cardiff. I want to say Cardiff B because he's got the red number plate. And the main team, the A team, was black, number 14, I think. There's 2 drivers left to get weight. We are doing Parc Fermé here. The weights, as John was saying, vary throughout the day, lightweights, heavyweights, to make sure that these drivers are on as even keel as possible. Camille of Exeter there running out to the grid, to the back as well for some reason. But here we are, drivers for race number 3 coming out to the grid. Let's go stand over by the pole position cart. Philippe Vava there for Brooks heading up the grid. Team Newcastle I think will be moving on. And we have Leeds Beckett on pole, do we? Who have we got here? Come over and have a chat. Who have we got here?
Callum Rankin.
Callum, first time on pole position?
Yeah, first time at this track as well. Ooh. Yeah.
Do you know which way you're going?
Yeah, I used to work at a track which is really similar, so I've been watching loads of YouTube videos as well. So you take advice from Brad, so he's raced there loads. So
I wouldn't.
Take it with a pinch of salt, but
yeah. What's the plan then?
Hopefully on the first 3 laps get some quicker guys in front of me, so I know what to do, lines to take, where to brake. And from there, just be defensive as I can for the first lap or so, build up a little bit of gap if I can. If someone gets past, I'll just follow them, just hope and pray.
Honestly, that's the first time I've asked this question of the man on pole position and thought, yeah, that's a really solid answer. Everyone else just says, oh, I don't really know.
No, thank you.
You've done well to think it through. What kind of finish would you be happy with then, do you reckon?
Top 6.
Good man, aiming high. Well, you got Ross Steele to the side of you. I'm going to have a quick chat with Ross in a second. Any words of encouragement for him?
Crash. That'd be beneficial for me.
Everyone works for your plan. He's quite a quick guy. He can show you the way. But I'll go tell him now.
All right, cheers. Thank you.
Ross. Let me dive this side of you. Second position. The man alongside you's never been here before. Have you been? You've been here. You came here last year, didn't you?
Yeah, I've been here a few times, to be fair, like 5 or 6 times. So hopefully I'll beat him. Otherwise I'll be very sad.
What's your pace like around here?
Crashing.
A big sigh, Ross.
Yeah, I'm quite nervous, to be fair. It's been a while since I've been in the seat, so...
To add some pressure, we've had 2 Welsh winners of the first 2 races, and I guess it's on you, really. I'll try and find some more Welshmen further back, but yeah, you're in the hot seat for that one.
Are you saying you don't trust me? You've got to find them further back, is that?
I trust you. I trust the hopes of our nation on you, but, you know, I don't want to put too much pressure on you.
Yeah, I'm feeling it anyway. Thank you.
All right, then. Good luck with it. I'll speak to you after the race when you win.
Oh, cheers, man. Thank you.
That's Ross Steele there of Reading University. Looking to spoil his morning is Sam Pooley of Nottingham Trent. Sam's going to have a quick chat with me now. Sam, I believe you've already won a BUKC race around here.
Last year, yeah. I managed to clinch one.
Yeah. Well, so far today we've only had Welsh people win. So can you chalk one up for Team England?
I'm going to do my absolute best to, definitely. Yeah. I can't have Wales winning all of it.
Well, you can't help it sometimes. It's a country with a lot of natural sporting talent. What about Buckmore Park is going to set you apart from other people then? Where are you quicker than people, and what can you do that others can't?
You asked difficult questions, don't Jacob?
Hey, hard-hitting journalism, this.
I think. Look, like the track promotes smoothness, which is, I'm usually pretty smooth. So I think as long as I'm not binned at turn 1, then hopefully I'll be able to snatch another win. But we'll see.
All right, then. Well, I'll let you get back to your preparations. All the best. Sam Pooley there of Nottingham Trent. Let's try and find someone who I haven't spoken to. There's more Trent by there. This race suit looks incredible. Who have we got here? So I'm just going to push Tom out of the way.
Hello.
Who have we got here?
Freddie Fincham, Loughborough B.
Freddie, of course. I haven't spoken to anyone from Loughborough. New suit, Freddie. I've not seen this one before.
I haven't been racing for 2 years, but I was racing in 3-4 years ago in it.
Were you?
Yeah.
I'd remember a suit like this, I thought.
Yeah, I was on placement year for 2 years, so I've just come back.
Have you lost it, is what I want to know.
Oh, no, it's still out there to find. I'm on my way, as they say.
Good stuff. Obviously not the championship defence that Loughborough A were hoping for at qualifiers, but Loughborough B are doing okay, aren't they?
Well, my job is to get all the way to the front and then let Tom Thickpenny just behind me on my right in front of me over the line. So I'll do all the hard work, and then you can just take the win and get the points for us.
It's an interesting plan. Let's see if it pays off.
Yeah, well, you can only hope.
Cheers, Freddie. Freddie Fincham there of Loughborough B. We are going to grab one more interview, and it's going to be with someone towards the back of this one. We've spoken to Liverpool already. We haven't had a Sheffield driver, and they've got a nice big visor sticker. Who have we got here? Alex. Sheffield A or B?
Sheffield A.
Sheffield A. How's Sheffield A getting on today?
We haven't had any races. It's our first one, yeah.
Pressure's on you then to deliver a good first result and get them on the way. What can you do from this? Well, it must be around 30th.
I don't know. I'm hoping for kind of top 15, but we'll see. Yeah. We'll see.
Were you down here last week at the test? And there's a couple of Sheffield guys.
I wasn't. Haven't been here since last year, so yeah.
Do you remember the way around?
I do remember.
Do you want a quick? You don't need me to just give you.
No, I think I'll be all right. Thank you, though.
Because you wouldn't want to take advice from me. Anyway, though, you got Adam just in front of you, who's your teammate.
Yeah.
The two of you plan on working together?
Hopefully, yeah. He's not counting for any points, so hopefully he can help me out a little bit.
He just turned around and said yes, as if, like, quite hopefully, like, please push me through the back.
I think he's going to be faster than me, to be honest, but we'll have to see. He was here last week, so.
Okay, I'll go have a quick chat. I'll go have a quick chat with him, Alex. Thanks for chatting to us. And we'll just push Sam out. Get away, Sam. Adam.
Yeah.
He said you've had a bit more practice than him, and you might even be quicker. Is that true?
Practice, yes. Quicker, maybe. We'll see. It's been close so far, so I'm not sure.
All right, well, this man in front of you is quite handy, old Tom Thickpenny. Do you reckon you can stick with him?
Helmet. I'll try and stick with him through practice, follow his lines.
Well, good luck.
Thanks.
Hope Team Sheffield do well, and I'll hopefully speak to you in a bit later.
Okay, thank you.
Adam Nather there of Sheffield and his teammate Alex in the A-Kart. As you can see, drivers are on their way around, so race number 3 is about to get underway. Back to you guys, Andrew and Howard, in the comms box.
Thank you, Jacob. Let's take you through the starting grid for race 3 of round 1 of the 2022 British Universities Karting Championship. Then Leeds Beckett A have Callum Rankin starting for them on pole with Ross Deal alongside in the Reading A-Kart. Can another Welshman win a race? Well, we've also got Swansea A on row 2 with Bryn Griffiths at the wheel, Sam Pooley in the Nottingham Trent A-Kart as well. Row 3 is made up of Cambridge B's Dom Cousins and Christian Toma for Southampton B. Then it's Brighton A with Ryan Denny, Jordan Evans for Brunel A. Nottingham Trent sees Dylan Krishnaraja and Kieran Harrison for Leeds A round out your top 10. Then it's Manchester A's James Walkington and Alistair Gregg for Coventry A. Row 7 is Oxford Brookes C's Philip Vava and Freddie Fincham making a return for Loughborough B. Interesting tactics discussed with Jacob there. We've seen some great stuff from Freddie in the past, so this is going to be interesting to see how he gets on. Fraser Brunton is next for Cardiff A, and then it's Zacharias Lee for Manchester B alongside. Birmingham A have Fred Lee going for them, and then it's Daniel Hudes for Oxford Brookes F alongside. Tom Thickpenny for Loughborough A and Hertfordshire A's Alessandro Cerinetti round out your top 20. Then it is Bournemouth A's Adam Nather and John Woodhead for Leicester A. Backstage Academy A's Joe Kennedy has Max Lorenz for Liverpool C alongside on row 12. Row 13 is Sheffield A's Alexander Smith and George Palozzi for Southampton A. It's Ollie Underwood next for Newcastle A, with Birmingham B's Jack Finch alongside on row 14. And row 15 to round out the top 30 is Oxford Brooks E's Theo Frederick and Max Mooney for UClan A. Exeter A's Max O'Shaughnessy and Yorgos Meliotos for Leeds C are row 16. Row 17 is De Montfort A's Clement Sauvin and Bristol A alongside. We don't have a driver down for Bristol A in this one. And then it's Brooks B's Lucas Sullivan and Exeter B's Sam Hampshire rounding out your 36 kart grid. A randomly generated grid, of course, so expect to see plenty of chopping and changing of positions through this race once they have finished the practice laps they're currently running and they get behind the pace kart to rolling up laps. Interesting to hear from teams who are just starting their day's racing for today in this race. This is the last race where that would be the case, that they've sat out the first 2 races. Remember, each team contesting 4 out of the 6 in this in the round format. That's how we managed to have 54 teams competing, but only 36 karts on the grid of each race. Sheffield getting their, or Sheffield A at least, getting their day off to a start in this one, as we were hearing from Alexander Smith. I'm pretty sure I've not seen the UClan team out there yet. Apologies to them if I'm wrong there, but there's certainly some teams who are starting their racing for the first time today, and good luck to them. As we now get into rolling up laps.
Can we just address what happened before the grid was read out there, sir?
I don't know what you mean.
If you are viewing the DDMM data center stream, you will have just caught a full, in sound and vision, interpretive dance of the
I like
the jingle music there.
I like the jingles.
Oh, someone's had a spin.
I like the jingles, alright?
This is the kind of content that you don't get on the live stream, ladies and gentlemen. So if you've got a second monitor, hop over to the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube page to catch a sight of that.
Now I feel like I'm being exploited with it. I don't know.
And camera's
jingles.
running.
I know, it's there. Yeah. I just forget it's there after a bit and end up doing goodness knows. I think that driver spin. Do you know what that driver spun out there? That's a classic one of they came down through Simon Sweet, forgetting that they were going through the cut through, then saw an official waving them through and sort of went into a bit of panic. That's my guess.
Oh heck.
I can't think why I would make that guess. It's definitely not from personal experience in the past. It can feel a bit awkward, this, on the rolling up, because you come out of this sort of Indy Loop bend, and you've got to keep the pace up the hill, as indeed, are we good for the off this time around? No, we're going around again. But because it's that uphill, if you get a bad exit, even though you're going at rolling up speeds, if you get a quote-unquote bad exit coming out of that bottom Indy Loop corner, you can suddenly go, oh gosh, am I ready for the start? And you can sort of start to, you know, rev up the engine, get up the speed, and then you're like, no, we're not going yet. It can be quite difficult. It's a blind corner at Cafe Corner. 2 blind corners around this circuit. One at Syme Sweep and one at Cafe Corner. And with Cafe Corner, it's like, has the race started? I can't see the lights. So that can often make it a challenge if you're starting further down the grid here at Buckmore Park. What about this time? Are we ready to go? The engine notes rise, and we are away. Here we go then. Leeds Beckett A and Callum Rankin starting on pole in the number 60. Away we go. It's quite a spread out. Some of the drivers were caught off guard by that start. You can tell by the way it's spread out further down the pack, but they're streaming through into the lead there. Tries Swansea's Bryn Griffiths, and Bryn Griffiths gets the job done. The number 31 is up to the lead. The number 11 of Nottingham Trent A and Sam Pooley all sliding around in hairpin 2, but is still in 3rd place. Slotting in behind Leeds Beckett A as they all stream through the S's for the first time and down through Syme Sweep. That was a lot of the back kicking out there for the number 31 of Bryn Griffiths in the Swansea A kart as they head up guard. Can Sam Pooley tuck underneath and challenge for the lead? It would have to be from a long way back now, and he doesn't. Some drivers going wide in avoidance further down the field. Somehow the bollard still looks like it's in position, but definitely some drivers going off in avoidance there, as that looked like the number 36 of Nottingham Trent C clattering all over the exit of the Senna S as they come through to finish lap number 1. So it is Callum Rankin who leads, Bryn Griffiths, who leads for Swansea A as the number 30 of Leeds A dives down the inside of Manchester A, and I think gets the job done there to get themselves up into 5th place. Nottingham Trent A. And Sam Pooley, I can just see out my window, challenging. Here's, oh, that was a sideways moment there for one of the carts coming through. The side sweepers Leeds A continue to go on the move there. That is putting a move on, was that the Cambridge B? I'll have to check the time as they come this time around, but Leeds A looking very racy here in that number 30 car. No, it's up to, it was past Cambridge B, and it's Manchester A have got past Reading A as well, as there's a change for the lead into hairpin 1, as Sam Pooley is trying to fend off now because he's just gained. So the number 11 of Nottingham Trent A and Sam Pooley to the head of the field, ahead of Bryn Griffiths. Sam Pooley trying to deny the flurry of Welsh victories that we're seeing so far today in the BUKC. But Sam Pooley's got up and he's away, and behind him there's a battle over second, and oh, this is quite a cacophony now as they go 3 wide here. Manchester A it was who made contact with the curb. Is it Ocean? But who's in the Manchester car for this one? I will double check that one. It's James Walkington, excuse me. So at the end of that one, Sam Pooley's checking out. He is checking out. Leeds A have got up into second place. It's been a great competitive start from Kieran Harrison, experienced driver in that Leeds A effort in the number 30 kart. So it's now Trent A, Leeds A and Swansea A, your top 3. James Walkington in that number 5 Manchester kart, looking to find a way past Bryn Griffiths in that Swansea kart. Oh, and who's that off at the hairpin? We'll have to double check that. I'll look out for any ABC takeout penalties coming up for if there was anything involved in that, but we will take a look at time as to who that was. That's around. Look at this, the Walkington going down the inside, and behind him as well, a battle going on between Reading and Cardiff, I think that was as well, as they come through the centre S's. Plenty of early battles here in the top 10 or even the top 5, as again Walkington's going to look down the inside of Bryn Griffiths, and he is going to make it stick, and going through as well. That was brilliant opportunism by the number 18 of Cardiff A. What a reading there, and not only did they get by on Swansea A, they got by on Manchester as well there. That was a beautiful opportunistic move there from Fraser Brunton in that Cardiff A kart. Great stuff there from Fraser, as there's a cone penalty shown for Bournemouth. I think that might be a re-showing, either that or they've become particularly accustomed to hitting the curb, as there's a sideways moment through paddock, and that led to an incident. That, to me, was that Swansea? That was from very high up. I think that was Swansea going round, you know. I'll double check that one as it comes through on timing. As look at this. This is Manchester versus Cardiff over third place, side by side. Cardiff is going to have the inside line for hairpin 1. Manchester don't want to yield it, but it is Cardiff A who take that one. So that is Fraser getting back through on James Walkington. Who dropped down the order off the back of that? It was Swansea A who spun. So Bryn Griffiths, it looked like an unforced error to me. I didn't see any contact that led him into it, but they were running very close to each other. Just lost the back end coming out of paddock. At this point you're looking at now, a lap ago, he's dropped down. He's back up to speed now, but he's dropped down. This is a black flag for Hertfordshire for an ABC takeout. So was that for, well, was that for that incident? Or who was it who dropped down the order? We saw a spinner at hairpin 1. Bournemouth A have gone to the back of the field. Sheffield A are also towards the back, so I think they both had some kind of incident out there. Still running though, everyone's still running at the moment. So James Walkington, number 5 Manchester, is having to defend against Ross Stills. That's Hertfordshire coming in for, I'm afraid to say, their second black flag of the day. So Hertfordshire have already burnt through their drop score race, so it's going to be a costly one this for Hertfordshire. They don't really have, well, as I say, they've burnt through all the bullets in their gun in that sense. Not that the drop score is there to allow you to have a black flag offence. That's not really the idea. It's for an unforeseen thing beyond your control, such as a kart failure, rare though they are. We did see Warwick having something happen to their car in the first race. Home penalty for BUKC. Looking there, and that is the lead gap that has gone down, because Leeds A have pulled it in. Kieran Harrison now within half a second, in fact less than half a second, of Sam Pooley. So here it is, the lead battle being joined here between Nottingham Trent A and Leeds A. Sam Pooley versus Kieran Harrison.
Leeds another team that, when I think about their history at Buckmore Park over the years, and a bit of a breaker of the trend, really. We tend to see the southern teams doing a bit better here, but Leeds have a strong record. Even Pooley's wide. Pooley is wide there. That was a mistake from the Nottingham Trent driver. This is going to be an opportunity for Leeds now. Is there going to be a switch back on through hairpin 2? No, Pooley's recovered it well. Simply raising the spirits of the team from West Yorkshire.
Absolutely. And behind them as well, Fraser Brunton in that Cardiff A kart and James Walkington in the Manchester kart. So you'll see the 18 and the 5 in the background. Ross Deal not a million miles away from either in the 52 of Reading. Highest placed clubman kart at the moment in this one. And a reminder, they're denoted by the red number plates. As there's a contact warning for Manchester shown on the digi-flag there. We're not even halfway in this one, and I've got a feeling this race has had a fair amount of drama in it already. Side by side again between the two hairpins, but I don't think Harrison is going to be in the right position to get a switch back out of hairpin 2, biding his time and waiting for an opportunity, or even at this stage, largely looking to work together. You know, he doesn't want to lose time too much here. As Reading A and Cambridge B joining battle for 5th place. You can see just in the background. And Brooks B are right with them as well, and that's courtesy of setting the fastest lap of the race the last time through. So good show of pace at the moment from the Brooks B car, which has come from the penultimate spot on the grid, and it's Lucas Sullivan. So I'm unsurprised, because he is a very experienced and fast racer who's coming up through the field. There is the lead battle.
For Coventry A, the co-management C.
Yep.
B received one as well.
The lead battle, you can see just in the background as well, Fraser Brunton just stretching his legs a bit in 3rd place for Cardiff A now. You can see the 18, and then there's a few kart lengths between himself and Manchester A. But no such gap between the top two. They come through Cafe Corner for the 11th time of this race. Kieran Harrison, an experienced driver now for Leeds. Can he tuck underneath and get an opportunity? He'll take the opportunity if it's coming. He's just not going to, you know, go all in on a move that might have low returns. Through the S's they go. And down through Symes Sweet. You'd have to be very brave to be attempting a move. We do see it happen occasionally through Symes Sweet, but you've got to be, to be honest, you've got to start to have your kart alongside out of the S's. It's slightly more common to see moves in the S's in the wet because of the different lines that you can take. Other close battles out there. You can just see in the background when we're looking at some of the longer shots of this lead battle. As I say, the battle joining together between Manchester A and Brooks B, Cambridge B and Reading A, all very close together. Excuse me, Brooks C as well. So there's a couple of Brooks karts in the fight in the background of these two. Further down, Birmingham A just got past Loughborough B for 12th place. Brooks E as well, just past Southampton B for 15th. There's the lead battle. There is Cardiff A in the 8th, and there's the move. There is a move for the lead. Oh goodness me! Down side by side through the centre S's, now up the hill. Who's going to yield through Cafe Corner? They'll be side by side. They're still side by side. Sam Pooley's keeping his foot in it. This is brilliant stuff between Nottingham Trent A and Leeds A, and Sam Pooley is going to hold on to that one. But now Kieran Harrison will be able to tuck underneath. Can he get a nose alongside for hairpin 1? No, he can't. What a nice little exchange though. Brilliant respect shown by the two drivers, and Sam Pooley somehow able to hold on to that lead. The timing will show for history books, that there was no lead change there, but we saw a little differently for some moments there, as Manchester A now coming under serious pressure. Just James Walkington in the number 5 coming under pressure from Lucas Sullivan in the number 6 of Brooks B. You can just see in the background, that is the battle over 4th place. So it's these two battling over the lead, then it's Cardiff A in the 18, and then the 5 and the 6 there of Manchester and Brooks B contesting 4th place, with Cambridge B not a million miles behind them.
Really, really good race again from Cardiff A. Cardiff A, another one of those examples, which I will now reveal, with the teams that we were talking with yesterday evening, talking about sticking that driver here in the midst of it to pull just that incredible season last year in the Club 100 Lightweight Sprints Championship. And didn't quite get a race victory. Down the inside, here go Leeds. Leeds are going through, are they? No, they're not. Well fought back by Sam Pooley, holds onto the lead, but all the while, this is bringing Cardiff back into the battle for first position. Once again, over start finish into turn one we go, and then through Henry's Bend.
That was the inverse of what we saw a couple of laps ago, Andrew, with Sam Pooley there on the inside of the centre S's. Last time he kept his foot in it round the outside and all the way up the hill as he's going defensive into hairpin 2 here. Will Kieran Harrison get good drive off the corner as a result through the switchback? Can he do anything with it? Behind him, Lucas Sullivan gets by on Manchester A there. Yep. The 6 now ahead of the 5, so change of position for 4th as they come down through Syme Sweep. What about this time between the top 2 runners? Can Harrison get a good run off the corners? There's a track limit warning for Fraser Brunton in that Cardiff A car as he comes under increasing pressure now from Lucas Sullivan. You can see him in his green and yellow helmet there. Sullivan, experienced racer that he is, coming onto the back of Fraser Brunton. No such close racing between Leeds and Trent A that time around.
Yeah, it's fairly clear on that one for a TLW on Fraser Brunton. It was out of hairpin number 2.
We're still only just hit halfway in this race, mate. And this one's going to run and run as now down the inside goes Kieran Harrison. Textbook move into hairpin 2. What can Pooley do about that? Has he got better drive off the corner? He had a look at putting his nose in at the S's, but that might have compromised him down the hill. That might actually have sealed the deal for Harrison for the time being in that Leeds A kart in the number 30, because that will have compromised him all the way down the hill, and I don't think he's close enough to try a counter-attack into Garda, so that is a completed move for Kieran Harrison, and Leeds A are to the front of the field.
Kieran Harrison does like a round 1 of a BUKC. I remember him running very strongly 2 years ago when the season kicked off proper at PF International. Here he is once again in 2022, leading at Buckmore Park with 11.5 minutes to go.
Tom Thickpenny's just made it into the top 10 for Loughborough A as he works his way up through the field. Freddie Fincham not too far behind, actually, in the number 20 Loughborough B car, sister car, in 13th place on his return into the BUKC mains, as that was a bit sketchy for Manchester A down the hill, and I wonder if that's given an opportunity for Cambridge B in the number 15 car, highest placed clubman car at the moment in this one, with Don Cousins at the wheel. Into a new lap they will go at the head of the field. They're almost pairing off here in the top 6. It's Leeds A and Nottingham Trent A, the first pairing. Then it's Cardiff A's Fraser Brunton versus Lucas Sullivan in the Brooks B car. With James Walkington and Don Cousins in Cambridge, in Manchester A and Cambridge B respectively.
Lots of support for Leeds in the chat, I can see. Keep it coming in, guys. This would be a big victory if they can hold on to it. There's a long time in this race to go. Still 10 minutes side by side for 5th place. Cambridge B trying to get past Manchester A there. Manchester A just hold on to P5 in the number 5 car for now.
They're still pairing off further down the order as well, because Brooks C and Exeter A are running close together for 7th place, and they'll be able to see what's happening up ahead and going, there's the opportunity, let's work together. One of them, by the way, is Max O'Shaughnessy, who's come from well back on the 31st he started. So good run up the order for Exeter at the moment, currently running in 8th place, as that was Lucas Sullivan by on Cardiff A. That is a change for 3rd place. Brooks B ahead of Cardiff A, and Sullivan carries on his impressive run up the order. What can he do in the remaining 9.5 minutes of this one? Can he get onto the back of these top 2 and start disrupting us? Once again, Cambridge B has a little nibble coming through Garda on Manchester A, but Manchester holds on to it, and then that, the 14, was Brooks C with Exeter A right behind them. So, as I say, pairing off now are these battles throughout the top 8. Brilliant stuff so far. We're getting treated to a fair few good little dogfights out there at the moment. It's left on the clock. There's Manchester A leading Cambridge B down through Syme Sweep. this fast right-hander you've just got to commit to, but not get too greedy on the exit because you don't want to compromise your line through the left-hander at Pullman's. It's a sequence: Sime Sweep, Pullman's, and then paddock. A left, right, left. Oh, no, right, left, right. Excuse me.
You're doing it wrong if you're doing it that way.
But you're doing the circuit in reverse if that's what you're doing. Yeah, the sequence that you want to string together, and it really all begins actually at the top of the hill here. They'll come out of hairpin 2, and then it's all the way down the hill through the S's, and that's why I think the drivers love this track so much. The sequence of it is so enjoyable in a kart.
Right on cue, Max O'Shaughnessy. Let's talk about him in the number 4 X2A kart, because once again, this is a brilliant performance from Max O'Shaughnessy. Started 31st, is now 7th. He's one of those drivers that has quickly found the art of this.
Yes.
Of having that lowly grid slot, but just being able to drive his way through, especially here at Buckmore Park. It's a strong circuit for Max.
And as we just picked him up there, he just got passed on BUKC.
Yep.
That was last time around, getting passed on Philip Wever.
How much time has he got left? 7.5 minutes. The gap to the next kart is 2 seconds. This could be on for the top 5 here.
Yeah, and
gets his foot down.
Yeah, and
I'm saying he's not got his foot down already. Clearly he has.
And I'm still seeing how can Lucas. I mean, bear in mind Lucas Sullivan in that Oxford Brooks B kart started penultimate last. The number 6 here on your screen started in 35th place. And I've got to say, with 7 minutes left, and with some traffic coming to play now for the leaders as well, you know, I think that Kieran Harrison and Sam Pooley have had fun at the front here, but they might get a common enemy quite soon, because Lucas Sullivan's in that mix, Max O'Shaughnessy's in that mix, and that's not to mention, you know, Fraser Brunson's going to try and stay with Lucas in that Cardiff A kart, and James Walkington is there in Manchester A's effort as well. So this could close up nicely as we come into the closing phases of this third race of the day.
If you weren't with us earlier, race 1, at least on the road, was decided by traffic. In the end, it didn't matter too much for Cardiff A and Josh Ladd, because there was a penalty for Zalhanding, which swung the decision backwards points the other way, as Lucas Sullivan gets past one of the back markers there.
Jacob's just reminded me of something.
Go on.
Lucas Sullivan is also Welsh.
We can't be having this. I think it's to make up for the abysmal performance in the rugby on Saturday.
Does this work in reverse? If we're at like Clandau or GYG, do all the Southerners suddenly start like taking the wins? I don't know what's happening today. There we go.
6 minutes to go. Leeds, Yorkshire, leading. Brilliant. Love it. 0.2 of a second ahead of Nottingham Trent A.
You've got me looking for my highest placed Midlands team. This isn't the race to check.
Of the West variety.
Your West Midlands team.
Brooks B still pushing on. Lucas Sullivan is not out of this. Fraser Brunton showing his skills yet again. I'm trying to think now, has Fraser had a race win yet in the BUKC? Talked a lot about how the Club 100 lightweight sprint finals have remained elusive to him. He had quite a few second places in those formats.
I do just want to give mention to that, actually, because we haven't mentioned this aspect at all. We had a weigh-in in that last race.
Yep.
We should remind people that these sprint races are going in a format of lightweight, heavyweight, heavyweight,
yes.
Which means that this, being an odd-numbered race, is a lightweight race, so the weight limit is 75 kilos as opposed to the 82 kilos that you have to achieve for a heavyweight race. Just want to bear in mind, particularly if you see weigh-ins on the heavyweights, it's crucial that the teams remember this. Remember that fact, remember which race they're in and allocate their lead accordingly. If you're wondering why we have that rule, it's just to make sure everything's... There have been discussions in the past about the impact that weight has with these Club 100 Evo cards, so they just went, well, let's nullify that effect across a round by having a variable weight limit. That's why that's in place. I was trying to give the diplomatic...
in Club 100. There we go.
I was trying to give the diplomatic reason.
You had race 3 on your bingo card when it started coming out with controversial statements. You just won. 4 minutes and 14 seconds to go. This one's just simmering away nicely. Leeds, Nottingham Trent A, Brooks B, Cardiff A. 1, 2, 3, 4 covered by a second and a half with 4 minutes on the clock.
Very equidistanced at this point in time. I'm going to say a few kart lengths between each of them, but Lucas Sullivan there to me is looking really intent. As I say, like 35th on the grid is what he had to start with, and he's got himself all the way up into 3rd place. This is an impressive show here. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. These 4 are going to close up, and when they start to battle, what does it mean for the likes of James Walkington back there in Manchester A's effort? There he is, now defending, or still defending, against Cambridge B, as they have been all race long. I think they've been working together, to be fair. I don't think it's been, fisticuffs throughout. I think it's been working together to try and stay on pace for whether anything more valuable came their way towards the end, and it just might do. There's traffic ahead of the leaders. That's in the form of Nottingham Trent C, so that's an interesting thing to bear in mind for this battle that's coming through, that includes a Nottingham Trent A kart. Very similar to what we saw in the previous race, actually, for a sister kart coming into play here. Not that we would expect anything unsportsmanlike from the sister kart, I'm just saying. They won't want to be holding up their sister team, let's put it that way. Down the inside of Paddock goes leads on that, and indeed there is the 2 Trent karts side by side, the 11 and the 36. That almost went to tears there, and Nottingham Trent C duly gets out of the way, but I think that might have given Lucas Sullivan a bit of a run up the hill here on Sam Pooley, Let's see how they all are by the time they get to turn number 1. Lucas Sullivan is definitely in the wheel tracks of Sam Pooley. Sam Pooley's having to go defensive into turn 1. Look out for Cardiff A as well in the 18 kart. This is the battle over 2nd place, and if they battle too much, they're going to allow Kieran Harrison in that Leeds A kart to have a bit of a breather. They're still side by side heading towards hairpin number 2. Lucas Sullivan will get a switch back out of this corner. Will he get better drive off the corner and have an opportunity down the hill? It's difficult to do something with the overspeed through the S's. You tend to end up, if nothing else, bump drafting your own rival. But coming into Paddock Corner now, Sam Pooley in the number 11. Braking hard into Paddock Corner and up the hill they'll come. Will have to go defensive into Garda. Look at Fraser Brunton in the 18, looking to come through on the inside. Brilliant opportunism, and he's going to push Lucas Sullivan out wide. Lucas Sullivan will muscle his way up the inside. They're side by side up Herbert Rise. They're still side by side, and it's still exactly as they were, so the timing will show as if nothing happened.
Calm down board shown to Nottingham Trent A there. There's not often one that we see coming out. A very robust defence there of 3rd by Lucas Sullivan.
But all of that, Andrew, I think has allowed Kieran Harrison to just stretch his legs at the front.
Yeah, he's gone. Well, I'm saying that, he's
got some traffic
warning.
Yeah, contact warning. Got to be careful that he's got traffic right in front of him as well, which he still hasn't cleared through Paddock Corner.
Very quickly before we go into the last lap, just looking at which teams are doing well so far. Not the best of races for Birmingham at the moment. Just moved it.
Sorry.
They are in 12th place in this race. It's an okay score, but they'll have room for improvement. Similar in club, Bristol A and Liverpool C not having the races that they would have wanted at the moment to solidify their places in the club podium. They're going to leave themselves with work to do. It's very open at this halfway stage. We are on the last lap.
It was a costly pass to put a lap on Bristol A for the leader last time around, and they're now also finding problems to get past this 76 kart of Bristol A. I don't know if it's a kart that's on the pace and down because of an earlier incident, but it's bunching them up here. It's allowing Kieran Harrison, having been a hindrance on the previous lap, the 30 of Leeds A is able to romp away at the front here, having got by them. But is this going to close up the battle for 2nd place? The 76 is not in this fight. They are traffic a lap down. Sam Pooley's going to have to go to the inside. So is Lucas Sullivan. Will this give Fraser Brunton a good run off the corner? Side by side. There is Kieran Harrison in the number 30. They're going to go side by side up the hill. Lucas Sullivan's on the grass and hitting a bollard as they go side by side through Cafe Corner. It's going to be Kieran Harrison for Leeds A who takes the win. Sam Pooley in 2nd. It'll be Fraser Brunton's Cardiff A effort that is classified 3rd. Lucas Sullivan for Brooks B finishing 4th. And will be gutted by how that transpired over the last few corners, but still with good points for Brooks B. Manchester A finishing 5th. Exeter A, a great drive from Max O'Shaughnessy to finish 6th. Cambridge B, the highest placed club and kart, in 7th. And it was Brooks 6, Loughborough A, Tom Thickpenny in the end getting up to 9th. Leeds Beckett A rounding out the top 10. Then it was Reading A. Ross Deal it was at the wheel of that one, wasn't it, in 11th place. Loughborough B were next, Birmingham A in 13th, and it was Newcastle A and Swansea A to take you out to 15th place. Brooks E, Brighton A, Southampton B, Euclan A and Exeter B for the top 20. Was that a replay we were going through there?
Yeah, just looking at the replay of the run out of Garda through Senna.
Yep. I'll keep going until we see. So in Brooks F in 21st, then it was Birmingham B, Manchester B, Coventry A, Liverpool C to take you out to 25th. Brunel A, Southampton A, De Montfort A, and Leeds C and Sheffield A to go to your 30th position. Then it was Backstage Academy A, Hertfordshire A with their second black flag of the day, meaning their scoreline is going to be affected badly now. Leicester A in 33rd, then it was Bristol A in 34th, Nottingham-Trent C in 35th, and Bournemouth A in 36th place.
Well, assuming that result does stand, that is quite a victory for Leeds and Kieran Harrison individually, because that was a high-quality field. There's some very, very strong drivers in it, and he beat them all. So, great result for Leeds. A lot of happy Leeds in the chat. Keep them coming in. Hello to Issa as well on the DDMM data centre, who's cheering on Manchester. So there we go. M62 rivalry, both halves of it covered. We're just waiting to see if his giraffeness is ready to speak to Kieran Harrison, and we'll get a nod. And he is ready indeed, so we're going to pass down onto the grid. Jacob, over to you.
Down here on the grid, Lucas Sullivan's having a bit of a telling off for that. Bobby's wants to fuel up the go-karts, but Kieran Harrison is our race winner. Kieran, come on over. A solid win.
Yeah, it was a tough one. I think well, I started P10 and I knew Sam was starting ahead, so I knew it would be a difficult one. But we both managed to break away a bit. Then we had a bit of a battle for a few laps. It was a tough one to get past, and then I just couldn't gap him until I think I got a bit lucky with the back marker. I got past and he got held up.
Well, right at the end, you had third and fourth, which was Lucas and Fraser challenging him, and I think that's what allowed you to get a bit of a gap. But a well-managed race.
Yeah, it was. I was just trying to avoid penalties after that, so I knew I'd be happy with top 2, top 3, so the win wasn't essential, but obviously a nice bonus.
And another gold medal for your collection.
Yes, yeah, lovely.
Kieran, congratulations. I'll let you get on and get your stuff. We'll have a quick chat with Sam Pooley as well for that heroic defence. Sam, we spoke to you on the grid, and I did mention a previous win around here, but second is a solid result, all things considered.
Yeah, almost. I think, you know, like, I don't like to blame the kart too much, but like honestly, I don't think I've ever had a kart with as little bottom end as that one did. But I thought I was quicker through the last sector. And through turns 1 and 2, but just out the hairpins just gapped me.
Sure, you just didn't have a really good Christmas? This happened to me every time I get in a go-kart. So.
I mean, maybe, I don't know. But yeah, no, it was good, and that defence was, hard, to say the least. But I'm happy with second with that, considering.
Good man. Right, you need to clear your stuff out so the next person can jump in. We've got another Leeds driver going in on pole position. We've just had a word with Kieran. So let's go and talk to Callum James of Oxford Brooks, because I haven't spoken to anyone from Brooks so far. Callum, how are you?
Yeah, very good, thank you. How are you doing?
Not too bad, thanks. Lucas missing out there on a podium just at the end. Can you do better?
I hope so. As long as I go forwards and not backwards, I'll be happy, really. So.
I mean, surely there's a lot of expectation on you. The only Brooks driver who came to testing last week. You should be primed and ready for this one.
No, I'm trying to diffuse it. So, just hoping for a good, clean race, and I'll be happy.
I'm going to ask this 100 times this season, but which Brooks team are you?
A C today.
Who's the best this year? Who are we looking at? You got 6 teams. It's so hard to keep track of. Which team's the prime?
I don't know. The A team's pretty good always, obviously. I don't know, probably I'd take Angus for me. He's looking pretty quick. He does a lot of racing, so he should be fast anyway. So yeah, that'd be my guess.
Is he in this one? I thought I saw him.
He was meant to start 20th, but there's something wrong with his kart, so I don't know. He'll probably come past me at some point anyway, so yeah.
I'm not sure the camera will stretch that far, so I won't be able to talk to him, but what's your hopes for this one?
Like I said, just try and go forwards and not backwards, and yeah, that's it really.
Well, good luck with that, and hopefully speak to you at the end.
Thank you, I'll see you later.
Callum James there of Oxford Brooks C, I think. In fact, let's jump in front of him and speak to Luke Ide, who had a good qualifiers, if I remember correctly. Luke, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Very well. Remind me which university you are.
UEA.
UEA, the University of East Anglia, of course. I knew it was one of the slightly newer teams. Yeah. And how's University of East Anglia doing this season?
We had a pretty rough qualifiers, if I'm honest. Yeah, we had a couple of bad races which put us back in the clubman's again, so I think we just missed out on the premieres. But yeah, another good season hopefully. Yeah, and it's my last year at UEA, so yeah, might be switching teams for a Masters.
All right, you got your eye on anyone in particular?
Not at the moment, just having a look round, but...
Does the strength of the BUKC team...
Maybe, yeah.
You kind of iron up the ones at the top of the grid. Speaking of the top of the grid, you got some good competition in and around you here, but can you keep at the top?
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, this is my home track, so I feel pretty confident around here. Yeah, I think I'm one of 2 clubmen, or 3 for near us, so yeah, looking to beat them, hopefully.
I'm going to go chat with Exeter B. I believe Ryan Luscombe is at the front, but you've raced against Ryan before, right?
Yeah.
Any words of encouragement for him?
Well, he races for a good team, that's all.
I was going to say I didn't want to assume, but all right, I'm going to go talk to Ryan, but have a good race, Luke.
Thank you.
Ryan Luscombe is in the Exeter B kart. Ryan, is that a demotion?
No, it's a promotion because B team beat A team, so it's a promotion. Yeah.
I have to ask a member of the A team if that's true or not, but you're getting yourself a second place on the grid here. You got your fellow, what's the team called? DHR teammate there, who should be kind to you, I'd imagine. You know, different university, but do you reckon you can work together here and get yourselves a result?
Well, we're teammates, but we don't know each other. I think he raced for DHR a lot longer than I have. But yeah, I imagine he'll be coming through quite quickly. So yeah, try and work together. Just try and get away from the carnage quite quickly. That's the plan. See if it happens.
All right. And if there is any carnage, there might not be carnage. You know, sometimes in BUKC races there isn't.
Rarely.
Yeah, I've heard. All right, I'm going to talk to Alex Bomberg on pole position, but have a good race.
Thank you very much.
And over we go to Alex. I think we just about got enough time for a quick chat. Alex, how you doing?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
Not too bad, thank you. Is this your first time on pole position?
In this series, yes.
What other series have you started on pole position in?
I raced a lot at Daytona's, different venues, been on pole a few times there. We pole position to Daytona 24 this year as well.
Okay. Do you have a tried and tested method of starting on pole position?
Just send it and see how it goes.
Send it and see how it goes, viewers. That words to live by. Alex, good luck with that.
Cheers, thank you very much, mate.
Let's have a quick wander back up, see if we can find a university we haven't spoken to. And in fact, we haven't spoken to Backstage Academy at all today. Who have we got here?
Ross Wickerson.
Ross, how's Backstage's day going?
Very well, to be honest. Our first time in mains. We've done the intermediates 2 years now. This is our first time. We're
stormed intermediates, some might say.
Stormed, took by storm, absolutely flying.
Yeah, you got good, solid squad of drivers and decent starting position here.
Yeah, and hopefully it stays like that.
Yes, well, I'm going to have to jump off because the karts are on the way, but you have a good race.
Thank you very much, mate.
Backstage Academy there, first time in mains. Right then, this is race number 4 of 6 in BUKC round 1. Andrew and Howard, back to you guys in the comms box.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Here is your grid then for race number 4 of round 1. The University of Central Lancashire have Alex Bomberg starting for them on pole position with the experienced Ryan Luscombe alongside for Exeter B. Leeds A have Will Stacey with Ben West for Liverpool A on row 2. Then it's Ethan Herford for Birmingham B and Luke Ede for University of East Anglia A on row number 3. Row 4 is Loughborough B's Lewis Kerrod and Oxford Brook C's Callum James. Two of the sort of sister team efforts for one of the longest running rivalries in BUKC on that row. And then the top 10 is rounded out by Ross Wickerson for Backstage Academy A and Oliver Cox for Swansea A. Sheffield A's James Humphreys is next with Fraser Glaseby for Nottingham Trent B alongside on row 6. Brunel A will have Seb Algieri and Brighton A have Nathaniel Gollin for them on row number 7. Row 7, excuse me. Row 8 is Newcastle A's Adam Fleming and Adam State for Leicester A. Row 9 is De Montfort A's Dom Bessel and Martin Machak for Brighton B. It's an all Brooks affair to round out the top 20 with Brooks A's Angus Fender with Daniel Burgess alongside for Brooks B. Then Brooks D are behind them with Adam Jones and Manchester B's Dimitrios Samiandis for them. Row 12 is Nottingham Trent C's Oliver Yule and Dan Burnett for Imperial A. Row 13 is Manchester A's Michael Grebe and Cambridge C. We do not have a driver for that because they are not eligible for points in this race. Cardiff A have Ben Healy-Smith with Cambridge B's Francisco Gomez-Medina on row 14, and the top 30 is rounded out by the University of West England's A's Felix Connolly and Bradley Shears of Leeds Beckett A. University of Wales, Trinity St David A's Ben Gilbert is next with Luke Woodall for Nottingham A alongside. Birmingham A have Josh White going for them for the 33rd on the grid with University of Wales Trinity St David B's Ewan Howells alongside. And then rounding out the 36th kart grid on row 18 is Hertfordshire A's George Watson and Reading A's Daniel Booth. That's how they line up for race number 4 of round 1 of the 2022 British Universities Karting Championship, coming to you live from Buckmore Park Kart Circuit in Kent, with the coverage coming to you courtesy of Alpha Live Productions, commentary provided by Double Dash Motorsport Media, that being myself, Howard Mitchell, and Andrew Mather alongside, who's furiously doing some mathematics to make sure that everything is up to date for those of you in particular following us on our sister stream over on the Double Dash Motorsport Media channel. Hello to you there. If you're watching, I shall wave at the camera and we will update the little ticker that we've got down at the bottom here in just a few moments' time, so we'll be able to see how the teams are faring as we get into the sharp end, the business end of this first round of the 2 that we are running here today. Both sprint format rounds. For those of you who've been following the BUKC for a number of years, you've probably in the past been used to the idea that we run a sprint format in the morning and an endurance format in the afternoon. That is not the case. More recently in the BUKC we vary it up a bit. That's the words I was after. So sometimes we are going to be doing a sprint and an endurance, but for today's running we are doing a sprint and a sprint for all 25-minute races for this one. So that means many of the pit stop complications and complexities that you get at Buckmore. But actually, do you know what? If I was still a competitor in the series, given how difficult signalling your driver in for a pit stop can be around Buckmore Park, I think I'd be quite happy about that. Yes. It is a particularly difficult circuit to catch the eye line of the driver. Half the circuit is up the hill where you can't really deploy. There's not really a very clear defined, well, there is a path through the trees around the circuit, but you're never going to be able to hold out a pit board in a visible way at the top half of the circuit. So it's all about the bottom half of the circuit. And there's only so many places you can stand where you're in the driver's eye line view. As we go around again, it would be up and towards Garda actually where you're able to catch the driver's eye line the best, such as the height undulation of this circuit. But I digress. None of that's a concern because they don't have to do pit stops. There you go. There's a bit of a fireside lecture from Howard on a subject that doesn't pertain to today. Anyway, UCLan A have Alex Bomberg on pole for them, and Exeter B's Ryan Luscombe alongside, as I say. That's your front row, so 47 on pole with the 41 alongside. And with a win now under their belt, Leeds A, as someone's coming in for a kart change.
That's late.
That's very late.
They're going to miss the start there. The start will not be delayed for that. And in fact, we are go for the start of race number 4 then. Away we go then. A good start for the number 47, Alex Bomberg and UCLan. They will lead towards hairpin 1 for the first time. It's 3, 4, maybe 5 wide in places through the middle of the pack. Are they all going to get through hairpin 1? Just about. There's a bit of jostling. Once again, it's many karts wide into hairpin number 2. Contact warning early on for Oxford Brooks A. But a very good start from Pole City. Yet again, this time Alex Bomberg and UCLan.
Absolutely. Unless it was a kart tester who went
in,
but that didn't look like one of the kart testers I'm familiar with, if I'm honest. But anyway, we'll keep an eye on the time for that one.
As always, the bollards go flying there. The number 52's not very happy about things, but the end of lap number 1 then. It is UCLan from the University of East Anglia, based down in Norwich. Number 12 there, leading in the clubman class. Then it's Exeter B, Leeds A, Birmingham B, Backstage Academy up there. We noted on the box, very nice helmet visor strips for Backstage Academy. Great start, just pointed out to me by Howard. De Montfort A up 10 positions on that first lap into P7.
Yeah, Don Bessel at the wheel of that effort.
That makes sense. As down the inside, Ide going for the lead, gets the lead for UEA A. Very nice move, and it's a DHR 1-2 out there at the moment as Ryan Luscombe comes through for extra B.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice move there from Ide.
I was just going to say, whenever I see the name Vessel on the top of the screen, I expect fireworks. Dom is delivering here. 102 Kart up the order. Another team that had a hiatus from the BUKC last year for reasons that are probably to be expected, considering what we were dealing with 12 months ago. 23 minutes of this race. It's great to have De Montfort back and looking competitive.
Just trying to follow up on this kart that we saw taken to the pits. There's only 35 karts running, and we had a grid of 36.
Okay.
So I'm now playing a fun game of spot the difference.
We'll keep focusing on the front here. As Luscombe looking down the inside there for extra B. Can't get the move done into Conway's. First turn of this circuit into hairpin 1. He's been around a few years now in this series. I'm actually very used to seeing him in the sky blue, white and yellow colours of DHR. Here he is at Buckmore Park. Got a bit of a show here. And oh, was that the number 30 clipping the cone at the bollard there? Leeds A's William Stacey was having a bit of a snooze on the grid earlier. I think he's just concentration there, run wide, and if that was spotted, that will be a cone penalty for Leeds A. Contact warning for Oxford Brooks C. Callum James currently running for them. There's a bandit in the win. Out the race is one of the karts.
Is that one of the Newcastle ones?
It is a Prem. It's a 1 something.
That might be the one. Not. I thought that was. I recognised that helmet as Adam Fleming's, but I could be a bit out of date with my. It is the 19. It's
the
Newcastle
19.
A. It's
Newcastle
Adam Fleming.
A are out of the race. They have had a technical issue. And there is the cone penalty as predicted for Leeds A as well. So much has happened in this race, and only 4 minutes of it has have passed so far. Big lap's just gone in from Luscombe. X to B, 46.644 last time around. Have a look and see. I think it's a drive issue for Newcastle A. Cone penalty now from Manchester A as well. Who've not quite been at the races so far for me here today. He had that fantastic Saturday qualifier, took the round victory.
I'm trying to think. I feel like James Walkington had a decent drive. He made it to top 10, didn't he? And I think benefited from a few post-race penalties as well for others around. But in fairness to Manchester A, they have come from 25th on the grid in this one. This is one of their lower starting positions.
Michael Grebe in for them at the moment, as there's a spinner. It's a Prem kart. I think it's the number 18. It's gone round out of our window. I can just tell you down through signs.
I still haven't identified our missing kart, you know. It's from relatively high up the grid, as much as I can say at the moment.
5 minutes of the race gone. Is the number 50 of Backstage Academy, currently running in 7th place at Liverpool A, just behind them at the moment. And then 2 Oxford Brooks charges, the A team and the B team. And here comes the A team down the inside. Great move by Angus Fender there. McLaren GT racer. See the details on his suit. Another great move from Fender. Puts Oxford Brooks A up to 8th place. Another driver who's got a very good record round here in years gone by. I think he'll try and make a move here on Backstage Academy. He's a little bit too far back there for going to hairpin 1. Hairpin 2. One of the easiest opportunities to overtake really round our calendar here for Club 100 BUKC, and that's a classic example of it there. Block pass from Fender down the inside, parked his kart on the apex of hairpin 2, and there's nothing that the driver on the outside can do about that. Backstage Academy for them at the moment. It's from Ross Wickerson, as wide as the number 32 of Birmingham B. Stephen Herford driving for them at the moment as Ryan Luscombe puts in another new fastest lap of the race so far, 46.553. I've seen some lap times into the lower 46s so far today is here again. This is, well, that's the number 19 of Newcastle, who are now back out on circuit, but a lap or so down after their technical issue. Here comes the number 55 of Liverpool A down the inside of Backstage Academy, takes 7th place. Oxford Brooks B trying to get involved as well in there. It's Daniel Burgess driving for them. A lot of experience in this race as I'm reading through these names. Fender breaking away from this group now. There you see the number 5 of Manchester A, Michael Green, continuing to push through. Change for the lead. Ryan Luscombe and Exeter A take over at the front of the field ahead of the University of East Anglia. So here comes Oxford Brooks B now down the inside. Gains another position and another one, this time on Liverpool A. Oh, actually no, they didn't quite manage to get that move done. Here comes Michael Grieve now in the red suit and the grey and red helmet.
I have our missing card.
Ah, who is it?
It's the card that was due to start 7th on the grid. It's Loughborough B. It's the number 20, which is not in the field at the moment and has, according to timing, not completed any lap.
Beautiful stuff from Michael Grieve there. Sorry, Howard, to cut across you. A double overtake into Garda. Saw the gap, put his kart there and got the drive off the corner. Brilliant driving from Michael. And that's him up to 7th place. But he's just got another cone penalty. That's the 2nd of the race so far.
So, this is where I'm going to get nerdy with the rules. I think Loughborough B are okay to not fall foul of Rule 12.2, which says that every driver needs to complete at least one lap of the circuit if they're a registered driver.
Yes.
Unless there's, force majeure. Though this may be a lap which comprises of leaving the pits and re-entering at the earliest opportunity. I think the rolling up laps can count, as there is a move on Manchester A by Brooks B. And they're still side by side as they come through the centre S's.
Yeah, Michael's not going to have any of that one. Sticks it down the inside through centre and retains onto 7th place.
So yeah, I honestly don't know what the situation is for the Loughborough B kart, but the number 20 is not out there, and that theoretically is expensive for them because 7th place would have been one of their higher positions, starting positions of the day.
Yeah, we're looking at fight. This is just on the outskirts of the top 10. Yeah, this is all Leicester A around in 26th, Cardiff A in there in 15th place. Sorry, Leicester A B number 26 in 14th. Book C and Brunel A gained out of that last time round, so just goes for a little joker lap around the outside. Got Seb Algieri out there as well in kart number 56. That is Brunel A. The driver, very experienced in Club 100 machinery over the years, and racing himself back in 2015 in the lightweight sprints. 15 minutes of the race to go then. This is race 4 of 6 for round 1 of the BUKC 2022. You're watching live coverage here on the Alpha Live network on the YouTube channel. Do make sure you've subscribed and click the notification bell for more content. It's very much start of the year feelings. A lot planned on Alpha Live for 2022. You can join the commentary at Double Dash across your social media networks. Give us a like, give us a follow. It all really helps out. Meanwhile, at the front, the pace is increasing. Exeter B 46.550 last time around. UEA A 46.538, and here they are, Luscombe and Ide. They are 4 seconds clear of the rest of the field. That's what 4 seconds looks like. You just caught a sight of UCLan there in 3rd. Leeds A in 4th. Leeds A are putting a nice, tidy score together here. Point scenario for those keeping a track of it, as the HR boys go past a back marker there. Birmingham A currently leading the event. Now they've had 3 races, they've acquired 159 points, and they're coming down in 26th in this race, so that would not be improving that score of 159. I'm going to say that's not enough points to win a round. We often see out of the 180 points available for what's the maximum score you can get in one of these sprint rounds? It's got to be something 170 plus, 175 plus. So whilst 159 may be a clubhouse lead, it's not going to trouble even the podium in this round. But Birmingham A are. Nottingham Trent A, they've acquired 155 points. They're not in this race. Loughborough A also not in this race. The next highest ranked team who are in this race is Cardiff A, currently 8th in the round with finishes of 1st and 3rd. Started this race in 27th and are currently up to 12th. That's a decent score coming together for Cardiff A. Leaders go round Garda on their 16th tour of the circuit. Just looking at where leads are on our score sheet at the moment. I've already seen them take a race victory. New fastest lap from X to B. 12 minutes and 15 seconds to go. There's the number 26 going down the inside of the 102. Nice move there into Conway's. The 102's trying to fight back. This is 12th place that we're seeing here. So this is a Leicestershire battle. This is Leicester University against De Montfort, based in the same city, of course. And at the moment, it's De Montfort coming off second best. And it looks like the number 13 of Oxford Brooks D is trying to get involved. A bit of contact down through Syme Sweet. That's risky. And yeah, De Montfort losing positions a lot here. The number 60s now on the scene. Leeds Beckett A, good to see them back at this level. Near with Brunel in the midst, with Seb Algieri in the black suit with the orange shoulders. Positions changing not just every corner, every metre of the circuit, it would seem, at the moment. So how that all shakes out at the end of that 17th lap of the race. Leicester A, number 26, up to 12th. Cambridge C, the number 62, 13th. Leeds Beckett A now up to 14th. Poor De Montfort A in the 102 lost 3 positions on that last lap and are going further down the order now. It's further complicated by you've got the number 19 of Newcastle A. If you're just joining us, that is a black number plated Prem car. They had problems earlier on in this race and they're actually running some 3 laps of the overall lead. Penalty for bump and pass on Leeds Beckett A, the number 60. There they are in the white and purple. And a black flag now, actually 2 in quick succession for Leeds Beckett A. So that is their race well and truly ruined.
De Montfort A, Andrew, I'm trying to think whether they had a big... I know Phil Craven had a moment in his race earlier on.
Yes.
But... And I think the 60's still making contact with competitors out there. That was an interesting moment through hairpin on them. But have De Montfort already had a drama today such that they need each race to be...
yes, because they had the exclusion earlier on in the day.
Of course, yes, it was for the unsafe rejoin, wasn't it?
Can you check our race 3 results just to confirm we did get a Leeds victory in that one?
99% confident that we did, but yes, it was. Leeds A victory here in Harrison.
Leave me to it. I know what's happened here.
Good. Is it a... I'm going to say this cryptically. Is it a your problem or a my problem?
It's a my problem.
Okie dokie. So I'll carry on. So we're inside the last 10 minutes then as Leeds Beckett A peels into the pits to serve their black flag for multiple bump and passes. This is the number 29 of Brighton B versus UClan A, who are pole sitters for this one, as they're battling over the 3rd position, excuse me. Sorry, what confused me then is I had the race result for race 3, but I want the drivers list for race 4, that's what I want. As they come into hairpin 2 now, some 7 seconds behind University of East Anglia A. That's the 16 in front of them, as there is Leeds Beckett A leaving the pits, having served their black flag, and that is very much race compromised for them. Nottingham A is the 16 that are battle for 3rd place, is just putting a lap on now, and I think that's spread them out just a little bit over the course of that lap. There's Leeds A in 5th getting by. In fact, that might allow Leeds A to buy into this battle. There's the 29 of 3rd place, the 47 of 4th, and the 30 of Leeds A. Will Stacey at the wheel of that one, chasing down the 47 U-Clan A, which was our pole sitter Alex Bomberg, and then Brighton B, and Martin Machak in 3rd place. Close for the lead across the line last time. Exeter B in the 41 and University of East Anglia A is close by in their battle over the lead, so we need to try and pick up the lead battle if possible between the 41 and the 12. Ryan Luscombe defending against Luke Eade. But it's nice and close now. We are getting to the business end of this race. So where is the move going to come? I figured it was so close across the line that they must have been side by side at the start of the previous lap. But it's perhaps settled down just a little bit again into a rhythm. But this one's going to be interesting. 2 DHR drivers, as Andrew observed, but definitely not working together right now, representing their 2 respective universities. We're back.
So you know we had a chat yesterday about how alphabetically there was a period where Leeds A were in the mid, had a Leeds Beckett in between their teams. It was that. I fixed it now.
Leeds Beckett is alphabetically before
Leeds C, but after Leeds A, so I've done a little fudge.
Yeah.
We'll fix the fudge now.
I think we should talk to... We should start petitioning those unis now. They've got to change to something more...
Leeds Beckett, change back to Leeds Met, please.
Or Leeds never have a B team. Never have a B team. Leeds just goes A and
no,
then
that'd
C.
be fine. A Leeds B team would be fine, because Leeds B
is before Beckett. That's a good point.
It's not. It's having a Leeds C team
that's the problem. Yes,
nerdy gripe for this year.
Anyway, look at this for the lead of the race. Down the inside goes Luke Eade. Down the inside of Ryan Luscombe, and it's a clean move and switches around. But I'm sure that won't be the end of that for the rest of the race. Ryan might be happy to sit behind for a few more laps now. Maybe he's happy to not be at the front of the peloton, to use a different sport as an analogy. We've been talking about the Moses effect today of it being useful if you're the leader, sort of alerting everyone ahead of you and parting the traffic, allowing you to come through. Maybe that's something that Luscombe wants to cash in on for the time being and not lose too much time. I want to say, though, that if it finishes as it currently does, that will be the first time today that a clubman class kart will have won outright in a race, I want to say.
Yep.
Because University of East Anglia A is one of our clubman class teams, as you can tell from the fact that it is running a red number plate instead of a black number plate. Which is good and is only throwing the likes of myself, who is slightly used to seeing Class 1 runners in red and Class 2 in black in the main Club 100 series, but that's the problem for me. Don't worry about that. As they come up Damon Hill and into Garda for the 26th time of this 25-lap race. We're inside the last 5 minutes now. Still a good battle on for 3rd place. U-Clan A still there. Alex Bomberg at the wheel. But change for 4th on the last time around. Leeds A have got by on Brighton B now, so that's a change there, with the 30 now ahead of the 29. Here it is. So that is a significant change in the running order there, with Will Stacey getting up. It's switched back again, and you can see it live here being fought out as they're trying to put a lap on the 36 kart is what's causing them to bunch up right now, and that is Nottingham Trent C. So that means that Brighton B are now all over the back of U-Clan A. So down into paddock corner. U-Clan is through. Brighton B's pushed to the outside a little bit though by the traffic. And that's going to allow Leeds A as it's swapped back round at the front, Andrew.
Yeah, change for the lead once again. Exeter B back to the front. I think it was a bad lap for University of East Anglia. So UEA A fell 0.3 of a second back. Oxford Brooks B's overtaking of Manchester A just behind us here in this shot is confirmed. So Brooks B up to 7th, Manchester A now 8th. They have penalties in this race, remember, to be applied once the checkered flag is out.
I'm going to say, you've already had your go at a controversial comment. I will say this, if I'm a driver running at the back and I'm nowhere near anybody, maybe I'm too passive a competitor, but I would slightly more readily get out of the way than some of the displays I'm seeing today.
Yeah,
you're not obliged to.
You're not obliged to. I just wonder if it's one of those.
If you're nowhere near anybody, I suppose if you don't know, you don't know.
Yeah.
If you don't know, you don't know. That is fair enough. But I don't know. Some of the pace differentials I'm seeing, I think I'd have tried and learn anything. Anyway, here's the battle. They're going in a nice almost chevron formation there into hairpin 1 between UClan A and Alex Bomberg, and then Martin Machak in the 29 of Brighton B, and then Leeds A and Leeds A's Will Stacey. That is the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th, and there is the move from Machak, and it puts the UClan A car out wide, and that's going to allow Leeds to buy into this as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was absolutely fair game as far as I was concerned. I think the 47 could have backed out of that and yielded perhaps a bit more readily, and it would have been less costly. We're back to the front. East Anglia back to the lead on this last time through.
And the stewards and the spotters down there agree with us, Howard, because there was straight away track limit warning for the UClan kart in a bit of a, why are you going over there? You weren't forced over there. Machak was under control of his kart at all times. That was a good move for Brighton B. Less than 2 minutes to go, though, and this battle that's been going on for the last 20-odd minutes still rages on.
There's probably 2 more laps to go of this one. Luke Eade for University of East Anglia A in the number 12, and then the number 41 of Exeter B with Ryan Luscombe into hairpin 2. Tighter line there from Eide.
Two very strong drivers here.
We both had the same thought.
15 seconds clear
of
the next group behind them on the road. Yes, they are battling, but that is quite a pace gap to pull out in the space of less than 25 minutes.
They're coming up on the battle for 28th, which is between Manchester B and Reading A.
2 more laps here. I mean, we've seen some races where they've crossed the line with 42 seconds on the clock. They passed the line there with 50-something seconds. This has been really good pace.
Yeah.
From both Eide and Luscombe here. The gloves will be off now. They know they're not being challenged from those behind. This is about a race victory and 60 points for their respective teams in the BUKC. Down Syme sweep they go. UEA still ahead of Exeter B. Exeter B in their own right. Bit of a dark horse, I'd say, for the championship, but there's a switch back from Luscombe. Beautiful, brilliant move from Ryan Luscombe. He takes the lead. Just over 1 more lap to go then. They'll see the last lap board now with 7 seconds on the clock, and now Luscombe's got to defend. Through Henry's Bend to the inside. This is the big opportunity for Eide. The switchback, can he get Luscombe offline and dive back down the inside? That's beautifully covered by Ryan. Ryan Luscombe perfectly positioning his kart there, not allowing a gap down the inside into hairpin 2, and he's got a bit of a gap now. Running down the hill, this traffic might still come into play though as they go down through the fastest part of the circuit. The job is not done yet for Ryan Luscombe, but it's nearly there. Defends the inside, slightly again through Garda, through Senna, just the rise up the hill. What a race of the day so far for me. And it's going to be Exeter B who take it on the line. Is it just on the line by less than 1/10 of a second? What a victory. What a show. Ryan Luscombe takes 60 points for Exeter B. 59 points go to UEA, and it's very close on the line for 3rd place. Who's going to take it? Is it going to be Brighton? Is it going to be UClan? It's going to be Brighton. Brighton B take 3rd. UClan A, the team based in Preston, take 4th. And there was less than half a second covering Leeds A as well, so they're very close battle there between those 3. Oxford Brooks A, more solid points.
for Oxford Brooks A in 6th. Manchester A 7th, but have penalties. Brooks B and C both get in the top 10. There, Cambridge C are ineligible, so we ignore them. That means Cardiff A get another top 10, and that's going to be a nice, good score for the team from South Wales. UEA, University of West England, based in Bristol, they finish 12th on the road in that one. All of these teams will be promoted at least one position, with Cambridge C being ineligible, so just bear that in mind. Leicester A 13th, Brooks D 14th, Liverpool A 15th, Trinity A 16th. Good effort there from Backstage Academy in 17th. De Montfort A 18th. That was close on the line as well. 0.013 De Montfort behind Backstage, but I think De Montfort may have penalties if my memory serves me correctly. Hearts A in 19th. Brunel A in 20th, only 21st for Birmingham A. That is not the kind of result that they would have been looking for. That leaves them a little bit vulnerable. This is a circuit that historically Birmingham have struggled with in the past, and I think that is the same again in 2022. Birmingham B immediately behind in 22nd, Brighton A 23rd, Trent B 24th, Sheffield A 25th, Trinity B in 26th, Cambridge B 27th, Reading A in 28th, Manchester B and Swansea A completing the top 20. 29 carts on the lead. Do you know what? In general, that was a very, very quick race, even with the pace that at the front for the two DHR drivers. Just to run through the rest of the order, Trent C in 31st, Leeds Beckett A 32nd, they had a black flag, Nottingham A 33rd, Newcastle A 34th, they had obviously their technical issue, Peel A 35th, and Loughborough B did not start.
I do just want to give a shout out to that battle for 17th across the line. 17th in Backstage Academy down through to Brunel A, covered by 2.5 tenths across the line at the end there. So that was an exciting finish for them, wasn't it? That was a good race. Good race.
Of course, each position is worth a point. Just checking, we are good to go though. Down to the grid, Mr. Jacob Harris.
We're down here with race winner Ryan Luscombe. Ryan, second on the grid, first at the end.
Yeah, that was a really, really hard race. Yeah, I got done at the start, had a really bad start, and then felt like I led for a lot of it. And I knew he was right behind me and he was going to do me at some point, and then it came. And then it was, I think, 2 minutes from the end-ish.
Penultimate lap, you got him back.
Was it? I just knew I had to do him then, or we'd catch up to traffic and the chance would be gone. So, yeah, really happy with that one. That was good.
I think as you cross the line, a couple more minutes of that race, and you'd have caught a bit 3 or 4.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. I wanted to get it done before we caught that big group, because it would have been horrible. So,
not this guy. Okay, so Luke was actually underweight in that, and so you would have won regardless.
Well, I'm glad I did it on track. But yeah, that was a good race, and it was good to do it with your teammate as well.
He had stacks of lead as well, actually. That's very surprising. You said you didn't know him. I think you know him now.
I do. I know him too well.
Congratulations on your race win, Ryan.
Thank you.
Ryan Luscombe there of Exeter B winning that one. All right, let's dive into a university that I haven't spoken to today. And it's my old friend, Ocean Beach. How are you?
I'm not that old, I'm only 22.
Old friend, like we've known each other for a while now, and I'd class us as friends.
Okay. Oh, you followed me on Instagram, so I guess we're friends.
Did I?
I think so, yeah.
I doubt it.
Oh, okay. That's quite lame then, isn't it? Because I follow you.
Yeah, I'm terrible at following people back. I for some reason, I think it's like Facebook. I'm a bit of a boomer in that regard, and I think as soon as you followed me, I followed you, and I appear very uncourteous in not following people back. But I'll make sure to rectify that mistake when you're out on track. Actually, if you win, I will follow you back.
Is that my reward? I don't get a medal. Well, I get a medal
a hug, obviously the hug, and a follow back.
I have to win now. There's no other option.
If depending on how many seconds gap you get, that's how many likes on photos I'll find.
So you'll go back through all my old photos.
If you win by 10 seconds, I will like 10 of your photos.
Wow, that's good.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
This is going to be the biggest BUKC race win you've ever seen now. You're going to lap the whole field, I reckon.
Stakes have never been higher.
Exactly. But seriously,
Michael.
Oh, bit of lead. Anyone you got your eye on for this one? Anyone you worried about?
I've got no idea. I haven't been to the grid. probably the cones. That's what I'm most worried about.
Yeah, you watch out for them, especially the ones down there. They've had a big battering today.
Yeah, I mean, we've had 4 cone penalties in 2 races, so we're not doing great.
Right, well, you keep it clean, and I'll speak to you afterwards, all right?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Let's wander further back, see exactly who he should be worried about. Ethan Brooks is in the Exeter car for this one. In behind him is the number 12, and I'm going to talk to him because I think it's Sam Sanders. Is it Sam?
Yeah, that's right.
Sam. Well, I thought I'd recognise that helmet. Sam, how are you doing?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Yourself?
Pretty good. Disappointing result in that last race.
Yeah, going for Luke. Really good job from him, but unfortunately underweight at the end, so I'm going to have to try and make up for it this time.
You double-checked for yourself now?
Yes, I have double and triple checked, so hopefully up to weight for this one.
Can you make up for the disappointment, most importantly? What can you get yourself on the podium?
Yeah, definitely. We've got an alright starting position here, starting P18. A lot of good guys around me. We've got James Mills across the road, so I'm just going to try and do what I know I can do and get back to the front.
All right, then. I'm going to go see who's behind you, but have a good race.
Thank you, you too.
Sam Sanders there, University of East Anglia, same as Luke. We got a thumbs up here from this man. I don't think it was for me, but you're getting an interview for it anyway. Who have we got?
Alex Mitchell, Brighton B.
Alex, we haven't spoken to anyone from Brighton today. How's the day going?
Going pretty well, actually. Just got P3, I think, in that last race. I think we're on for a clubman podium, so I don't think there's any pressure on me, so just going to send it.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. And local circuit for Brighton, I'd say?
Yeah, about 40 minutes away. So.
Do you guys come up here and practice?
I was here last weekend.
But with the BUKC test.
Yeah, so we'll see what we can do. Yeah, outside, so tricky.
You'll be all right. Good luck with that.
Thank you.
Alex from Brighton, and we've got in this cart. I was trying to read Sam Holgate as if to pretend I remembered who you were, but unfortunately, Sam, I've forgotten. How you doing?
Oh, good, thanks. Yeah, you?
Yeah, not too bad. You're doing all right. How's remind me of the university and how your day's going?
Backstage.
Backstage. I spoke to backstage before that last one, didn't I? I spoke to Ross. I want to say.
Yes, first race.
Did you do all right?
Yeah, we're just seeing how it goes today. It's first time in Maine, so just see what happens.
You've not got yourself the best of grid positions here, I will say.
No, it's not the best. I can only go forward from here. That's the only thing I'm thinking of. So.
You could go a few places back because there's still 4 or 5, but forwards is what we want.
Exactly, yeah.
All right. How far forwards can we get?
I'd like a top 10 coming from 30th. I'm optimistic, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a reasonable aspiration for a man of your talents, at least.
Well, thanks. Yeah.
Well, good luck with it. I shall see you later.
Okay.
Moving right to the back, we've got the captain of Sheffield, actually. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
And nice new helmet for us this weekend. I say weekend, it's Tuesday. But
yeah, good point. It feels like a weekend, but yeah, hopefully it's worth a few tenths.
I spoke to a couple of your guys earlier. How are Team Sheffield doing?
I think you kind of jinxed them. They both ended up pretty much last and second last. Yeah.
Shall I go? Do you want me to leave?
I think we're all right, but yeah. Please don't do it to them again.
Well, you can't get any further back than this, so, the only way is up.
Exactly, thanks.
We have a good race. I'll speak to you and the rest of Team Sheffield later, but for now this is race 5. Is it race 5? I think it's race 5. Back to Andrew and Howard in the comms box, who'll definitely know what race it is.
I think it's race 7. Oh, wait, no. No, it's definitely race 5. Here is your grid here at Buckmore Park. Leicester A and Thomas Edwards start this one from pole position. UEB's Sean Bryant alongside on the front row. Row 2 has got Jorge Belloc Ruiz for Brooks E and Jack Moulton for lead C on it. Ocean Beach starts 5th on the grid for Manchester A. William Toon for Trent B joins him there on the 3rd row of the grid. Row 4, Trinity A's Matthew Jones and Surrey A's Adrian Porter. And then on the 5th row of the grid, we've got Joe Perkins for Warwick A and Angus Rankin for Trinity B. Good opportunity this for the Trinity Karts to get some good points on the board. Reading A's Elliot Antonelli starts 11th. Lucas Gross alongside him for Trent A. Jake Taplin starts 13th for Hertfordshire A. Very fast driver indeed. Watch for him coming through. Paul Simard starts the Bath A kart from 14th. James Mills, this is a stacked mid-order of the grid, isn't it? James Mills starts 15th on the grid for Loughborough A. Ethan Brooks takes Exeter A from 16th. Ethan Jones for Brooks D starts 17th. Sam Sanders races for the University of East Anglia A team 18th on the grid. Riley Phillips for Brooks C starts 19th. And then we've got Christopher Huxtable in the top 20 for Exeter C. Aaron Farmer starts 21st for Cardiff B. Yusuf Karam for Southampton B alongside on that 11th row of the grid. Daniel Skelton races for Coventry A alongside Alex Mitchell for Brighton B, another sim racer. Recognise that name there on the 12th row of the grid. He's got his Brighton A teammate a row behind. Sam Sketch drives for the A team and Sajad Gendi for Beckett A. Jack Hepworth starts the Cambridge B karts from 27th on the grid. Adam Nather starts the Bournemouth A kart in 28th on the grid. Ben Smith for Loughborough B 29th. Sam Holgate for Backstage Academy in 30th. Harvey McBrien takes the currently round leading Cardiff A team from 31st on the grid in this one with nothing to lose from there. Joshua Ingle alongside on the 16th row of the grid for Liverpool C. And I've got lost on my thing because Jack Hepworth is in this race twice, it would seem, for Cambridge C as well. I'm sure that's an admin error alongside Ami Jurger in newly painted lid for Sheffield A. Nicholas Law for Manchester B starts 35th. And then Jake Bailey Saltmarsh takes Leeds A from 36th and last. That's your grid for race number 5. So, the situation on points, if you want to go into full nerd vision mode, you can on the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel. We've had a message say hello lads for some people from people called Alpha Live. I don't know who they are, but there we go. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for getting involved. Cardiff A, as I say, currently leading. They have 170 points banked, stored, done. Very, very good morning so far from Cardiff A. Brooks A have 169 points on the board. Don't race in this one. We'll see them in race 6 later on. Brooks, so that's Brooks A on 169, Brooks B on 162. Birmingham A are your clubhouse leaders in that they are done with their racing for this morning on 159, and then Brighton B leading the club with overall on 156. Are we good for a race start here? No, we're not, so I'll carry on reading down the order. These are all counting points at the moment. Trent A are 6th on 155. Brooks C are in 7th on 154. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Loughborough A on 149. Inside the top 10, Exeter B and Beckett A completing that top 10. Leeds Beckett A currently 2nd in Clubman. The 3rd team in Clubman, we've got to go down to 18th overall. And you'll find Birmingham B in there. So lots of racing still to go. This race, race number 5, and then race number 6. That'll complete round number 1. We'll have a lunch break and then we'll do it all again this afternoon, later this afternoon for round number 2. Are we good for a race start this time? Yes, we are. Away we go for 25 minutes here at Buckmore Park, and that looked like a bit of a loaded start. It's messy, and there's at least one spinner, maybe 2, maybe more, as they go into hairpin 1 for the first time. Yep, it was more. There's at least 2 on the inside there, and Ami Jurger is one of them for Sheffield A. I think there was some contact through hairpins 1 and 2 as well. Probably the messiest start of the day so far. There's Sam Sanders in Mika Hakkinen replica helmet and all. Never miss him on one of these streams. As there's a spinner from high up coming through paddock corner. There's more drivers having moments on the way in. So someone has not been able to convert their high starting grid position into a good race result, even at the end of lap number 1. Who survived lap number 1? Well, Brooks E did. They're into the lead. Ocean Beach for Manchester A up to 2nd. Leicester A survived. They're still there in 3rd. There's a black flag ABC takeout for the UEB team. So the team from Bristol are adjudged to be the cause of the spin there at paddock. And I think It may have been Trinity B that they took round, because Trinity B dropped 24 positions on that first lap. Sheffield A, as mentioned, were in trouble. BUKC were in trouble. I think the two Cambridge karts, allegedly driven by the same person on our driver name tracker, they both had bad starts in 32nd and 33rd. So yeah, a bit of a messy one. Leeds C also dropped 14 positions on that first lap. Change of the lead at the front. Bache to the front. Manchester A. This is a big race for them, not just in the context of this round, but setting the tone for the rest of their season. This is their star driver out there now. He's relaxed when I spoke to him last night. Looking forward to his racing, and he's liking this position now on lap 3. Howard's been doing some investigative journalism. We did have an exclusion from the last race, just to note. UEA and Luke Hyde were underweight, so they do not get that second place from race number 4. They get a big fat 0 on their scorecard. It's a bit of drama there.
Yeah, and that took a long time to come through on the system here in the box. So we're scratching ahead. I won't go into the full details, but I found out that they scored 0 points for that race before the renewed race result was released. So that left me, hence my furious investigation here. But yeah, no, that's costly for University of East Anglia A, if that does carry through. But they have fallen foul of Rule 11AA, I believe, and are underweight.
Karts to keep an eye on in this race, not just the ones that we're looking at the front of the field as Ocean Bates continues to lead this race. Sam Sanders looking for a move there on Jake Taplin. Brighton B, Howard, started 24th in this race, are currently sat 5th overall in points, but crucially leading in club, and they've done so well that they're one of only 2 teams that can win the clubman class here in round 1. So we'll have to keep an eye on kart number 29 and see how they can further perform. If they can get higher than 14th in this race, they will improve their score 156 at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Alex Mitchell at the wheel of the Brighton B kart in this one. Nice easy name for me to remember. So yeah, going to have to keep an eye on him indeed. Had the sister kart of Brighton A starting immediately behind him as well, Sam Skedge at the wheel.
James Mills looking up the inside of Jake Taplin now. Ooh, a bit of a mistake. My goodness me, I don't often say this, that was a mistake from James Mills, and he didn't get that move completed for Loughborough A.
That's like when you get when a nature photographer catches something that's never been witnessed in the wild before. Then that is extremely rare to see a bit of an error from James Mills.
Just to report back in on Brighton B, 23rd at the moment for them. Not to worry, they've got a decent score on the board already. They know that they're going to have a clubman podium in this round. That is at least a silver for them in this round. That is how strong their morning has been. There's the number 11 on your screen of Nottingham Trent A, currently sat in 6th place in points. It's a good opportunity for them. This is their last race. They've had a 2nd, a 24th and a 2nd. Nottingham Trent A with a good result here could be taking the clubhouse lead. 3 wide into Conway's almost, and 3 wides through Henry's as well. Great racing here at Buckmore Park between Jake Taplin there in the blue and white, James Mills, the number 1 in the green and orange, the Lichfield Motorsport colours, and the number 13 as well. And up the inside goes the number 4. That's beautifully done. Beautiful racing from X to A there, taking advantage of that situation.
It was battling the Ethans a bit there. Ethan Brooks at the wheel for Extra A and Ethan Jones for Brooks D, to give them a fair mention, as that was a battle going on. Was that University of East Anglia A and Surrey A going wheel to wheel as well into Ghana, and that has gone the way of Surrey A.
We often see this with race 5, the penultimate race of these sprint rounds. It's the moving race. It's the race where the big teams are trying to put themselves in a position to give themselves, say, a top 5, a podium, maybe even the round win, and not have to put it all on the last race on race 6.
Look at this bunch. This is a tasty battle, isn't it, that we're with right now? Yeah, this is all the way from 6th downwards, isn't it?
Yep.
Brilliant stuff. Yeah, Surrey A and UEA A have been able to buy into this at the back, as East Anglia were coming back at Surrey there into shot, and they've got the job done. So University of East Anglia back past Surrey, former, oh now I'm going to struggle, former intermediate rookie champions, can't remember which year we changed over the name now, but former champions in the lower tier championship. Into hairpin 2, there's a look from Exeter A on Hertfordshire A, and gets the move done. That was a robust move there by Exeter A, but that is through for Ethan Brooks. As this pack streams through into paddock corner, and already James Mills is getting up onto the back of Joe Perkins in that number 8 Warwick A kart. Important races, I feel, this one, Andrew, for the likes of Manchester A, obviously current race leader, and Warwick A. They need a good haul of points in this one, as there again is a move for Exeter A on Nottingham Trent A. That is 7th place that they've taken, and indeed Hertfordshire A is going to follow through as well. Hertfordshire, definitely a squad that needs a good haul of points. In fact, in many ways, I think their round is a little bit too compromised for them to pull much out of this one. They would hope that this would be one of their dropped round scores for the season. But all change there in amongst this pack. And James Mills really is now all over the back of Warwick.
Contact. There was contact with the cone there. I think that was the number 4. I don't know if we can get a replay of that just to confirm. There's a mechanical flag for commentary 8. It's a loose exhaust because I can hear it.
Yes.
Let's have a look at this again. Who clipped that bollard?
Yeah, that was the 4 for me.
That's a definite broken exhaust. Glorious sound, but very illegal. So Coventry A will have to come into the pit lane. Oh, there's a
very hard on the brakes from Brooks D there to try and put a move. They made it stick, but that was a bit loose coming into that one, and they're still battling away. And that's going to allow all sorts of buy-in. That's the 11 of Nottingham Trent A trying to get involved, and it's allowed Surrey A through on Nottingham Trent A. It just all changes every single corner, as that is the 97.
That's Coventry A coming in for their meatball.
Indeed it is. Manchester A leading by 0.3 of a second with Ocean Beach at the wheel.
Cone penalty for Exeter A confirmed. Not an NFL safety. That is the international symbol for cone penalty. And it's black flag for Leeds C. ABC takeout. They've dumped someone. They've put someone into the shadow realm. Yeeted beyond the racing confines, and that is a visit to the pits and a chat with Jimbo for he's busy in this race. 16 minutes of it to go.
My commentary colleague just invented a new universal symbol for a cone penalty. I thought he was just starting to do the dance to a Pizza Hut from the 90s.
Don't mention that. These drivers aren't old enough to remember that.
Don't say that.
There's another one. That's Hertfordshire A. So that battle all in the second half of the top 10, picking up the penalties. There's a new. Oh, we've seen this quite a few times already today. That's an unhappy driver. 46.087. Why is that a number that I'm reading out? It's the lap time that James Mills has just put in, and I think that's the fastest lap of the day so far. That is astonishing pace from one of our reigning champion drivers. He is charging here. This is Mills mode.
Yes. Although fair play to Leicester A ahead of them, it was only enough to run
the
them in by
inside
half
the
second.
second. Mills has gone through.
Yep.
Past Belloc. And now only has Ocean Beach between him and a race victory. This is quickly becoming one of those races where we wax lyrical about the skills and talents of James Mills. This is going to be quite a battle at the front now. Ocean Beach for Manchester A and Loughborough A. Both of these I would expect to be title contenders come April.
I don't know if we've got to give a mention to it. Do we know if anyone from the Manchester team ended up playing bingo last night?
They were playing cards at about 9:45. They look very content with themselves.
It's just
that was the suggestion that
Ocean
said. As up the inside goes Mills. Enough about bingo. That's bang into the lead for James Mills.
As I say, it was lovely to be able to finally talk to drivers again.
Yes.
The night before, but it included some people talking about bingo. Here we go, though. James Mills, that is the textbook move into Garda.
Yeah.
And to be fair to Ocean, not too keen to lose time in that exchange either. But yeah, wow, what a drive this has been from James Mills for Loughborough A.
And Ocean will realise that he's an experienced driver. I know we keep using that word a lot today at this level, and know, like, yes, he could have fought that really, really hard and then been spat out the back and in fourth. At the moment, he's sitting on a very nice 59 points.
Yeah, it's the fact he's got Brooksy and Leicester A right there with them. There's no point throwing it away. And yeah.
Hello to Callum Brule in the chat, who can't get enough. Joe Perkins in the top 5. Absolutely love to see it. Yes, Warwick A having a much better race here. In 5th place. Had a dreadful start to the day. And nearly didn't make it into these championships at all, of course. So another cone penalty comes in for Hertfordshire A. That will relegate them out of the top 10. James Mills is gone. He's disappearing off the front. Public service announcement, by the way. Alpha Live HQ at Wilton Mill has got in touch. They've had a relaunch of their website, and one of the things that they're doing is putting a lot more content on there. And they want your stories, BUKC team. So if you've got a story to tell about whether it be the history of your club or how your season's going or how today's going here at Buckmore Park, head across to the Alpha Live website. I've put a link in the chat, so it's alphalive.co.uk/stories. Get those in.
We just had a yellow flag at turns 1 and 2.
Yes.
I'm not entirely sure why. There aren't usually cones to be replaced in that section of the track. So I'm just keeping an eye on timing, because I note that the 107 of Hertfordshire is dropping down the order.
12 minutes of the race to go. Loughborough A leading. Manchester A second. Here come Leicester A down the inside. And it's Taplin's off. That's a big off.
That is the Hertfordshire. That's the one that's dropping down the order. Taplin is off, and he's been in that wall for a long time.
Yeah. I hope he's okay. He looked okay.
Sorry, I
said can get out.
I said that Hertfordshire are dropping down the order very passively there, but yeah, Hertfordshire are dropping down the order, and they've lost it in turn 1 and 2. Well, basically, they've lost it in 1 and basically hit the wall just at the entry into 2.
Yeah.
It's kind of a double apex right-hander 1 and 2 here at Buckmore Park.
Well, that is a big faller. That was one of the favourites in this race. Now not running.
It goes from bad to worse with Hertfordshire's day, to be perfectly honest with you. It has not been their good day.
Is that a repeat showing, I hope, of
I don't know how he's done a cone penalty whilst he's stuck in a wall, to be honest with you. He's still not circulating.
Third, carrying on between Brooks E and Leicester A. Leicester A trying to go round the outside through Cafe, still side by side as they go towards Conway's. Fighting around the outside of Brooksy. This is what I love about Buckmore Park. You can have a proper dogfight around this circuit. Now into hairpin 1. Leicester A have it done, or do they? Because Bellock's trying to fight back here for Brooksy's. They're a switch back on through hairpin 2. Eventually, this time though, the number 26 of Leicester A take the position. That is 3rd place for them now in this race. Great stuff there from Thomas Edwards.
Can I just put in a challenge there?
Go on.
Yellow flags hadn't cleared at 2. Yellow flags still haven't cleared at 2.
You're
so when you say
correct.
Going side by side through turns 1 and 2.
Yes. Okay, let's keep an eye on that one. If that has been adjudged to be an overtake under yellow, and I know what you're basing that on, because we can see a green light flashing on the now a yellow for it's the recovery of Jake Taplin. I think you're absolutely spot on there, mate. All of that will have been going on whilst Jake Taplin's Hertfordshire car will have been recovered, because we could see him being recovered out of our commentary box window now.
So let's be clear here, the green light on Marshall Post 2 doesn't actually physically mean where the yellow flag conditions end. If the pass happened after they had passed Taplin's cart, it's perfectly legal. The green light on Marshall Post 2 is just there to clarify.
There it is. Brooks E speeding under yellows, so Brooks E have been adjudged to be at fault in that, and it's not necessarily an overtake situation. I can understand why that's been declared as an SUY. It's almost like a racing under yellow.
Yes.
You know, that Brooksy should have yielded there behind Leicester A, because Leicester A had their nose ahead of the yellow flag zone. Yeah. So Brooksy should have yielded, pulled back and then gone for it again. But they've been given a quite sizable penalty there for racing in that region of the circuit where Jake Taplin's kart was being recovered.
And there's a cone penalty for Hertfordshire 8 that's just been shown again, but I find that hard to
think that's
believe being as they're in the pit lane.
Yeah, I think that keeps showing up because they've not crossed start-finish.
Yes.
In a while.
Yeah.
There's Ocean Beach, second place. He'll be happy with that battle going on behind him for third because it gives him a bit of breathing room. There's a curb warning for Leeds A, the number 30. Here go BUKC again down the... That's a brilliant overtake. Now that one is legal. And that is very brave. It looks like a fairly straightforward place to overtake into turn one, but it's got a short braking zone. You carry so much speed through Conways and towards Henry's Bend. That was a fantastic overtake from Oxford BUKC's driver, Jorge Belloc.
Yeah, absolutely. That was very impressive. It's just he shouldn't have rehearsed it a few laps before, I'm afraid, is the only thing. As behind them, Warwick A is getting all sorts of attention now. See the 8 coming into shot now, being pursued by the 12 of University of East Anglia A. Where are they actually? Has there been a change around this? No, that is who they're being chased by. But there is traffic coming into play amongst that battle, to be fair.
Sam Sanders down the inside. The back marker. He's got Will Toon behind him from Trent B. So 7 minutes and 20 seconds of this race to go. The 5th race, the penultimate race of this first round to kick off BUKC 2022. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here on Alpha Live.
.5 seconds the gap at the front now that James Mills has over Manchester A. And yeah, with that pass for third place that BUKC executed that last time around. But now with the penalty to be applied post-race, here is Sam Stevens on the tail.
Just to check in.
Sam Sanders, excuse me, not Sam Stevens. I was looking at you.
You saw a Sam and a Warwick cart, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Joe
Across
Perkins. Joe Perkins in the Warwick cart.
Cardiff A, how are they getting on? I've just seen 18th place for Cardiff A, so that's not going to be improving their score that they've got already. This race will count as their drop. I think they're pretty happy with 170 points for a possible 180. That will knock a number of teams out. Leicester A and BUKC continue on with their fight over third. I just wonder, have we got two drivers here that maybe have not done as many BUKC races? Because what really would be good for them to do at the moment is work together to close in Ocean Beach. Ocean Beach's pace isn't amazing at the moment, as there's a moment there between Sanders and Perkins, and Sanders has got through. That's 5th place now for University of East Anglia.
Will Toon through that side sweep. It can look very dramatic. It can look like they're losing control of the cup, but it can just be the way that they take that corner to get the back to kick out and then set themselves up for Pullmans.
We mentioned it earlier, just to go over it with 5 minutes to go. Brighton B, what a morning they've had. They're up to 15th place. Why is that important? Well, they're 2 positions away from further improving. A very strong score of 156 that you've already gone on the board, and further getting themselves closer to winning in the clubman ranks, particularly with where are Leeds Beckett A in all of this? 28th. I think we might be calling a clubman winner provisionally. I should stress that all the points on the DDMM data centre are strictly provisional. Brighton B have had a stellar morning. It's been a hammer blow to the rest of the clubman's field here. Talked about Brighton B needing to come from a little bit further down. It's your namesake. It is Alex Mitchell who's delivering the goods here for Brighton B. 4.5 minutes of this race to go. Keep comments coming in. Isabel cheering on Surrey, currently in the top 10. Had a quiet morning. Been getting on quite nicely. There's Ocean Beach, 2nd place. Comfortable in that 2nd place at the moment.
I wonder if there's been some tactics played there by Manchester. I was just noting that it was taking... no, maybe not. It was taking Sam Sanders and Joe Perkins an inordinately long amount of time to put a lap on the Manchester B kart, as there's been a change there.
I just know that, yes, Leicester A have now got back past Brooks E.
Yes, they have.
They'll probably switch back positions another 3 times before the end of this race. Keep it together. There's Sam Sanders just behind. Started to close in. What is Sanders' pace relative to Brooks E and Leicester A at the moment?
Well, it's not been great, but that's because they were spending the last lap clearing Manchester B's car. That's why I wonder if they... I don't know if the Manchester B driver did that knowingly, but they just...
I see where you're going.
I think they just bought some time for Ocean Beige there. I think they made life a bit difficult for some of the drivers going by, which they're entitled to do.
Yeah, they're entitled to do. It's not against the rules.
As I say, I don't know if that was by accident or design, but it did just slightly help there.
UPB's coming in at the moment. 46. Yes. Right, yeah, the pace for Beige hasn't been amazing. 46.6 last time around was his fastest lap time, and now Leicester A and Brooks E, I think, are working together. It's taken them some 20 minutes to clock onto it. But Leicester A are closing in here on Ocean Beige. This is not over yet for second place. Barring a miracle, it is over for the race victory. Loughborough A are nearly 5 seconds clear at the head of the field now. James Mills, this has been another classic. This has been another brilliant drive. We've seen them so many times over the years. Having said that, he has just got a track limit warning. Oh dear. He's taking skirmishes from the comms box curse cannon.
Exeter A all over the back of Will Toon in that number 33 Trent B kart now on the exit of hairpin 2. So this is Ethan Brooks in that Exeter kart, and this is over 7th place. As they head down through Syme Sweet, through Pullmans and into Paddock Corner. There's Joe Perkins in the number 8 Warwick kart. There's a cone penalty for Hertfordshire. Oh, there's 3 showings. Apologies. Let it be known, Hertfordshire did take a cone penalty before something much more dramatic for their race happened. Oh, and that's wide by Will Toon, and that's going to allow Ethan Brooks right through there, straight through in that Exeter A car. Bit of a costly moment there for Toon, for Trent B. He's going to try and get a switch back out of hairpin 2, but it's a difficult one to play because you've got to keep that advantage all the way down this hill and into Paddock Corner.
Just noted Nottingham Trent. It's not been the race that Nottingham Trent A and Lucas Gross would have wanted. Started 12th, had scores of 2nd, 24th and 2nd on the board. At the moment they're in 13th, so yes, it is an improvement of the score, but not to the extent, for example, to overhaul the score already acquired by Cardiff A. So a missed opportunity, I feel, for Nottingham Trent A here, and they've actually just lost a position to Brighton B. So Brighton B's great morning continues. They are now improving the score as we are on the last lap. James Mills nonchalantly comes over the top of the hill now for the last time to take another victory for Loughborough A. Finishes very, very strongly there, morning. It won't be the round win, but that's 60 points for James Mills. Ocean Beige takes 59 points for Manchester A. A brilliant 3rd for Leicester A. 4th for Brooks E. A very entertaining scrap with Leicester A throughout that. Sam Sanders will be pleased with the top 5 there for UEA. Warwick A. Rebound after a difficult start to the morning. Finished 6th in that one. Exeter A 7th. 8th for Trent B. Bath A, they've had a quiet morning as well, but they'll be happy with the top 10 there in race 5. Loughborough B finish in 10th. Surrey A, best result for them so far today, finish in 11th. Trinity B 12th. Brighton B 13th. And May have already won the Clubman class for round 1. A stellar performance from the team in the number 29 here at Buckmore Park today. Nottingham Trent A finish in 14th. That's their chance for winning the round sadly closed for this one. BUKC 15th, Backstage Academy again in the top half, 16th place for them, 17th for Cardiff A. They won't worry too much about that because they've already got some very strong scores on the board. That'll be a drop score, no problem there. Leeds A finish in 18th. I'm just looking, have they got another race to go? No, that was their last race. As well, it's a very good first half for Leeds, 10th in the first, and 34th and 18th for them in the second half. Yeah, not quite getting it all together across the course of the round. Carrying on, BUKC and Sheffield A get in the top 20. That's a good recovery actually from Ami, considering that she was facing the wrong way on turn 1. Gets a top 20 for the number 27 Kart. Cardiff B in 21st, Liverpool C 22nd, Trinity A 23rd. Bournemouth A 24th, Southampton B 25th, Reading A, UEB, Exeter C, Cambridge B, Leeds Beckett A is your top 30. Now we're into the teams that had problems out there. Manchester B, Brighton A, Leeds C, Coventry A had a broken exhaust, Cambridge C, and a disaster for Hertfordshire A, who were running strongly early on in that race, finished 17 laps off the overall lead. That was your result provisionally for heat number 5, and I just wonder, because I can see the unmistakable gaggle of students, I think we've got a full field weigh-in here. So it's not over, folks. We've already seen a couple of exclusions for drivers being underweight so far this morning, the early part of this afternoon. It is now the afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you're enjoying your lunchtime.
That was Loughborough A's second win of the season.
Yep.
Because they took a win at qualifiers. What I'm furiously trying to check
is who the driver was for.
Yes. And I don't know. But if that were the case, I don't know who the driver was for Loughborough. We didn't have the same driver system in the comms box for the qualifiers. But I'm just posing the question, is James Mills building up an undefeated run?
Is he our first double winner of the year? We are ready, though, to head down to Mr. Jacob Harris, who I believe has the race winner down there in the paddock. Over to you, Jacob.
And we have race winner of race number 5, James Mills. James, an excellent drive through the field.
Yeah, it was a great race. Pace seemed good. I seemed to be able to catch the front runners quite quickly in the end. And then, yeah, the rest of the race was just about getting past the back markers, keeping it clean, no penalties.
Yeah, I mean, I saw you on the grid. You were the opposite side to where I was interviewing, and I thought, shall I go across? And something in my head was like, no, I'll interview him afterwards. And here we are. You were just telling me about Loughborough's day so far. 2 8th places, and this was it?
Yes, 2 8th places in this. Not what we're used to be honest, but this round we've had to have 3 lightweight grids and 1 heavyweight, and that doesn't suit us. I think a few of the Loughborough drivers have been celebrating a bit too much after last season, but yeah, we're back to 2 heavyweights and 2 lightweights for round 2, so hopefully we can get back to winning ways.
Who's out last in the next race for you guys?
I don't know actually. I'm not sure. I'm out in the first race, well, race 2, but first for us. But yeah, I'm not sure.
All right, well, whoever it is, you know, a 1st and 8th, and if they can get up in and amongst the top 5, you might be on for a podium.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Here we have it then. Our reigning champions, Loughborough, back on form, shall we say? Are we confident enough to say back on form?
We'll see after the next round, I think. I think we've got work to do.
All right, then. Well, all the best for it, and have a good afternoon. Shall speak to you later.
Thank you very much.
James Mills, there of reigning champions Loughborough. Let's go and have a chat to some of the drivers in the queue. I say some of the drivers. We'll see what happened to Ocean there, who couldn't quite keep up with James. Was he too fast for you?
Yeah. There we go.
Or was the follow back on Instagram not enough motivation?
Yeah, maybe if there was more incentive next time, I might try a bit harder.
All right. Well, are we Facebook friends?
I don't think so, no.
I'll add you on Facebook if you win this afternoon. How about that?
Okay, I mean, I'm starting like quite near the back, but yeah, it'll go.
To be honest, I don't really use Facebook. There's not much benefit to having me as a friend other than the fact your DMs go straight in rather than into message requests, which might be handy for you.
Yeah, it would be nice to be able to message you since you don't follow me on Instagram.
Yeah, and so I don't use Twitter myself. Oh, I've got the BUKC Twitter. Is this new? I've just seen this on your shoulder. Is that new?
Yeah, my girlfriend sewed it on my suit.
Oh, that's lovely. Is she watching at home?
I don't think so.
Well, tell her she's missed out. And this little ice cream thing, is it?
Yeah, it's all right. My other girlfriend sewed that on for me.
Nice, I like that. Right, you're the last in the queue to be weighed, so I will stop distracting you. Ocean Beach there and his numerous girlfriends. Here come the drivers for the next race. I think that's Kane Shepherd there, Ocean's teammate, about to receive the transponder and number plate. I'm going to wander back on over to the karts and wait to see who's on pole position for this one, the last race of round 1 BUKC 2022. There's a few people underweight, as you might be able to hear over the tannoy. Jimbo announcing we have cheaters amongst us. And Henry Jackson's going to stop for a quick chat with me once he's put his number plate on the kart. In fact, he's starting in 4th, is it?
Yeah, 4th place. 4th place. I think I've been nice to Charlie and he's put me up the front, which is surprising, but we'll take it.
So how's Nottingham's day going? I haven't spoken to you since before the racing started, I don't think.
Andrew has never been here. Well, both of them have never been here. So they've trying to learn this circuit for the first time, and it's the first time in BUKC. It's been a bit of a struggle. Charlie got a 5th, and now if I can go a couple better than that, I think we'll be okay.
All right, then. And, I mean, you've been here plenty of times. Were you able to help them out with your vast amount of experience?
Yeah, I've given them a couple of bits of advice, how to change lines, be a bit quicker. And yeah, we'll see if it works in the second race. Right.
All right, well, it's going straight into the lunch break after this. Have you got yourself a decent back lunch?
No, actually, I can't really eat because I'm a little bit over the weight limit, so I'm trying not to eat anything and stay as light as I can.
Do you want some fruit? I've got some apple. Do you want some apple?
I'll have a bit of that.
Yeah. All right. Good man. Right, you keep eating healthy, all right?
Gonna try, but I can't make any promises.
Right. Well, good luck with it. You stick to that diet as best you can. And we have a Frenchman in front of Henry. No, it's not a Frenchman. It's a Frenchman's teammate. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Who have we got here?
Axel Slijepcevic.
Axel.
For Bath.
For Bath. I haven't spoken to Bath yet, and I was literally gearing up to speak French then. But if you don't speak French, Axel, that's fine.
Mate. Unfortunately, I don't.
We'll stick to English then. How's Bath doing today?
Up and down. Hopefully we can be near the front in this one, and then we'll be all right.
Well, I mean, you're starting there. I think it's a case of staying there, really.
Yeah, exactly. So we're on the outside, so it'll be tricky in T1, but after that we'll try and crack on without traffic, get the quick lap times down, and then see what happens. I know there are a lot of quick guys in here, so yeah, it's just going to be about keeping my head down.
Good man. Have you had your lunch yet?
I haven't.
Okay, do you want some fruit? I've got apples, I've got grapes. Do you want...
I need to keep my weight down.
Just one grape won't hurt though, will it? Do you want a quick grape?
All the difference. All the difference.
They're there if you want them. No? All right, no worries. I'll go off on my ways to whoever that is on pole position. Any words of encouragement for your fellow front rower?
Good luck.
All right then, let's see what he has to say about that. And I recognise the helmet. Well, I've definitely spoken to this young man before. I can't quite remember who it is though. Who have we got here?
My car.
Say it again, sorry.
My car.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
You've
Looking
got
forward.
a nice neck device on there. It looks fancy.
Thank you, thank you. Quite old.
Pole position for this one. Neck brace on for the loading. Do you think you can stay at the front?
I hope to. We'll see.
Good stuff. Have you had your lunch yet?
Sorry?
Have you had your lunch yet?
Lunch, yeah, I did. Couple of sandwiches.
Yeah. What do you have in them?
Meat and cheese. Yeah.
Solid. Hopefully that'll fuel you to victory.
Sure.
I'll just use in behind you. Thank you very much for the chat. We've got Mr. Chilcott for Team 17. I can't remember who 17 are.
UEA.
UEA, and as in West of England, yes. We spoke to you guys earlier. How's the day going?
It's been an average day so far, so we need a good result here for the team.
I want to see at least a podium from you. What's made it so average? Have you had some bad results, some good results, some just nothing special?
Yeah, just nothing special so far, so that's how it goes.
Yeah. Do you want some fruit? I've got some fruit in my pocket.
I'm alright.
Apple? Grape?
No, I'll pass on that.
Next time?
Yeah, go on them.
Well, good luck for your race.
Thank you.
Let's wander further back. I won't talk to Sheffield because they will kill me if I talk to them again. We haven't spoken to anyone from Bristol, and my good friend Abhishek is in this car. Abhishek, how are you doing?
All good. Feeling good today, yeah.
Have you had your lunch yet? Because I've got some fruit if you want. You've had your lunch.
Loads of little stuff, yeah.
You can still add some fruit. I've got grapes, I've got apples. Do you want some quick fuel for the race? I can pop a grape in there if you want.
Yeah, why not?
There we go. Do you want me to do it, or?
I'll do it.
You do it, yeah. Grab yourself
Let's see if I can do it.
One of those. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Yeah. That should give you at least 0.3 of a second a lap.
P1 after turn 1, so yeah. That grape will be what would do it.
Good man. How's Bristol getting on today? I haven't spoken to anyone from Bristol so far.
Not too well. We had a pretty crop race, 2 pre-crop races, so it's all on me, I guess.
They haven't been eating grapes, though, have they?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the secret sauce. That's the Red Bull for me, so yeah.
And you've got who's affectionately known as Mustard Man in front of you. Can you get ahead of him early doors?
Well, as I said, turn 1 is going to be P1 for me, so let's see.
Turn 1, P1. All right, Abhishek, have a good race. Right then, this is the last race of BUKC round 1, 6 out of 6. Andrew, Howard, back to you guys in the comm box to talk us through it.
My colleague next to me is about to read a grid out in a very composed manner. Mr. Mitchell, over to you.
On pole for Manchester B is Makar Majevic with Axel Slijepcevic alongside for Bath A. University of West of England A have Anderson Chilcott going for them from the second row of the grid, with Henry Jackson starting 4th for Nottingham A. Sheffield A have Callum Barnett at the wheel with Pavlo Denisenko alongside for Coventry A. Exeter A have Jensen Brown with Aidan Bliss at the wheel of the Cardiff B effort on row 4. Row 5 is Exeter C's George Sams, and I'm very glad that Jacob interviewed Abhishek then, because they didn't send in their driver names, so we now know it's Abhishek Gautam at the wheel of the number 76 Bristol A car to round out the top 10. Exeter B have Callum Brooks going for them, with Ewan Darlington starting for Liverpool A alongside. Then it's Oxford Brooks B's Brad Butcher, with University of West of England B's Christos Michael alongside. Matthew Taylor starts 15th for Oxford Brooks A with Callum Evans in the University of Wales Trinity St David A kart alongside. And then row 9 is going to be Bournemouth A's Bence Barner and Southampton B's Sam Kirby. Brunel A have Brogan Gannon going for them, with Warwick A's Matthew Hudson rounding out the top 20. Row 11 is going to be Surrey A with Pierre Tournay at the wheel. Dimos Episcopou starts alongside on row 11 for University of East Anglia A. Nottingham Trent B have Edward McDade on row 12, with Oxford Brooks F's Harrison Brown alongside. Row 13 is going to be Oscar Lancaster for Loughborough B and Harry Pridding for UClan A. Row 14 will be Harry Frood for Birmingham B and Brooks D's Jack Noller. And then rounding out the top 30 is, I'm being offered apples or grapes here, ladies and gentlemen. I wonder if you can guess who by. Rounding out the top 30 is going to be Rhys Pankett for Brighton A and Nottingham Trent C's Tom Hall. Newcastle A has Sam Gazy at the wheel, with Imperial A's Tom Newnham alongside. Southampton A have Jinian Zhao. And Kane Shepherd starts for Manchester A alongside. And then rounding out the 36 car grid on row 18 is Leicester A's Callum Howes and Alex Smith for Swansea A.
Can't believe drivers reject fruit of Jacob. Yeah, I'll take the offer of fruit of Jacob all the time.
Let's not have a case of sour grapes now.
Right, let's get on to some serious business, which is how this round's looking at the moment. According to the spreadsheet of doom, we have 4 potential winners of this first round of the championship. Cardiff A are the first of them. 170 points scored. They're done. They're not in this race. They're sat in the clubhouse hoping the following teams that I'm about to read out don't have good races in this sport. Oxford Brooks A, 169 points is their score at the moment. Their worst race result so far is a 9th. So if they can finish 8th or higher, in fact I'll make that 7th or higher, they will beat Cardiff. Manchester A are on 167. They're a real outside shot because they're starting this race from 34th and they've got to get better than 8th. That would be a heck of a run if Manchester A could do that, but mathematically they are in with a shot. The other team is Exeter A, 3rd, 7th and 8th for them at the moment, 165, so room for improvement, and they start from 7th on the grid, so if they can move forward, they could win the round. Also in play for a Prem's clubman, you've got Brooks B starting this race from 13th. We are calling it, like they do in the US elections, Brighton B win clubman.
a stellar morning from them, 157, but 157 points on the board. They are also done for this morning, or this early afternoon, I should say. Also out there still with a chance of winning a clubman podium. Lots of people. In fact, no, I'm not quite going to say. I'm going to reverse that back. Brighton B haven't got it yet because Loughborough B have a mathematical chance of doing so, but they start from 25th on the grid. Lots of people can get a clubman podium if they get a really, really good result in that one. So I'm not going to break all that down because we'll be here all day.
There we go. I had no idea that Brighton B was a candidate in the US election. But there we go. So one last race of the first round of 2 for you today. So we've got even more racing after this. I have to say it's clouded over quite a bit. I want to give a cheeky look at the latest weather forecast during this one, but we've got a race start to focus on. Manchester B's Mika Mijevic leads them away in the 63. It's a good start from the pole side of the grid, and they stream into turns 1 and 2 for the first time of this race. Remember, this is still the first time all of these drivers have taken to the track today as they go 3 wide, even 4 wide through hairpin 1. Was that Henry Jackson going off very wide?
Came back
through
on,
hairpin 1, came back on, was okay, is now on the inside for hairpin 2. But there's plenty of jostling in the mid-pack there as they all stream out of the hairpins, and that was the 65 riding up. Oh, that was Cardiff B. Aidan Bliss lost steering for a while there as he rode up onto the back of the kart in front of him. That would have been a heart-in-the-mouth moment for him as they all stream their way up through the bottom part of the circuit and up Damon Hill as someone sent the bollards flying. Interesting to see how race control will look at that one, given that it is the first lap. But at the end of lap 1, it is still Manchester B and Makar Mezevic at the head of the field. Sheffield A up to second. Good start there from the number 27 of Callum Barnett.
So straight away, lap 1.
Sorry, Andrew, change for the lead. Callum Barnett goes through and is followed through indeed by Bathay, who themselves immediately go for the lead and take it from Sheffield A. Early scraps here, and it's won so far by Axel Slijepcevic.
That was a great move by Axel, pouncing on the opportunity to get past Callum Barnett there and take the lead. Key thing on that first lap, Howard, Oxford Brooks A already up to 7th place. That is them in round-winning position, getting past Cardiff A's score. Where are Manchester A at the moment out there? They're down in 28th place, so they're not improving their score at the moment. And where are Exeter A? They're up in 4th. So at the moment, if the race was to finish as it is right now, as there's a cone penalty, there's cone penalties for Warwick A and Liverpool A, round 1 of the 2022 BUKC Mains Championship would go to Oxford Brooks.
Mikhail Mizevic under pressure there into hairpin 2, and Matthew Taylor lets him go back by. I think doesn't want to get the penalty because he knows the importance of getting a good result here.
He really, really does. Cannot afford to get a big 4-place penalty, as down the inside there goes the number 97 of Coventry A, the former champions on the scene here in race number 6.
Exeter B forced to go wide, at least from their perspective. Callum Brooks had his hand aloft going, what happened there? As that's Henry Jackson battling up the hill. We just cut away from that, but who was that he was battling away with for Nottingham A? It was University of West of England B, and he's got up into 9th place. Now has Nottingham A, as there's a penalty for Coventry A for forcing a driver wide.
That will have been down at paddock.
Yeah, that was for Exeter B going the other side of the bollards. There's change here, they're side by side between Mizevic and Taylor, and it's going to go the way of Taylor for Brooks A there up into 4th place.
Oh, this is a great drive so far from Oxford Brooks A's driver Matthew Taylor, former King of Kings, of course, won the Super Final in the Drivers' Championship a few years ago. So we know his talents. He's every single position he gains solidifies, as there's a not too happy Coventry A driver there. Every position that Taylor gains moves Oxford Brooks A further out ahead of the rest of the competition in this round. Scores all reset for round 2, of course. We've still got that this afternoon, or later this afternoon to come. I do hope you stay with us here on the Alpha Live network of streams across Facebook and YouTube, and also here on the DDMM YouTube channel.
This is an interesting one actually, because so Coventry have got penalised for forcing a driver wide. That's the only real penalty that you can get involving another. I'll try and say this. It's the only other penalty you can get that's involving another driver you're racing with, but which doesn't lead to them being compromised massively on time. So they're still battling with the X2B kart with whom they got that penalty. So that's an interesting battle to keep an eye on, as we are cutting slightly further back to Warwick A versus University of East Anglia A, we saw just briefly then. There is Warwick A in the number 8, which is Matthew Hudson at the wheel for them in this one. They're being chased by the University of East Anglia A in that number 12 kart, which is... check where they start.
Change for the lead. Sorry, Howard. Change for the lead. Sheffield A and Callum Barnett over the line. Go by Bath A here. It's been a frustrating day so far for Sheffield A. I've currently got them lounging down in 42nd position overall. That is not where they would have expected to be at the start of the day with the squad they've got. But 31st, 23rd and 19th their results so far.
I can just see out my window as well, Andrew. It'll probably come on shot in a moment. Change for 8th place out there. Henry Jackson's just got past Brad Butcher. So there's Nottingham A up past Brooks B will be confirmed this time around on timing.
1, 2, 3, 4 up the hill then. Sheffield A, Bath A and Exeter A, all ahead of Oxford Brooks A, who are sitting in a position at the moment which would give them round 1. Taylor can take his time here, but he's not going to. He's going to go straight down the inside and take 3rd position away from Exeter A there. Exeter A, will try and play this wisely as well, because they can't win the round. They'd like to take a round podium. They've definitely got the chance to do that. Should welcome back Jensen Brown. It's been a while since Jensen Brown's raced in the BUKC. It's great to see him back once again racing for Exeter A. Superb drive from Taylor so far.
I don't think we've mentioned too much the momentum that Exeter carried into today. But it was on their day of qualifying. They didn't win, but Exeter A were 2nd and Exeter B were 3rd. They rounded out the podium, did Exeter, which is really impressive showing from them again for the depth. As Matthew Taylor has a look down the inside on Bath A, and that is a change for 2nd place. That is a 2nd place move there, and Sliepcevic now slots in behind Matthew Taylor, who will now set about trying to catch up onto the back of Callum Barnett in that number 27 Sheffield A car.
18 minutes to go. Keep comments coming in. Stories submission as well on the Alpha Live website. So you go and check those out. Plenty of articles being put over there on the Alpha Live website in recent days as they've had the relaunch of the website. Hello to Evangelina cheering on Exeter. This is a good race for Exeter. 2 karts in the top 5 at the moment.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news for Newcastle, because I know they've already had a few problems today, but they have just dropped 10 positions down to 35th place. So some kind of issue befalling them in this one. The only thing I've got to report is they recently got issued with a track limits warning. No, a contact warning has just come through. Yes, sorry. So, yeah, costly lap for them.
So Taylor now up to 2nd place there for Oxford Brooks A. Very much in control of this race and the round at the moment. Conditions still very good here at Buckmore Park for the time of year. I'm quite used to getting a little bit damp when we make this visit to Buckmore Park in mid-February. They've been very, very kind to us so far, and I hope we see that continuing for not just today, but the Inters Championship tomorrow. We won't be here for the streaming, but you will be able to follow on the live time, live at alphatime.co.uk/BUKC. 16 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Contact warning for Bournemouth A, who are currently running in 27th position. And it feels like we've gone into a different phase of this race now. Matthew Taylor just quite happy to sit on the rear bumper of Callum Barnett and work with him, press along and get that gap. And just as I say that, he's going to go for a move down the inside. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you very much, mate.
It's the 2nd time he's done
Cheers,
that.
mate.
I think he's listening. He's
Matthew
not going to make
Taylor
a move.
takes the lead of the race for Oxford Brooks A ahead of Callum Barnett. What they have done that last lap is they've now got a second gap ahead of third and fourth, and there's been a change there as well. Jensen Brown has got past Axel Slijepcevic. So Brown has recognised that if he wants to win this race, he needed to make that move, because Barnett and Taylor are pulling away.
Flags out of paddock at the moment for the replacement of the bollard. Not for the first time today. On to lap number 13, then change of lead confirmed as they cross the line. It's now official. BUKC come to the head of the field. Extra and Bathé still just about keeping themselves in touch though, aren't they? They'll know that they don't want to hold each other up too much because they can see the riches down the road.
Judging from the number of up and down arrows that I can see on time, a good battle going on around 13th place. Oxford Brooks D have just got past Leicester A, but UEA A are involved as well in 15th. Bristol A are in there. Penalty for Manchester A, an overtake under yellow.
And that'll be for paddock. That's where they were putting the bollard back.
Somebody is also coming to the pit lane. Now, I've not seen... Oh, dear. Have we got a classic one of those where someone thinks they've got a black flag and they've not got a black flag and they come in and serve a black flag that they've never been given? So we'll look out for somebody going down the order.
Keep an eye on that one.
Here is your battle that we were talking about involving Bristol A. Abhishek Gautam. It's got to be up there in the charts of drivers who've done the most BUKC races in history. The 17 of UEA, it's the West of England Bristol-based team, charging through. And you've got number 5 Manchester A. It's just they've had their flashes, they've had their moments with Ocean and Michael in their races, but it's not quite come together, and you've never felt at any point this morning as if Manchester A were in the fight for winning or even getting on the podium. I'm going to name one here, I'm getting Brunel A vibes from a few years ago where they won a qualifier and I thought, oh, they won a qualifier, they're going to be in the mix, and it never got going for them when we got into the mains championship. I hope that doesn't happen for Manchester A, of course, as they go down the inside of the number 12 and take a position.
I have your pit caller and I'm baffled.
Excellent.
It's Imperial A.
Oh, right.
And I have no reason why they've done it. They're running to pace. The only thing I can tell you is that 13:08 they got issued with a track limit warning, but they came into the pits at 13:12, so they circulated several times after. So if anyone knows why Imperial A just went into the pits, I'd love to know, because I cannot even because what you were theorising then was the classic that you see a penalty on the board and then there are always know your symbols on the digiflag. We've seen drivers who get a penalty, which is a black box with a blue outline and blue writing saying penalty, and think, oh, that means a black flag. No, it doesn't. It never did. Don't come into the pits. But they weren't even given
a naughty person, though, and you'll get some points, some places to at the end of the race.
They were given a black and white flag.
Yeah.
For track limits, but as I say, it was 4 minutes beforehand. Anyway, it is what it is.
Halfway stage of the race then, 12.5 minutes gone, 12.5 to go. 0.245 of a second is the lead for Matthew Taylor over Sheffield A. Here is Henry Jackson, another driver that we've watched over the last few years be very strong in this competition. This is him in a fight for 7th place with Manchester B. So this is the Manchester B kart that started on the front row.
Yep. Karmazevic at the wheel of that one.
Just have a look at Nottingham A's scores so far today, how they're doing. It's not been a great morning. 25th, 5th and 30th for them so far.
You mentioned the mid-pack battle. There is a fairly substantial pack of karts that are running from 10th place down where Warwick A are. Warwick have been involved in a lot of battles today, I feel like. And yeah, they're... everyone down from 10th down to 14th, separated by less than a second. And then there's another battle happening over 15th place, as this is Mijevich going down the inside of Henry Jackson, but Henry Jackson is a wily driver and he's going to fight this one back again. Side by side through the S's though. This is brave stuff from the two of them. Still side by side through Simon Sweet. Mijevich doesn't want to give this up. Henry Jackson's got to be careful with trap limits there through Pullmans. They're both going to push each other wide, and Henry Jackson is not happy with quite how hard he was being attacked there by Mijevich. It is for now with Mijevich in that Manchester B kart, but they have both lost a heap of time in that exchange, no matter how you attribute blame in that one. And that is a contact warning for Manchester B.
I think that's a very diplomatic warning that's been given out there. I think that was a bit of back and forth. In fact, no, there is a bumper pass penalty, so I would assume that has been, he's had a warning from one of the pieces of contact earlier on in the lap, and then the BAP is for what happened down there through paddock corner.
Brave stuff, but it was just a bit. You've got 11 minutes left at the time that was happening. Opportunity though for the
back down the inside
6.
goes Jackson.
Yep.
Shakes his head, clearly shows his disapproval of how the number 63 has been driving, and now we'll see the penalty. 10 minutes of this to go. This is good scrap, this. Oxford Brooks A continuing to lead and continue to march towards a round victory.
Liverpool A have just got by Surrey A for 22nd. That's further down the order. As the battles in that mid-pack keep going. I'm not sure if I mentioned that some drivers before them Brooks F in this race, but they're the only ones running behind that Imperial A pit corner. Interestingly. Change for the lead though, Andrew. Across the line, Sheffield A were ahead by 93 thousandths of a second, which has immediately gone back to Matthew Taylor. And it was as they were making their way through some of this traffic, you can see, although not all of that is traffic, because that Exeter A, Bath A pair who were working together, Jensen Brown and Axel Slijepcevic, are staying right with them now. So this is a close battle for the lead of the race between the top 4 through the traffic. They're about to put a lap on the 31, that being Swansea A. That's the next kart anyway for them to put the lap on. But yeah, that was a bit of a moment there for Matthew Taylor. Just lost control of the race briefly, but responds with the fastest lap of the race, 46.2. Throwing down the gauntlet there. All right, Sunshine, you want to stay up with me? And he's giving the symbol there. And this is the effect, though. It's allowing, he just gave the number 1 symbol to the 31 of Swansea. And here's the effect. Callum Barnett in second place, allowed through immediately. Yep. Able to sweep through. This is the thing. It is the person at the head of the field who has to split through the traffic for the first time. They have to be the pioneer, as it were. And it allows all the others through. I'd say Exeter A and Bath A are just far enough off the back that it becomes a new process when they arrive on the scene, as they now get past the Swansea A kart. But yeah, as they now come round to, I think that's Trent B in the 33. And Matthew Taylor will be looking to go down the inside here at hairpin 1, which indeed he does, and Callum Barnett is going to look to go down the inside of hairpin 2, as he does now as well. And that is nose to tail now for the lead as they head down the hill. Brilliant stuff this from these top 2.
Just seeing Warwick A pop back into the top 10.
Yep.
This is a really spirited response, I feel, from Warwick A, who as a squad have had a tough season, even though we're only effectively 2 rounds in with their qualifier and this morning. You know, I think their hearts would have sunk when they saw Archie Hobson have those problems in the very first race in the Classified 36. Their response so far is a 7th, a 5th, and now they're on foot at the top 10. Don't think they're going to get around Podium, but they're actually going to be a fair way up the order. They may even be around, 160, around where beating the likes of Birmingham. So a very, very good response from the whole Warwick team to come back from what happened to them earlier on in race 1.
Sorry, my little noise there was, I think Brunel A tried to counter-attack Sheffield A, putting a lap on them.
Yeah,
and it just spooked Callum Barnett. To be fair, the Brunel driver didn't have a way of knowing. No one had sort of gestured to say we're the leaders. So I think he just, in defence, went for the attack. But it's just caused this gap to open up a little bit at the very front of the field. And Leicester A got past Warwick A on that last time around for 10th place. But Callum Barnett beginning to close up. Look at this back here. This is the next load of traffic, and it is the battle for... I think they're on multiple laps. Who have we got there? The 45 and the 22.
22 down the
Bournemouth
inside.
There's Brighton A down the inside of Bournemouth A. This is for 26th place. But this is a battle between them and New Clan A that our leaders are now closing on to the back of. So they're going to be the next pack of traffic. And unlike the traffic they've just gone through, these folks are having a legitimate fight in their own right, thank you very much. And they're not necessarily going to be in the mood to pull out of the way. The 117 of Brooks F is in there for good measure. They're down another lap. So this is a Brooks F. You want to let Brooks A through as quickly as you can. Do not hold up the sister cart. The 3 is now on the tail of the 117. And the 117 duly gets out of the way of both of them. So they're both through now. But this now is Matthew Taylor in the number 3 car coming onto the back of this battle for 26th place. And the first car to clear is the 47 of U-Clan, University of Central Lancashire, which he now does get by as we head into the last 5 minutes of the race. There's a really good demonstration here of how the leaders have to, in the latter phases of these races, get through on this traffic, pick your moment. Very reminiscent of what you see. I mean, no disrespect to any of the drivers involved here who are a lap down, but it's a very similar skill set to what you see in multi-class sports car racing, where people are in different machinery. They're very much not in different machinery in this series, and Matthew Taylor has to go wide round the bollard, and Callum Barnett's going to go through it. Garda, what happened there for Matthew Taylor to be going out wide? We're going to see a replay of that. So he's just trying to put a lap on the 45 of Bournemouth, and they both go out wide. That didn't look to me like... I
just wonder, was there a little bit of contact on Taylor's rear left there, and it almost like aligns the cart. He's two get locked together and pulled.
He's got back last on Barnett. I don't know if Barnett let him through because he saw the nature in which that shook out for him, but they're now on the tail of the 22, which is Brighton A. Brighton A is going to be the risk is that Brighton A thinks that if he sees the nose of a cart, it's the Bournemouth cart he was just fighting with.
Yeah.
That's the risk. That is the risk. And there he is going defensive because he hears a kart engine and he thinks it's the rival he just passed a few laps ago. This is difficult stuff for the leaders right now, nose to tail. As we're coming into the last few minutes of this one, he's going to go super defensive, but Matthew Taylor prizes the door open through turns 1 and 2. And he holds up his finger to say, I'm in first place. Callum Barnett goes down the inside. This is very challenging as a situation right now for our leaders.
That was a strange scenario where actually for a few seconds at least, first and second were in the trenches together and had to work with one another to wedge that gap to get past the back marker. It is what it is. It's the start of the season.
As I say, I don't criticise the Brighton A driver. From their perspective, it's, it's a sort of if in doubt, flat out, but if in doubt, defend. You've just been in a battle. Who do you think the cart behind you is? Unless you have, clocked visually at a different driver.
I want to talk about Bath, or Bath, as I should call them. Axel Slijepcevic in this drive, currently in P4. I think he's putting the number 42 is that Barnett down the inside of Taylor? Yes, it is. And Sheffield A take the lead. Bath A, I think, are getting themselves on a clubman podium for the round with this performance, because they're now looking at very tidy 18th, 9th and 4th.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, if they don't go bumper to bumper with the 22 of Brighton A, who's still defending, feeling that these are for position when they're not. Easy for me to say whilst I'm watching it from afar. But yes, absolutely. Didn't want to take away from the point. Really good stuff from Bath A.
Brighton driver will have made too many friends there with the way in which he let the leaders by and didn't let the leaders by. Just over 90 seconds to go. I think we'll have 2 more laps here. Don't think they'll squeeze another one in. pace has been a little bit lower as the leaders have had some troubles to get in through. As down the inside goes Taylor, forces Barnett through. He has a slightly apologetic hand there to say, sorry mate if I forced you wide, but doesn't yield the position back.
I say there's no material difference in what
That's a tactical one, isn't it? Oh, sorry. Still keep the position. But 60 seconds of this race to go. I'm not criticising, I'd do exactly the same. And can Matthew Taylor hold on? He doesn't need to win this race, but Oxford Brookes A will want to finish this round with a 60-pointer on their scorecard, but Callum Barnett's going to really challenge them.
Look how
to
much
take
Jensen
it. Jensen
Brown
is coming into this. Exeter A, they can't win the round now with where Brookes are, because Brookes are so far ahead on points, even if they finish in third place. But Exeter A want to try and get second place in the championship. This could all come down, remember, winning the round gives you 60 championship points, second 59, third 58. And we've seen this championship be decided by 1 point or 2 in previous years. They're heading up to Garda now. Taylor's got to go defensive. He has gone defensive on Callum Barnett. Can Jensen Brown go round the outside of Sheffield here as they come round centre? He's going to have a go at it. That's a brilliant move by Jensen Brown. But here he comes. Matthew Taylor takes... No, there's more time. They have squeezed another one in. So now it's the last lap. Now Jensen Brown has gone down the inside, taken second place. That is good news.
Slijepcevic is here.
Yeah, Slijepcevic is here for Bath A. Taylor has this race won surely now. It's all about second place. Can Jensen Brown hold on to it? It was a great move round the outside of Callum Barnett.
Big battle heading up the hill now. That's going to be just ahead of them. I don't look at the pack that's ahead of them. Matthew Taylor wants this race to end, and going defensive now is Jensen Brown, but Slijepcevic is challenging Barnett as well. They're side by side this time coming through. Slijepcevic trying to do a repeat move. It's going to be Matthew Taylor who takes the win for Brookes A, just missing out on that traffic. Then it's going to be Exeter A across the line in second place. Brilliant stuff there from Jensen Brown. Sheffield A's Callum Barnett battling to the end there, managed to hold on to third just ahead of Axel Slijepcevic there for Bath A in fourth. And then it was Exeter B in fifth. Coventry A finished sixth, but with a penalty to be applied, I want to say. Manchester B in seventh. Oxford Brookes D in eighth. Ninth for Leicester A. Nottingham A in 10th. Warwick A in 11th. 12th with Brookes B. University of West of England A. University of Wales, Trinity St David A. Manchester A takes you to 15th place. Then it was Loughborough B, Bristol A, UE B, UEA A, Southampton B to round out the top 20. Cardiff B in 21st. Then it was Surrey A, Liverpool A, Southampton A, Exeter C for 25th. Brighton A, UCLan A, Bournemouth A, Imperial A, Newcastle A for 30th. Brunel A, Nottingham Trent B, Swansea A, Birmingham B, and Nottingham Trent C, and Oxford Brookes F. It's the win for Brookes A, mate.
Yeah.
But more importantly, what's our round situation off that?
Well, Oxford Brookes A finished 2021 with a round victory. They start 2022 with a round victory, and a very ominous round victory for the rest of the competition in the end. By our calculations, they win by at least 6 points. 177 is the score that we've got here in the box for Oxford Brookes. A first, a second, a third. That is a very, very good start to the day. We've not quite got all the scores on the doors here in the box, but we do reckon, as you say, Brighton B have got the win in Clubman. And Exeter A, in the end, as we say, they finished in second place. That should give them second in the round overall. I'm just going through other teams that could have knocked Cardiff off their perch. Manchester finished in 15th. Nope, they do not. Go back. So I think Cardiff A might have got, I'm not quite going to put it on the line here, but Cardiff A might have got an overall podium from this morning. Brighton B, as we say, we think have won in the Clubman ranks. Where did Loughborough B finish? They finished in 16th. That's going to be pretty high up there. Birmingham B in the end faded and won't be on the podium. So yeah, I would hazard a guess that it's Brighton B, Loughborough B and Bath A. Club and podium. Let's head down to Jacob.
And here on the grid, I've got the winner of our final race of round one, Mr. Matthew Taylor. Matt, tell us about your race.
Yeah, started off very well. Started 15th, so got through got through to probably like 6th, I think, on the first lap. Then just took my time, got into it, tried to make as many clean overtakes as I could. Got myself to the front, and then me and Sheffield worked together, which was very helpful until the back mask came up, and then it got a bit crazy, and then had to battle out for the win. But yeah, good race, and I think that's us. I think we won the round. I'm not too sure. I assume we have.
I'm not sure. What the results have you had?
First, second, third.
It's looking good then. Yeah, Andrew and Howard were talking about it before, but I can't recall, to be honest with you. I was too busy sorting out the trophies, which hopefully you'll be receiving.
Fingers crossed, yeah, fingers crossed.
And there's the boys. Look, a strong day for Brooks A. Obviously missing Kyle today. Yes. He has messaged me to say sorry that he's not here, but yeah, no, you've gone from strength to strength without him.
Yeah, I mean, we do miss him, but we seem to do all right without him. But I think he's back at PF, so.
Does he get his place back after? I mean, if you win this round, what if you do well in the next round? Does he get his place back?
Oh, we'll have to see how Angus does. But he's done all right, so it's gonna be a bit of competition for places, so it's good.
All right, and in terms of Brooks overall, 6 teams through. I think we mentioned it earlier to Callum. How is that to have as a university? 6 teams, 24 of you coming down here, and we've just seen a select few of them come past and congratulate you. What's it like to have so many people involved in BUKC?
It's a good laugh. We just come here, have fun. It's quite hard to organise. Me and Brad and I try and keep on top of it, but there's a lot of people to keep in order with all the lead and heavy and lightweights and stuff, but seem to be doing all right. I think the other teams have done all right today. Not too bad. I assume they probably got, maybe B and C may have got near top 5. And yeah, so yeah, it's good.
I mean, you know, we talk about the 6 teams, and then we mentioned Kyle, who's not here, Reese, who qualified with you, who's not here either. You've got strength and depth, really, haven't you?
Yeah, we're missing about 4 people today, and there's probably some others who might come and do it as well, who we've got. So yeah, we've got a lot of strength and depth. We'd like some more teams, really, which is, I know it's hard for other universities to take, but yeah, I guess it's fair, only having 6.
Yeah, you've got enough already. Right, I think we're just about ready to get down to the podium, and we will find out if you've won the round, and you will of course get the hug for the race win anyway. When are you back out this afternoon?
Race 4.
Race 4. Matthew Taylor fans, look out for race 4. All right then, brilliant. I'll let you get off. Speak to you later. We are going to a lunch break now. We will have what is about a half-hour lunch break from when the racing finished to when the racing starts up again. Given that we've had a 5-minute chat here, and we'll have a quick chat before next race, we're going to go to a quick 15-minute break. Anthony's behind the camera here now saying we can do the podium if you want. So, you know, stay tuned. There may well be, you can hear over the tannoy now, myself and JV, apparently I volunteered for that. We'll be presenting the trophies for round number 1. So yeah, stay tuned. If you're lucky, you'll get to see a podium. If not, there'll be plenty more racing back this afternoon with 6 more 25-minute races, BUKC 2022 round 2.
That's it, let's get in the party mood, everybody. There's going to be a big booming, banging party tonight.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you can choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Race winners, first of all, who Jacob has in his head. It's a big test now. So let's call it up. Do you know what? You may as well do it.
All right.
Go for it.
All right, and big round of applause, everyone. The winner of race number 1, Cardiff A's Josh Ladd.
What lad? Josh Ladd, winning race number 1. Where are you? Josh Ladd. Come on, Josh.
Get him out of his car. I'll put that one to one side.
Winner of race number 2 is
Sam Johns of University of Wales Trinity St David A.
All right, Sam Johns, there we go. Well done for winning race number 2, Sam. And the winner of race number 3, Jacob?
Kieran Harrison from Leeds.
Kieran Harrison from Leeds.
Go.
And winner of race number 4 is
Exeter B's Ryan Luscombe.
Ryan Luscombe, Exeter B.
That's 4, wasn't it? Yeah.
There we go, well done, well remembered, Jacob. And winner of race number 5 was
Loughborough A's James Mills.
James Mills, Loughborough A. Here we go, well done, James. You are allowed to, all of you are allowed to clap, you know that, not just a few of you, you're all allowed to clap, yeah? Applaud. And the winner of that last race was?
Matthew Taylor from Oxford Brooks.
Oh, Matt Taylor! I remember Matt Taylor as a cadet. Well done, guys, well done, well done. Okay, so we're just going to call up, I think these results have been published, guys, so you can see where you all finished. So we're just going to call up the top 3 in each class, should we say. So the team finishing 3rd in Clubman's for round 1 this morning, 26th overall, but 3rd in Clubman's. That goes to team number 76, Bristol A. Bristol A. Bristol A.
We didn't think we would make it so far, so sorry.
There's one of you. Any more?
I guess they're coming. They're a bit surprised.
Okay, to our runners-up then, moving up the ladder to 19th overall, where we find our runners-up in Clubman's this morning, and that goes to team number 20, Loughborough B.
Medal and a handshake. The rest of the team can come up too.
We need the whole team, guys, the whole team. You're all welcome. It's allowed now.
Handshake and a medal. Handshake and I guess you can have both medals.
And with 158 points and taking the race win for, or the round win for Clubman class, finishing 12th overall, but winning their class. Congratulations, team number 29, Brighton B. Oh, well done, Brighton B. Have your team turned up yet? Bristol? Bristol A, no? You're on your own then, mate. Okay, have we got Tom here to take a photo? Tom Fox? No?
Don't worry, Jacob can do it.
Everyone look at me.
I can't help it.
Where's our official photographer, Tom Fox? Okay, There we go. Round of applause, our top 3 teams in Clubman today. Okay, moving on then to our top 3 teams overall, and indeed all Premier Class teams. Third place then, 170 points, and giving them 58 championship points. Well done, team number 18, Cardiff A.
Giving it to him. He's going to hide that. Josh, like, let me get this. You get a hug as well. I will. Here's your race winner's medal. Here's your
well done to Cardiff A there, jumping on the third place podium there. And runners up then with 171 points scored today, giving them 59 championship points. Your runners up, team number 4, Exeter A.
Congratulations, have a trophy and a medal. It's yours, congratulations. Good for you. So go, and then last but not least.
Well done, guys. But to our winners then, a massive 177 points accrued across their 4 races, and taking maximum points here for round number 1 at Buckmore Park. Congratulations, your winners. Team number 3, Oxford Brooks A.
Got it. Right. Everyone look at me. Lovely stuff.
You look lovely. Well done, guys. Well done. Another ripple, please, as they leave the podium. Your top 3 overall and in class as well, Premier Class. Congratulations, everybody. Right, okay, so we're going to move into round 2 then. A complete repeat, ladies and gentlemen, but there is no 3 laps warm-up, so we're going to be going straight into formation. Okay, so we're going to get set up for race 1 of round 2 in a sec. We'll let you know when we're ready. It looks like we maybe are. Yeah, I'll give you a shout. So getting yourself set up, guys, and it's straight into formation. We'll send you down the bottom here first of all, up the top, using the cut through next time round, and then through the 900, and away we go. Can I just remind you one thing, drivers, please? One thing important.
Welcome back to the grids. James from Manchester starts this one on pole position. Is this second place? I've forgotten which side of the grid. But James, disappointed for Manchester to just miss out on the podium there. Can you sort yourselves out this afternoon?
Yeah, it should be a good one this afternoon. We're going to all put our heads down, try our best to try and get our way up the field and hopefully get top 3 at least this round, so we'll see.
Good stuff. I'm going to quickly talk to some of your challengers. James Mills being the first of those. James, an excellent race win for you earlier. You can get left or right on the podium this afternoon?
Yeah, hopefully. Starting near the front, hopefully get a good position in this, and then just leave it to the rest of the boys for the rest of the afternoon.
Old rivals Brooks behind you. Any words of encouragement or discouragement for them?
No, keep it clean, and I hope to see you out there.
All right, then let's go have a quick chat with Lucas Sullivan. Lucas, a solid race from yourself earlier, narrowly missing out on the top 3. Can you get to the top 3 for this one?
It would be a shame if I couldn't, but it looks like a fairly tough field, so we'll have to see what happens in the race.
Excellent. I'm going to jump in behind for Archie Hobson, because I haven't spoken to Warwick yet today. How are Warwick doing, Archie?
P9 in the first round, not too bad, but hopefully better now.
I think I heard not too bad, and the engines have started, so I can't hear you, but good luck for this one.
Cheers.
Archie Hobson there. Didn't quite have time to get over to the other side where Hertfordshire were waiting for a chat, but we'll get them later. Andrew Howard, back to you to kick us off round 2, BUKC 2022.
And Andrew Mather of Double Dash Motorsport Media in the comms box to talk you through all of the action. Let's talk you through the grid for this one. We may have to go a bit quicker with these ones because there won't be so much in the way of practice time for the drivers. So it's Cambridge C and Jared Wilson Godber on pole. Manchester A's James Walkington alongside Alessandro Cerinetti for Hertfordshire A and James Mills of Loughborough A on row 2. Then it's Reading A's Dan Booth and Lucas Sullivan for Brooks B on row 3. Nottingham A and Warwick A are row 4, Swansea A and UWTSD A are row 5, Leeds A and Cardiff A are row 6, with Manchester B and Liverpool A on 7, Trinity B and Brooks F make up row 8, then it's University West of England B and Coventry A on row 9, Newcastle A and Southampton A to round out your top 20, then it's Trent B and Brooks C, Brighton A and Birmingham A, UEA and Bath A, Brunel A and Birmingham B, and I'm going to end it there, folks. We'll call them as they get involved in the action because we are away already as they stream through turns 1 and 2 and towards hairpin 1, and it is a slippery start out there for some of them because that was our pole sitter drifting wide just a little bit through hairpin 1, and there's a cart round, a spinner as they come into hairpin 2, but it is Hertfordshire A who have come to the front of the field. Yes, it is. It's Cerinetti in that 1:07 Hertfordshire A. Well, this is a better showing early doors for Hertfordshire after a torrid time of it this morning, with a few black flags to speak of, as they all stream up Damon Hill through Garda and out of centre for the first time. James Mills going side by side with Andrew Trevor. That's Loughborough versus Nottingham as they come around to finish lap number 1. It is indeed Hertfordshire A in the lead, and there's been a penalty for Brooksby early doors here. Bump and pass for them. That'll be 4 positions added to wherever they finish. That's noteworthy because they are running third now, are Brooks B. So it's Hertfordshire A, Reading A, Brooks B and Manchester A and Swansea A, your top 5, as that is the 63 of Manchester B. It looks like it is Micah Mijevich at the wheel again for them here. All of the drivers taking to the track for the second time today for this one, as there is a penalty for the University of East Anglia, a bump and pass, as the 62 of Cambridge C, our pole sitter, feels the need to go wide round the bollards in avoidance, as does the number 4 of Exeter A much further down the order. As the race officials feel that there was just cause to do so. Track limit warning for Leeds A in all of that. Warwick A's Archie Hobson looking for a better result here after a kart issue earlier today, but he's just been overtaken there by University of Wales Trinity St David A. That was for 10th place. This is the 10 versus the 8, and now coming under pressure from Brooks C, excuse me, the number 14 behind as well. So Archie Hobson a little bit defensive at this stage as he's under attack in the early phases of this race. This is always a difficult one. We come so quickly off the lunch break for a lot of drivers. I always think this is a difficult race to get your mindset right, to just suddenly refocus, because throughout all the morning we had racing, and then you had a break where everyone was worrying about, you know, their packed lunches and what. Well, if you were driving this race, you're probably worried about food a bit earlier. As down the inside goes University of Wales Trinity St David A, that is on Cambridge C, and Archie Hobson in that Warwick A kart still trying to get involved here, but he's pushed out a little bit wide there, and that allows Vava of BUKC through as well. Good little battle this, but it's causing quite a train of karts. There's a good 8 or 9 karts in that train alone. Still Hertfordshire A in the lead, as down the inside is looking Trinity St David A, but this has been a standout lap for BUKC actually. Really well judged throughout this lap by Philip Vava, and that takes him up to 9th, I think. Yes, it does indeed. So up 3 places on that lap for Vava. So really good stuff there, and there is a pass again, this time on Oxford Brook C by Trinity St David A. As now Archie Hobson goes down the inside in that number 8 kart for Warwick 8, getting by on our pole sitter of Jared Wilson-Godber. It's a difficult one for Wilson-Godber in this situation because, as we keep talking about, random grids in this main championship, and that means that you know, you're not necessarily where you should be as Warwick A. Go down the inside of Trinity St David A, and that's still side by side as they come through Senna, and he's going to stay with Trinity St David A and Ben Gilbert for now in that battle. Further up the road, Cardiff A and Loughborough have got past Reading A on that one, on that last lap I should say. So it's Hertfordshire A who lead by less than a second from Brooks B, albeit Brooks B's Lucas Sullivan already has a penalty for bump and pass from the very first lap. Let's not forget that one, because that has a big bearing on this race. It is not possible for Brooks B to win this race even if they finish first on the road. Manchester B defending against Liverpool A, I believe it is, now in a battle over 30. That's between the 63 and the 55. Let's move a little bit further up the pack there for a moment. You can see James Mills in 5th place at the moment for Loughborough. Drove so strongly in his race earlier today. Not a lot of field spread though in these early phases. Once the first lap has been dealt with by these drivers and they've got through that cleanly, you know, they are all up to speed at this point because they've had their first time out on the circuit. It's always just, you always settle into it a bit quicker when you come back to the circuit. You're able to focus on the finer points of going fast around this Buckmore Park circuit in Kent. As under serious pressure now is that 62 of Cambridge C, but that's not paid off actually for Manchester B, because Liverpool A and Leeds A are going to cheekily sweep through, or are they? Leeds A is side by side with University of West of England A actually, who's also trying to get involved, and that's stayed with University of West of England A, but that's all it's all changing about faster than I can really say so at the moment, as that's Brooks A going through on Exeter B. You could just see the 3 passing the 41. That's for 25th place. This is very much Oxford A's race where they are looking to move up from the back. Alex Page starting 30th for them, as there is a spinner in hairpin 1. Still have to check who that was. Still some tight patch. There's your race leader. That was Hertfordshire A with Brooks B's Lucas Sullivan in pursuit. And we'll just double check it. Yeah, it's Cherinetti in that Hertfordshire A kart.
To bounce back, obviously, Alessandro,
yes.
A very accomplished driver on the owner scene, the British Championship level, and higher actually. Didn't have a great race this morning, unfortunately, though, and got a black flag early on, so it's good to see him getting back on that horse and getting this kart at the front on the field at the moment. Lucas Sullivan, we know as well, raced well in round 1 in his race earlier on in the day. Just been looking to work together now through the mid-phase of this race. All scores, by the way, are updated over on the DDMM data centre. Thank you for those of you tuning in. So if you like your stats and you like your numbers and you want to keep track of each of your respective teams. Go to, if you've got a second screen. If you've got one screen, stick with us here on Alpha Live and we'll feed those bits of information in to you. But if you want uninterrupted nerd vision, head across to the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel for that.
Side by side for third place, Cardiff A go down the inside of Manchester A in hairpin 2. Just saw it in the back of your shot then, and I think that's changed. So the 18 is now ahead of the 5. You can see as they come here down through the hill. So that means that Fraser Brunton is now past James Walkington, who I think is still having a good, strong drive. I think James has been putting in a solid job for Manchester today. His earlier race was pretty decent, and so far he's running well. You saw there James Mills coming through for Loughborough, and the 52 of Reading A still by quite some way your highest placed clubman Kart within this race. Daniel Booth at the wheel of that effort. Here is the third place battle. They don't want to waste too much time though, because they want to try, if at all possible, to stay in touch with the lead battle, which is just some 2 seconds further up the road. Remember, just as a reminder again, Lucas Sullivan in second place for Brooks B has a bump and pass penalty, which was accrued on the very first lap of the race.
Still very early stages of this championship. From this morning, if you're just joining us after the lunch break for round 2, is there's a change for the lead on the road. There was at least Sullivan getting very close up alongside Chiarenetti there. And this time, yes, Sullivan has taken the lead on the road. Now, yes, that penalty will still apply. It's a good feeling for Lucas Sullivan to get into that position. Try and pull away now from Hertfordshire A. Mates Oxford Brooks A now lead the championship after this morning's round and their victory in it. So, 119 points from possible 120.
The risk here for Chiarenetti is that he doesn't know that the penalty is applied to the kart in front of him, and he could throw away. I mean, as you were alluding to a moment ago, very experienced and accomplished racing driver, but the risk is there that you go all in on a battle with the kart that actually, for the win,
you don't need
matter. But yeah, sorry, you were saying mate, about the championship.
Brooks A leading then. I'd say still very early days, but 119 points for Brooks A now, 117 for Exeter A. Third and second so far in their rounds, including their qualifier. Manchester A now third, 116. Cardiff A up to fourth, 115 for them. Leeds A up out the top 5. Brighton B, as expected, are your top clubman runner at the moment. Ahead of Bath A and Loughborough B in those ranks. But those values we'll keep an eye on across the course of this afternoon in the second round. The BUKC 2022 Mains Championship. Andrew Mallow and Howard Mitchell on commentary duties for you. That's Double Dash Motorsport Media. Do make sure that you've subscribed. Double Dash MM, and also at Alpha Live as well. There's a cone penalty though for our championship leaders. Oxford Brooks A not having the same rub of the green in this start to round 2 as what we saw this morning and early afternoon in round 1.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. As I say, they started 30th in this one, so it is their lower grid slot. But yeah, Alex Page just collecting one of the bollards somewhere to get that penalty. So it's going to be an interesting one. This is still an interesting battle that's going along here, which is Brooks C in the number 14, University of Wales Trinity St David A in that 10 kart, and then the 31 is Swansea A and Warwick A in the 8. So this is the battle for 7th down to 10th. See just equally distanced these 4 karts at the moment, but they are some 3 seconds down the road from Reading A, who are having a really quiet race now. I think they just flashed through your shot then, but they've got a 2.5 second buffer, both in front and behind. So they're just got to keep their toe in the door, really, or keep their foot in the door, to see if anything comes back their way with the battles up the road. Further on in this race. It's interesting actually. James Mills is not at the moment able to eat into the 2 second gap that he's got to Manchester A on the top 4 really. Considering the pace that we saw him have in the race early this morning, that's interesting to me. So I don't know if that's I'm not sure what we'd be calling it. Maybe he just doesn't feel quite as dialed in with this particular kart as he did this morning, or conditions have changed. I will say, having stepped outside during the little break we had then, it is a lot colder than it's colder than it felt when we came in this morning to the track. It's really not warmed up today, so everything does get quite cold when we're doing these changeovers.
Halfway point of this race. A couple of shout outs to give. Hello to Simon Skelton, who's subscribed to the DDMM YouTube channel. Thank you for your support, Simon. Hello to the team at Porsche Sport, the esports team. Do a lot of Porsche media coverage. They've been in the chat all day, which I'm really enjoying the coverage and the action here at Buckmore Park. And hello to Bryn Albin as well, one of our drivers in the Club 100 Sprints Championship. Nice to have the buzzing of Club 100 karts in the background while stuck indoors today. And we should mention that we are back here at Buckmore Park in a few weeks' time as Fraser Brunton looking down the inside of Alessandro Cerinetti there for second place.
Cerinetti bangs his helmet as if to say, hey, what are you doing? We need to work together here. Interestingly, though, and as I say, they don't necessarily... Oh, he's trying to get into turn one. He's gone for that. And how does that play out? And he's through. So Fraser Brunton for Cardiff A up into the net lead of the race, don't forget, because of the penalty that's against Brooks B. And this is the thing. Cerinetti is banging his helmet saying, why are you wasting us time? Let's get on to the leader. But unbeknownst, he was the leader. Such is the way sometimes with penalties. Elsewhere, University of Wales, Trinity St David A has got past Brooks C in that battle for 7th place that I was talking about a few laps ago, which is still close as you like in the lower part of the top 10. There's a black flag for University of East Anglia A, bump and pass.
Yeah, 2 bump and passes in quick succession there for the team based down in Norwich. Just to finish the point on Club 100 Sprints, 27th of February. Keep that date in your diaries. If you're at home, you'll be able to enjoy the first round of a new Club 100 Sprint season live here on Alpha Live with commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media as someone absolutely destroys out the window the bollards. Barnaby's going to replace them again. But yes, round 1, Sprints Championship, fantastic championship, always enjoy covering it, and we'll be here at Buckmore Park for that season opener in a few weeks' time.
I could just see how far off shot Barnaby was with those bollards. Then someone's really sent them into. They might have to book him a ferry crossing if anyone hits them much further. That was another look by the looks of it to me, as that is the 12 of UEAA in for there. But that is a change for the lead on the road, because Fraser Brunton has thrown it down the inside of where he did a move on Alessandro Cerinetti a couple of laps ago, and has now got past Lucas Sullivan. Now, if you're Lucas Sullivan, you want to negate your penalty as much as possible. It doesn't matter that you've got a penalty in terms of how you want to run your race. You want to win it on the road. Definitely getting into the whites of the eyes of these drivers who are getting the black flags today.
It's DJ with that Roman camera. Looks into their soul. Their souls haven't had a black flag.
So, top 3, nose to tail. And then there is the number 5 of Manchester A with James Walker at the wheel, who will not pass up on any spoils that come his way for if these top 3 start to battle. And this is where we get into the interesting phase of the race, because this is where they're coming upon some traffic. So it's lead C in the number 49 kart, and that is the first kart that they'll be putting a lap on as they stream through out of hairpin 2.
Small guide who's in for the black flag for UEAA, and coupled with the disqualification earlier on today from P2 finish for being underweight, it has not been a good day for Luke, unfortunately. Someone gives the Bollard another clip, as there's a penalty for Brooks B. Is that a new one?
It's a new one on top of the bump and pass, so that'll be another 2 positions. So they've accrued, to my count, 6 positions to be docked from Brooks B's finishing position. And just to add insult to injury for that particular stable, Brooks C is just
Cerinetti by Sullivan then on the road for second place.
Yep.
Doesn't need the penalties to overhaul that now.
Yeah, absolutely. So now Cerinetti does want to attack the driver because that is for the lead of a race. But yeah, finish the thought. Brooks C got a cone penalty as well. So unfortunately, they will be But Brooks Kart's losing positions through penalties around several situations at the moment as they go by on the number 42, which is Bath 8.
I've got to say, we've seen some very impressive drives from Fraser Brunton over, especially the last, I'd say, 18 months. He took a big step on the Club 100 sprint stage in the 2020 season, and for me, was fully deserving of a final victory in 2021. It didn't quite come. He had a few second places, and we're meaning like bumper to bumper over the line. A particularly good race for him. Bayford Meadows, which Taz Teal took the victory for. But this feels like again, he's taken another step today. It's like looking at the drivers that he's racing up against here. This is a very impressive performance, and it's fantastic news for Cardiff. The turnaround for Cardiff, especially this season. And there's a longer history as a team. Cardiff are familiar with being up at the front end. They finished in the top 3 some years ago, but had that period. They dipped down into the Inters and they felt almost stuck in the Inters division. Got themselves back into mains, and drivers like this, and drives like this from Fraser Brunton and others, they are going to be a huge factor this season. 6.5 minutes to go.
Just want to give a shout out. Exeter A, a couple of laps ago, got up to 12th place, and that is Ethan Brooks, who started penultimate last on this grid. So he's doing the good job of, trying to capitalise on that lowest starting place for Exeter A, and he's going to try, I think, by the end of this race to be knocking on the door of the top 10. But he's got some big gaps to make up now. University of West of England A is 2 seconds up the road, and then it's a further 5 seconds to get onto the back of Swansea A in the top 10. So it's difficult, but he has been doing very well so far this race to do his best with the challenging grid start that he had.
It's a brilliant effort. 52 going side by side there. That's a battle for 6th place involving Reading, BUKC, and I think Trinity A were in there as well.
Yeah, sorry, I said that Reading was having a quiet race earlier. That ended about 2 laps ago when this battle for 7th place caught up to him. And now the number 52, piloted by Daniel Booth, is having to defend quite heartily, and has been overtaken by Brooks C. So it's Brooks C in the 14. Reading still your highest placed clubman class runner in this race in that 52, and then it's the number 10 of Trinity St David A and the number 8 of Warwick A, all in this stream of cars now battling over 6th place.
The great response from early morning disappointment for Warwick A continues. Archie Hobson is joining the back of this group. That was the driver who befell down the order this morning. Very experienced driver here at Buckmore Park and in the BUKC. And there's a chance here. 5 minutes to go. Positions to be had ahead, especially if drivers fight ahead of him. I thought Archie was going to try and get up the inside there of Trinity A's number 10.
Yeah, it was just a bit too half-hearted from Fraser Brunton on that particular one. He's going to try now into turn 1, and again, Booth is going to effectively shut the door, although he's just taking his standard racing line. But it stays as they were for now. Yeah, sorry, I got a mixed identity then. Sorry, in my defence,
similar helmet. Yes.
Similar helmet. Sorry, it's not Fraser Brunton. Fraser Brunton's in the Cardiff card. It's Ben Gilbert in the number 10 card. Thank you. It's a very fair point. But yeah, Ben Gilbert it is in the number 10. So it wasn't a half-hearted move from Fraser at all.
No.
Fraser might have been doing the move of his life whilst that was going on. As further up ahead, the number 14 of Brooks is now beginning to deal with some of the traffic, getting by on that 49 cart of Leeds C. So yeah, Ben Gilbert just needs to pick his moment a bit more here if he is going to go for a move, because Archie Hobson will not need a second invitation to get by. As Brooks A get up another position. So they have got up into 16th place ahead of Nottingham A, which I was talking about Exeter A coming from the back of the grid. This is also Alex Page trying to come from 30th on the grid. So good drive there as well.
Looking down. There's the moment there for Hobson in the Warwick A cart. Pulls it back on circuit. Just looking further down the order, and teams that are not having the start to round 2 that they would have wanted. Birmingham A
it has been a thing historically with Birmingham at Buckmore Park. It never seems to just flow and be a good day for them, I'm afraid. I think that's continuing here in round 2 because they've got 15th place at the moment. They're just ahead of BUKC, but we have mentioned that BUKC won't be too concerned about that because this is their race where they start from the back. Nottingham AC, though, not in a particularly nice spot for them. They've just gone down to 19th place, and Leeds A struggling in this race as well. Strong this morning, but at the moment in this race they're 23rd.
I always had a pet theory about that, which was that Buckmore Park to Birmingham is just that distance where you go, I don't need an overnight.
Yeah.
I don't need an overnight stay for that. And so my theory always was that, I'll say we because I'm formally of that parish, we'd get here and relative to the qualifiers that might have been held at Wilton Mill, we were shattered because we'd been driving for hours. That was always my theory anyway. But I don't know, maybe they had an overnight stay this time. I don't think I saw any Birmingham folks last night in the hotel. But
It's a good point that you made. You see the performance of Cardiff today. You know, we were chatting to them in the bar last night. It's I think there's some level to your theory there. Less than 2 minutes of this race to go. Cardiff A lead it by half a second over these two drivers here. Hertfordshire's Alessandro Chiaronetti and Lucas Sullivan from Brooks B. Manchester A having another good run here. They are closing in at the moment on the number 18. This is not done yet. Down the inside goes Sullivan. This is him trying to get places back to negate his penalty. Chiaronetti's furious with him, wanting to work together. Try and catch up to the charging Fraser Brunton. Still going to have a couple of laps to go and traffic to deal with as well. This is something that he doesn't have to deal with in the Club 100 sprints in the A finals because they're always the whole field covered by about 10 seconds. Only 2 more laps of this race.
Just to follow up on my thing.
And it's Brooks F as well, so it's not going to be a car that's,
that's true,
going to particularly want to jump out of the way given the scenario in the race, which is perfectly legal. No blue flags, don't have to get out the way.
Just to cover the Clubman situation then, Reading A by far and away the highest placed car. We've mentioned that already in Clubman's. Manchester B is the next one down the order in 15th place. They've just been passed actually.
Oh, sorry Howard. Chiaronetti's got a chance here up the inside of Brunton, who was held up by the back marker, 3 wide almost, and Brunton's held on to that very, very well. We're going to go on to the last lap now, and the race is well and truly on here. Brunton's got to surely go to the inside, takes a shallow run through turn 1. Was there a little bit of contact there with Chiaronetti? Needs to be careful he doesn't do a bump and run, and through goes Sullivan. Sullivan nips into P2 on the road. It is all sprung to life here right on the final lap, all caused by the back marker, slowing Brunton down just for a moment through paddock and towards Garda. Down through Syme Sweep then. Can Fraser Brunton hold on for a victory on the road? A long overdue victory on the road. He's surely going to have to defend. He's looking over his shoulder. He's got a good run to Garda. Didn't have to defend. This is going to be a big moment in the Club 100 career of Fraser Brunton. Fraser Brunton comes across the line and wins at Buckmore Park in round 2 of the BUKC. Brooks B finished second on the road, but have penalties. So Hertfordshire A will inherit the 59 points. Manchester A in 4th. Loughborough A in 5th, Brooks C there in 6th. Great results for Trinity A in 7th and Reading A in 8th. I think I'm right in saying they are the top Clubman team in that race. Warwick A 9th, Swansea A, good result for Swansea in the top 10. That's good to see. UWE A in 11th, Exeter A 12th, Newcastle A 13th, Birmingham A I think might be a little bit frustrated there with 14th. Brooks A 15th will be less frustrated because that was their race from the back. Trinity B in 16th, Manchester B 17th, Liverpool A 18th, Nottingham A 19th, Coventry A wrapping out the top 20. UEB in 21st, Trent B 22nd, Leeds A 23rd. Not a good start for their second round of the championship. Exeter B 24th, Cambridge C 25th, De Montfort A battle through to 26th ahead of Brighton A, Southampton A, Leeds, Beckett A and Brunel A completing the top 30. Brooks F big players right at the end of that race finish 31st and just off the lead lap. Cardiff B 32nd, Birmingham B 33rd, Bath A 31st, UEA A, that's University of East Anglia, Norwich in 35th, and Leeds C 36th. Sorry, mate, I completely cut across you there, but it got a little bit tense at the end.
That's absolutely
there
fair enough. It was quite the last lap.
Brunton.
Quite the last lap there. And that all got quite dramatic. Not for the first time today. It's how they hit the traffic in that latter phase of the race that's really like shaping the end of these races, and it's making it really, really interesting for us as it comes through. It means there's a real story arc to these races that's a pleasure to watch. Well done to Cardiff A, and I believe we're ready to head down to Jacob and get hopefully Fraser's thoughts and the thoughts of some others ahead of race number 2.
Down here on the grid, Fraser Brunton is just about to get weighed to make sure he's eligible for that race when he will be back momentarily. Sitting in pole position for this one, though, we'll have a quick chat beforehand. I think it's someone I spoke to earlier. In fact, it is. It's Sam Holgate. Sam, spoke to you earlier. How did your race go?
Not the best. 15th, still okay, but not the top 10 I wanted.
Well, you got a pole position here. Surely you can get better than 15th from there.
I sure hope so, yeah.
What's the plan? Ride off into the distance, or are you thinking you're going to need to defend pretty heavily?
It's always nice to do that, but I think keep clean. Penalties is where you lose the race, so keep clean and just try and race as hard as possible.
Good stuff. And have you been taking any tips from anyone else in previous races, or just going?
I've seen a few things, but I like keeping clean and just try and race on.
Good stuff. All right, then I'll let you get back to setting up the car, because I think Fraser Brunton is behind me. He's not. I'm not quite sure what I heard over my shoulder then, but it wasn't Fraser. I'm sure he will be back momentarily. I can't quite see the man himself. Let's have a quick chat with Angus Fender while we wait. Angus, how's it going?
Yeah, it's not too bad. Start the day well. Let's try and carry on.
Second place for this one. Do you reckon you can win?
I don't plan on staying here for long. Yeah, I'll be trying to go forwards only.
Good stuff. And which Brooks team are you? Remind me.
I was Brooks B at qualifiers, and today jumped up to Brooks A. Won the first round, obviously, which is great. So we had a bit of a tricky one in the first one. I think we got a bit of a not ideal kart, but yeah, guess I could just go forward now and not really look about what's going on around me. So yeah, it'll be fun.
All right, you have a good one. I'm going to chat with our race winner from the last one, but speak to you soon, Angus. Fraser, a race win, round 2, race 1. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It was really grip out there. I think they put fresh tyres on at the start of the round. Yeah, everything felt really good and got the win.
A close battle with Lucas Sullivan and, I'm forgetting, Mr. Serenetti from Hertfordshire. Was it ever in doubt for you?
I kept my head forward, didn't look back, and I think that gained the gap, and then I think I got a bit of hassle from the back mark at the end. I think they allowed it to close the gap really a lot, and then yeah, they tried to go for a couple of moves in the first corner, but I managed to hold it off and yeah, secured the win.
Excellent, and it's a great start for Cardiff in round 2, third in round number 1, and I think podium at qualifiers as well, fourth at qualifiers, still right up there. Can you challenge for the title this year?
It's going to be tough, but yeah, if you believe, you can achieve.
Look at that. That's for everyone at home. Quote from Mum. There we have it. Right. Thanks for that, Fraser. That's made my day. Fraser Brunton there of Cardiff. All right, then let's go see who else is on this grid. Josh Ladd, we've spoken to already today as a race winner. He'll be looking to continue Cardiff's solid day. Let's see if we can find someone. I've spoken to Abhishek. Come find me after this race. I might have to confiscate your trophy. Yeah, sorry. Let's wander through here and to Birmingham, who we haven't yet spoken to today. I hate to disappoint Andrew and Howard in not speaking to Birmingham. Who have we got here?
That's Ethan.
Ethan, how is your day going, Ethan?
Interesting.
Okay, that's never a good answer.
We started 5th in the last race and lost a few positions. But yeah, trying to hopefully do better this race.
Are you Birmingham A or Birmingham B here?
B.
Okay. Is Birmingham A doing any better? Or?
No, they've had a few good races. Yeah, close to wins, but nothing quite yet. Yeah.
And yourself in this race, what can we expect to see?
Top 15 would be nice. Holding the position would be nice.
I was going to say, you're starting about 15th, aren't you?
Yeah, about 17th, yeah, so as long as we don't move backwards, I'll be happy.
All right then. Well, good luck with that, and hopefully I'll speak to you soon.
All right, thank you.
It's Ethan there from Birmingham. I haven't had any De Montfort action yet today, and Phil Craven is sat here in one of the favourite suits of all time. Phil, how's De Montfort doing today?
It's not been the best of days so far, but yeah, hopefully in this round we can hopefully push towards the club and podium. So.
What's happened? Tell me what went wrong.
Probably partly my fault as well, just taken out into the corner down there or running second in the second lap. But yeah, too eager to get back on track, and it wasn't a great start to the day.
What are you going to do differently this time out?
Not do the same thing as before, and just try and keep it consistent and see if we can just pick off a few people and get into more places.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tall order. What is this, something like 20th?
Yeah, 26th, so yeah.
It's a long way back, Phil. You got a job on here.
Yep, so hopefully a bit of luck and a bit of chaos in front, you never know.
If anyone can do it, you can.
Cheers.
All right, let's get one more interview. Sam Pooley we've spoken to already today, so I'm going to go in with Team Surrey, who I haven't yet had a chat with. How are Team Surrey doing?
Not too bad, honestly.
And who have we got here? I've forgotten your name. Yeah.
First time in Prems, first time in Buckmore.
First time on the live stream as well, then, I'd imagine. Anyone at home you want to say hi to?
Nah, not really.
You don't have numerous fans watching?
I don't think anyone's watching.
Well, there's at least 200 people watching, and I'm sure they'll all be fans of you after this interview. How's your day going so far? What have you got up to?
Pretty good. Started 21st on the other race, ended up 21st. I mean, this is first time in Prems, honestly, so we're just giving it our best, but we're not amazing like these guys.
You want to do a bit better than whole position in this one, because you are right at the back, but another 21st to do all right from here.
Yeah, hopefully. We'll see. I mean,
I believe in you. Anyway, what about the rest of your team? How are they getting on?
Pretty well. About there. About 20, 15 to 20. It's all right.
So we're aiming for a top 20 overall, do you reckon?
Yeah, I reckon we can do it.
Good stuff. All right then. Well, I'll let you get on with focusing because the whistle's about to blow. Time to turn your engine on and get racing.
Thanks.
Pierre there of Surrey University. Right then, that's all we got time for in this grid walk. Andrew and Howard, back to you guys in the comments box for round 2, race 2.
Those of you watching on the DDMM stream may have just seen the world's worst air guitar from me then. Backstage Academy start this one on pole with Oxford Brooks A alongside, Nottingham Trent B and Cardiff A make up row 2. University of East Anglia A and Leicester A make up row 3, with Southampton B and University of Wales Trinity St David A on row 4. Oxford Brook C and Warwick A complete the top 10, and then it's Bristol A and Loughborough A on row 6. Row 7 is going to be Leeds C and Cambridge B. Brunel A and Sheffield A make up row 8, with Birmingham B and Southampton A on row 9. Brighton B and Coventry A round out your top 20. Hertfordshire and Swansea A make up row 11, and then it's going to be Exeter A and Brooks D on row 12. Row 13 is where we find Bournemouth A and De Montfort A, University of Wales Trinity St David B and University of West England B make up row 14. The top 30 is rounded out by Liverpool C and Manchester A. Bath A and Manchester B are on row 16, with Nottingham Trent A and Surrey A on row 17. And we're rounding out the 36 carts in this one on row 18 with Brighton A and Reading A. Apologies that I couldn't include the drivers' names, but as you may have noticed on the last race, we caught a little bit out with the start of the race, so wanted to make sure we had given mention to all the teams. If you didn't hear that, the team you're supporting in that, don't worry, they'll be out later. And we are away with Sam Holgate in the number 50 and side by side with Angus Fender in that Brooks A car early on as they stream into turn number 1. And out of 2, and it's getting very wide in the mid-pat there. And I got very nervous that we were going to see someone spin in the middle there and cause a little bit of a pile. Frankly, there is one spinner off to driver's left out of hairpin 1, but by and large, I was pleasantly surprised with how clean that start ended up being, all told, as they streamed down the hill for the first time in this second race of round 2 for the afternoon. And into paddock corner, I believe it is still... Oh, was that
Leader
a Polster to go wide? Leader went wide on the wrong side of the bollard?
Yep.
Now that's interesting. I'm not sure we saw what led to that, but if he's deemed to have gained too much of an advantage there, that is going to be an immediate penalty. We do need to check out on timing who our spinner was, so I'll keep an eye on that as well. But it is Backstage Academy A for now who lead with Cardiff A in second, up to second indeed, on that first lap. Nottingham Trent B and Oxford Brooks A. Big mover on the first lap, or big movers on the first lap. Brighton B up 10 places to 7th, and Hertfordshire A up 10 places to 9th. Your spinner was Brooks C. I thought yeah, it was Callum James in the Brooks C car who's your spinner there, so costly moment there for the number 14. Down through the hill they come, still side by side as they start to get into the rhythm of this race. There is a penalty for Nottingham Trent B, and that is for a bump and pass. So third place Kart, the number 33, already with a 4th place position hanging over them, and they've just been passed by Abhishek Gautam in the Bristol A card as well, because the number 76 of Bristol A is now up to 3rd place. Not the highest place club runner, because that is your current race lead.
Really good start this from Sam Holgate. Had that moment through paddock on lap 1. He's pulling away from Angus Fender now. Big battle going on as Josh Ladd goes down the inside there. Took a 60-point haul for Cardiff A. Fraser Brunton here in round number 2.
There's been a fair
big spin there. I think it's one of the Trent drivers.
Yep. It's not from how high up was it from? Because Trent B was running 4th.
I think it may be A. I think it may be A because it was in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, so that would be Trent A from 21st place. We would expect to see dropping down the order. Side by side here goes Cardiff A and Nottingham Trent B. Both of them got by on Bristol A on that last lap, so it's been a fair amount of change in this battle over 3rd place. And confirmed it was Nottingham Trent A who had that spin at a dramatic part of the circuit to have a spin. So that would have been a heart-in-the-mouth moment for Sam Pooley. That is unusual.
And not a good moment for Sam.
Yes.
Again, a team that had their moments this morning but just weren't able to sew together 3 strong races. Or 3 strong races with the hopes, and that moving down a little bit. There's a change for position, I believe.
Change for 6th, yeah. That was Hertfordshire A getting by on Brighton B as they went through Garda. So that is the 107 up the order on an absolute chart. This is George Watson, who started 21st. We're on lap 5. So he is not messing around in this one.
Sam Johns is having a strong race as well. I think he's just set the fastest lap of the race so far. Still very early stages of this one, but we saw Sam Johns romp to victory this morning in his round 1 race. And here he is again for the University of Wales Trinity St David, Trinity A. There he is, the number 10. You can see him trying to make moves. The black suit with the yellow shoulders. Johns is on the charge, trying to find their way, or find his way, past the winners in Clubman this morning, Brighton B.
Down the inside of Brighton B now goes University of Wales Trinity St David A and gets the job done. Also worth noting, Loughborough A, Charlie Bennett has got himself up into the top 10 now, up into 9th place, in fact, getting by both Cambridge B and Brunel A, on that last lap. Streaming out of hairpin 2 into the S's. And through Simon Sweet, this blind corner. In the grandstand there. Great to see so many people taking interest, as that is a wide moment there for Hertfordshire A.
DJ's a brave man to get that close to the students. They scare very easily. He's there in the grandstand, getting in amongst it.
The track limit warning there issued for the 107 of Hertfordshire A, having gone the wrong side of the bollard. So the universal raising your arm in. Oh, is that the 107 off?
That maybe. It's from high up the order. See Michael Preston and Southampton A just go by there. We'll check it in a moment. There it is. Hello, DJ. The number 49 goes down the inside of a driver there, so gaining positions all the time.
Or, was it from even higher up?
We'll confirm it in a moment, see whether Hartford should start falling down the order. We didn't quite see the number board.
I've got 2 theories. I've got one theory that says it's Hertfordshire.
Yeah, it
is Hertfordshire. Okay. As this is Abhishek Gautam in that Bristol A car going side by side with Nottingham Trent B's Simon Stoneham. And 29 of Bristol, Brighton B, involved as well. That being Nathan Little at the wheel in this one.
This one just bubbling away, and Angus Fender has closed the lead gap to less than 0.6 of a second. It was out over 1 full second. It's just where Angus starts to build the pace. BUKC, I wouldn't say walking a tightrope at the moment because they've still got a lot of racing to do, but they are aware that they've effectively lost their drop score now as Brighton B looking down the inside of Bristol A. This is a clubman on clubman squabble. If Nathan Little positions his kart correctly, he will have that off of hairpin 2, and he does. Good move. That's Brighton B up to 5th place. I'm going to question one thing. Are Brighton doing what I like to call in clubman terms a leads, and that's maybe moving some of their more experienced faster drivers into the B team to give them a really solid run at the clubman title? I don't know, we'll see it in due course, and I think there's been a change for 3rd. Josh Ladd got past Sam, no, the other way around. Sam Johns has got past Josh Ladd in a Wales derby. That is Trinity A past Cardiff A for 3rd, and here comes Loughborough A down the inside of Bristol A to take 6th. And I have also seen in the background, he's doing it again, Max O'Shaughnessy is on the charge for Exeter A there in the number 4.
Yeah, well, they gave him an easy high starting position of 23rd this time, so, you know. But yes, indeed, Charlie Bennett for Loughborough A making the progress there in getting by on Gautam in that number 76 of Bristol A. And yes, the change for 3rd place. And it comes courtesy of Sam Johns, who you mentioned a few laps ago, having a great race, has got the fastest lap of the race so far. Change for the lead. We've missed that one. Brooks A passed on Backstage Academy at the head of the field.
It's been coming for a few laps as Loughborough A now look down the inside of Brighton B. Brighton B looking for the switchback there out of hairpin number 1. Charlie Bennett's going to be wise to that. That is Loughborough A up to 5th place now. But look at Exeter A. They are charging now. There's a good amount of time left on the clock. I've got a feeling that this is a more open race than it looks at the moment, with the way you've got drivers coming through the field and having good pace.
Change for 9th in the background as well. The 15 of Cambridge B went side by side with Trent B, the 33 on the exit of hairpin 2, and they managed to sort themselves out by the S's, or one of them had to concede, and that's gone the way of Cambridge B. So that is another position gained there for Alistair Senior in that effort.
Sam Johns is doing it again, was at least 7/10 quicker than Backstage Academy last time around. Sam Johns at that pace is going to be on the rear bumper of the 50 within a lap or so, and is trying to charge down Angus Fender, who's not at the moment able to pull away from Sam Holgate in the number 50.
Yeah, brilliant turn of pace at the moment from Sam Johns. In fact, quite a few back changes going on there. Manchester A's got past East Anglia A, that's for 11th place.
Johns is through past Holgate. So that's 2nd place now for Sam Johns, who really is on form here today.
Yep, this is your top 3 battle then on screen now. Angus Fender there in the number 3 Brooks A, and Sam Johns in that number 10, with Sam Holgate in the Backstage Academy kart, the number 50. As there's a penalty for Hertfordshire for contact. That's a bit of insult to injury after the spin for Hertfordshire. It was such a strong run up the order by George Watson, but it's just fallen apart a little bit for Hertfordshire in this race.
Crucial point of the race now for Max O'Shaughnessy and Exeter A. Have been keeping, and down the inside goes Johns for the lead. Fender doesn't fight it too hard, and Trinity A back to the front. Can Sam Johns achieve a double here today at Buckmore Park? I just wanted to mention to say, Exeter A, crucial phase of the race this, but keeping an eye on the gap that Max O'Shaughnessy has to the leader. It is coming down, but he's got to get through this traffic, and he's done Bristol A, can get past Brighton B and get back on the pace that he had a few laps ago. He could reel this 5.5 seconds or so in, especially if this top 3 start fighting.
Well, if you're Josh Ladd and you were watching that, as once again the 33 is going side by side with someone through the S's. This time I think that was with Brunel A potentially. But if you're Josh Ladd and you were looking at the road at the lead battle, you'll have looked at how willingly Fender was to not fight that and not lose time, and gone, oh, could you scrap a bit more, please? I want to get in on this. He's currently 2 seconds off the back of this top 3 and pushing hard, but he's going to need to either find a next level to his pace, or he's going to have to rely on these 3 to start fighting. I say these 3. Sam Johns, as is no surprise to us in the box, having watched his pace so far this race, is beginning to check out at the front here and leave Angus Fender to battle away with Sam Holgate.
Yeah, this is a super performance so far from Sam Johns. Could have the gap almost out beyond a second when the timing beam flicks over in a few moments' time. 13 minutes and 12 seconds to go, and yep, there it is, 1.139 seconds now the lead for Trinity A over Oxford Brooks A. Exeter A have got past Brighton B, but have lost a second. It's 6.9 seconds now, the gap between first and sixth. We'll keep monitoring that because there's still over half of this race to go, of course.
Brilliant battle going on, by the way. 11th place, which is now headed up by Brunel A, but they're separated by mere tenths, sometimes hundredths, from 11th down through to 17th. So the battle over the teens is really quite frantic within this race. I think you can just see them stream down there, in fact, through Simon Sweep in the back shot. So brilliant battle all the way through the field here at the moment at Buckmore Park.
Track limit warning for Angus Fender. Pick up too many of them because that will result in a penalty. Contact warning as well for Coventry A. What are these lap times looking like at the moment? Everyone in the mid-46s pretty much at the moment.
Trent A up to 14th place. That's an example of one of those switches in that teens battle that I was talking about. They're through. That is
Angus Fender's body language with the car. He doesn't look 100% happy at the moment. He's got good pace, but he just saw a little bit of understeer there. He's maybe a tad frustrated. It's very easy on a day like today, I think, to overdrive the kart.
Yeah.
Not much track temperature.
I just realised, by the way, that Trent A overtake for 14th place. That is Sam Pooley, who we saw spinning out at Simon Sweep. So it's a good recovery drive. I say a good recovery drive. He started 33rd. So he started 33rd, got up to 21st, spun out in dramatic fashion at Simon Sweep, and is now up to 14th.
He's the fastest car out on circuit, 46.122 last time around.
He's making good on his mistake, as it were. He's trying to rectify that one, and at this rate, he will be scoring meaningful points, as in perhaps a score that's not likely to become the drop score as one might expect given his starting position and the dramas at the start.
Charlie Bennett closing in on Josh Ladd now. This is over 4th position between A chasing, Cardiff A defending. There is Max O'Shaughnessy, Exeter A's driver, currently in 6th position. Brighton B just behind in 7th. Really having a strong day here at Buckmore Park. 10.5 minutes to go. 2.5 seconds is now the lead for Sam Johns, who's just looking serene out front at the moment. But we have seen these races change in the last few minutes when traffic starts to come into play.
Is that a flip round for 4th?
Yes, it is. Yes. So Bennett has got past. Loughborough A up to 4th. How much time did both of them lose in the process to Exeter A? It's curious, Exeter A's pace seems to have gone now. 46.6 last time around. She's a tad quicker than Loughborough A's lap, even though Loughborough A were in the process of overtaking Cardiff A. Trent A continuing their recovery, now up to P12. Manchester A have also just gained a position. They're ahead of Cambridge B now and in 9th.
I wonder if it's the first time that Max O'Shaughnessy has had clear air. I wonder if maybe that's a factor in that one.
Here's a credit to this field, and it's something that a few years ago, and definitely before the licence system, I don't think I ever would have been able to say. We are more than 15 minutes into one of these sprint races, every single kart is still on the lead lap.
It's incredible, isn't it? And it's not about to change.
No.
There's actually a good quarter to a third of a lap between our leaders and the back of the pack. It really is a testament to you know, I mean, so what's at play there? There's the licensing system.
Yep.
There's obviously the fact that we are looking at the Mains Championship here, so these drivers will qualify through. There is also the fact that we've got a higher average experience in the field, and that's because drivers who graduated last year are allowed to compete. This is because of all the disruption that we've had over the last couple of years. So that means there are drivers who are no longer students, technically, who are allowed to run in this championship. So that drives the average up, because if you finished a master's degree last year, you've done a 4-year degree, you're now able to compete in the 5th year. Due to that disruption, that rule that's been brought in, which wasn't the case a few years ago in the BUKC. So there's those 3 factors really that are coming to play there.
Oh dear.
That's the moment for the 22, and that is Brighton A having troubles there.
It's power related.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. Sorry, Brighton A, you are the ones who got hit by the cannonball. We now no longer have every single kart on the lead lap of the race, with 7.5 minutes to go.
But one of them did have to physically stop.
Yes.
So I'm claiming that.
Pooley on the move. Pooley on the move, trying to get up the inside of Abhishek Gautam here for 9th place, and has got it. The number 15 following through as well.
That's Cambridge B, and that is Alistair Senior at the wheel of that one.
Gautam tries to fight back.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot of battle in this race, has Alistair Senior. He was in that, well, this is that teens battle I've been talking about. Oh my goodness me, that got a bit tight with Brunel A on the inside of the S's. I thought they were going to get squeezed to the wall then, but no, it's fine. They carry on, and Jordan Evans in that Brunel A car gets to continue, and indeed has gone through, followed Cambridge B through, past Bristol A there. So costly lap for Bristol A on this one.
Good work from Brunel A. Good to see them up in the top 15. They're another team that have been around for many years, but similar to Cardiff. And a few bad ones. There's that Warwick looking down the inside. Yep, you can tell by the tash. They all like the tash on the lid there. The inside of Bristol to take 12. Brunel, I'd say, similar in a way to Cardiff in that they have had a rough few years. They know, as a university and as a team, how to win rounds. We've seen them do that in the past. We just haven't seen them do it for a while. And it's encouraging to see them up there. It's a potential start of another rise. And, they only need to look at karts number 18 for inspiration of what you can do from that kind of position. The Brighton A kart's gone for a spin again. Garda. Someone trying to do an overtaking there. I'm not sure the yellows were out, so I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. 6 minutes to go, 5.7 seconds now the lead for Sam Johns out front. We're looking at the battle over 11th place at the moment, sorry, 10th place with Cambridge B at the front of it. Brunel A there in number 56.
And also with Joe Perkins in that Warwick kart.
Jordan Evans currently driving very nicely for Brunel. Especially when you consider that Alistair Senior's got a few races under his belt. Big lap going in. I think, oh, something's happened with it between 2nd and 3rd. Loughborough A have got up into 3rd, but a lot of time was lost for BUKC and Backstage Academy last time around. So the battle is on for 2nd place now.
Yeah, absolutely. 7 seconds to the good now that Sam Johns has. As I say, checked out on that one, as that's slow off of hairpin 2 for Warwick A.
Yeah, bogged down.
Just bogged down, as you say. And here is the battle over 2nd place. Nose to tail now, up Herbert Rise and towards Cafe Corner. It's Angus Fender in the 3 for BUKC A. It's Loughborough A in the number 1 car with Charlie Bennett at the wheel. And it is the number 50 of Backstage Academy with Sam Holgate at the wheel there. And behind them, don't forget, is Josh Ladd in the Cardiff car. Still Angus Fender at the front of this one. But Sam Holgate's going to try and go down the inside of Charlie Bennett there. Bennett's going to keep his foot in it, and it stays as they were. And they're all over. Is that the 22?
Yeah, it's
Brighton
A
A, the recovering kart. So a rare sight in this race is the leaders trying to put a lap on a kart.
And look who's back in the scene as well. Max O'Shaughnessy's coming into this in the extra A car. Josh Ladd up the inside of Holgate there, going for 4th place for Cardiff A, and he's got it.
Absolutely. So 8 seconds up the road from this is our leader. Pending any major issues, that's fairly secure. This is where the battle is at now. Almost 2x2 formation as down the inside goes Charlie Bennett for Loughborough A. Gets by an Oxford Brooks A. Do you know what? We haven't had a Loughborough A Brooks A battle on track today, I don't think. It wouldn't be right if we didn't have a bit of that rivalry coming back. But there is Max O'Shaughnessy. Was he having a look there on Backstage Academy into the S's? Presumably he backed out of that. He did indeed. But he is all over the back of Sam Holgate now as they come through Pullman's and slow it down for Paddock Corner. Nose to tail from 2nd down through to 6th. Up the hill they'll come then. I'm not sure Angus Fender was happy about something there. That was an interesting gesticulation I saw there.
I took my eyes off the screen.
Was that
a going for P1, sir? Or?
It wasn't going for P1. I'm not going to dwell on that one. We'll leave it there. I can't even think of a creative way of describing that. As down the inside of Josh Ladd goes Holgate, and Ladd is not happy about that, but it's leaving him exposed to Max O'Shaughnessy. He hasn't got time to be annoyed about it in many ways. Got to keep eyes forward. But Charlie Bennett has been able to get ahead in all of this. And down the inside again tries Josh Ladd now to try and get it back off of Sam Holgate and makes it stick through Garda. And that's opened the door for Max O'Shaughnessy of Extra A. They're going to be side by side through the cafe corner, and that was a brave move and well executed there from Max O'Shaughnessy to take Extra A up to 5th.
Great commitment from Max O'Shaughnessy. Bump and pass pedal. I did wonder if that was going to come in there, and I think that may have been for the move into Garda. Max O'Shaughnessy down the inside. That's a beautiful overtake from Max O'Shaughnessy. Can he get it done on the exit? He's got to get the power down. He is going to sweep round the outside. It's side by side through the S's. Big moment there on the inside. Here comes Holgate through Simon Sweep. This is some of the fastest corners that we visit on the BUKC calendar, and these guys are going side by side through them. Brilliant stuff. Max O'Shaughnessy takes the position then. That's him up to 4th. Josh Ladd's penalty will relegate him out top 5 now.
I don't know if it was for
track limits, and another one for Josh Ladd.
Yeah.
So track limits penalty on top of the bump and pass penalty from earlier. There's a forcing wide penalty now for UEAA, but they're not involved in this battle.
They're not involved in this, but they are running well in 12th. That's going to be a bit costly for them. I say they're running in 12th. They've just gone down to 14th place, presumably out of the result of having a battle with some of the karts there. Warwick A, Bristol A and Brunel A being the karts in question. I don't know if it was from the Garda move, by the way, just coming back to that penalty, because there was also the move in hairpin 2, where quite clearly Josh Ladd wasn't too happy about that. So I don't know.
The other way round.
It was the other way round, wasn't it? Oh dear, yeah, okay.
So that would be particularly harsh if it was given a penalty for being forced wide. Anyway, 40 seconds of the race to go. Where is our leader?
Coming through the S's. Coming through the S's now. Should be able to see him just out the window.
See out the window. It's back down the inside there. Looks Ladd on Holgate, holding on to 5th place on the road for now. These two are just content to fight with each other. And here comes Sam Pooley.
Yes. That's the thing. This is a driver who is facing the wrong way out of Simon Sweet within the first few laps. Or as a duck underneath there by Holgate, and they're going to go side by side again through Simon Sweep, and Pooley is going to be all over this because you can see the opportunity, but he's got to be careful how he gets involved as our leader is on the final lap. But that was an interesting way to nerf open the gap there for Pooley. Hopefully, for his sake at least, Race Control are happy with that. But I think the door opened up too naturally there. But we'll see. As on to the last lap, these go. And he was looking for any which way there was Pooley. He's prized open the door there on Holgate. And he's going to go through there. We do need to keep an eye on. I can tell you now that Sam Johns is just coming through paddock now. So we've got to be careful about picking up our leader here because he's been so dominant in this one. It's been easy to not focus on him, but he definitely deserves our focus now. Coming up the hill and round Cafe Corner now, the number 10 of University Wales, Trinity St David A, and Sam Johns takes a dominant win for race number 2 of round 2. and we have to wait now quite a while to see the rest of the field come through. It's going to be Loughborough A who comes through to take second place ahead of Oxford Brookes A. Exeter A, great drive from Max O'Shaughnessy for fourth. Nottingham Trent A taking fifth there, and Cardiff A up to sixth. So that was a change on the last lap. It's now Backstage Academy A down to seventh. Brighton B in eighth. Ninth for Manchester A. Cambridge B is 10th. 11th is Warwick A. Then it was Bristol A and Brunel A and University of East Anglia A, but with the penalty to be applied, finishing 14th. Plenty of battling amongst those carts that I've just mentioned there. Brooks C in 15th. Then it was Leicester A, De Montfort A, Nottingham Trent B, Brooks D and Southampton A to round out your top 20. Then it was Birmingham B, Coventry A, Sheffield A, University of West of England B, Hertfordshire A, for 25th that was, Southampton B, Bournemouth A, Liverpool C, Bath A and University of Wales Trinity St David B rounds out your top 30. Then it was Reading A, Manchester B, Surrey A, Swansea A, Leeds C and Brighton A we saw having that drama for them where they came to a stop at the side of the track, so not sure what happened there, but perhaps a bit of a one to forget for Brighton A there. But Brighton B, your second highest clubman runner. It was Backstage Academy A, who was the highest place of the clubman class within that one. So that's how they finish at the end of race number 2 of round 2 of the British Universities Karting Championship here at Buckmore Park. Do hope you're enjoying the coverage here, courtesy of Alpha Live Productions, with commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Don't forget, you can check out our sister stream that's running on the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel, and that allows you to get even more information, most notably our ticker that's down here, that will tell you how each of the teams are faring. It just ticks through each of the karts, and it'll let you know whether they're on target or whether they're still able to win overall, win their class, or get a class podium. So you've got those little status lights down on the ticker there, so do check that out as well. And live.alphatiming.co.uk and click on BUKC for the full live timing screen. We're ready to head down to Jacob though, who's going to get some thoughts from race 2 and some thoughts ahead of race number 3.
I've got Sam Johns here again. I think you're a big man winning 2 races, do you?
No, I just like driving.
Yeah, but he just likes driving. Congratulations, race 2 of the day you won, race 2 of this round you won, and a massive gap back. You were 8 or 9 seconds clear almost for the entirety of that.
It was, it felt very good, and I don't know, it was very fun. That's all I'll say.
You said that you had a little bit of trouble at the start.
Yeah, I was looking at a wall of karts. It was quite chaotic, quite funny though.
You were able to make the most of the chaos, evidently.
I definitely went backwards. I'm not sure how far backwards, but yeah, it was good fun to fight back through.
Good stuff. And sleep in the car on the way home, was it?
Oh, definitely. It's a Z4 though, so I don't know how much room I'll have. Well, Ben's 6'7". He's driving. I don't know how he fits. He's got a Mini as well. I don't know how he fits in the Mini.
Does the man know that bigger cars exist? 6'7".
6'5". I'm gonna say 6'7" to boost his ego a bit, but
that much taller than me.
You're about the same height, I'd say. But
I'm stood downhill from you, and I'm 6'4". So.
Nah, I think you're 6'7".
I'll take that. I'll take that. Well, congratulations on your double race win. You get another hug later on from me, and obviously 60 points for your team.
Yeah, that's what I come here for. Not the points, the hug.
That's why everyone comes here. Sam, congratulations. I'll see you later.
Cheers,
Sam Johns of University of Wales Trinity St David A. Now, Birmingham A are in 3rd place for this one. I think Ben Boris is jumping in the cart. Ben, how's it going?
It's going good. Looking forward to it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How'd you get on this morning?
I started P3 and I went backwards, but hoping the same doesn't happen again.
Okay. And is it you who decides who gets the grids? Have you given yourself 2 P3s, or have you done someone a favour?
Executive decision from the captain, but
I'm getting a nod from Rory, so.
We have Fred Lee this time round, who's a new driver, so we didn't want to risk it with third, just because he's never been here before and it's his first BUKC race. So, but then next round, he showed some good pace, so hopefully next round we'll put him at the front.
All right, what are you going to do then to make up for not converting 3rd place to a win earlier?
I guess I got to win it.
What are you going to do differently this time?
Well, not exceed track limits would be a good start. two-place grid penalty didn't help.
I would advise sticking to the rules in general. Try not to punt anyone off either.
Yeah, that's good advice, thank you.
Well, I'll let you get on with your preparations and speak to you later.
Thank you.
I'm going to risk speaking to Amy, even though she's not going to want to after earlier. Amy, I'm really sorry about the whole Jameson Sheffield this morning.
You're going to curse us again?
No, I've purposely come here to make sure that you have a really good race.
Yeah, sure you have, yeah.
But Ben behind you has promised not to load you at the start.
Cool.
And, yeah, you may as well, if you just drive away, then no one can crash into you, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, hopefully. Did you see the first corner last time? You said I couldn't go backwards.
That's why I said you wouldn't want to talk to me. So, yeah, that won't happen this time, surely.
Well, not unless I cause it, so.
No, in which case you've only got yourself to blame.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe it'll be fun.
All right, well, you behave yourself. I'm going to go see what the man opposite you has to say.
Yeah, matching suits. I like that.
I have just noticed that. Lovely stuff. You both shop in the same places. All right, have a good race. And in the matching suit we have...
UEA.
UEA, and what is your name?
Anderson.
Anderson. Second place for this one, quite high up the grids. Matching suits for the front row. Can you beat her though?
Yeah, definitely.
And Ben Boris as well?
I don't know who that is, but probably, yeah.
That's the guy in third. And, yeah, you'll beat him. He's rubbish. But how's your day gone so far?
First race weren't great. We got black flag before the race started, so it weren't great, but pace was good.
You got a bit of making up to do then?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
All right, well, good luck with that. I'm going to have a quick chat with Nat since I've mugged him off there.
Cool, thank you.
Mr. Colin, how are you? I was a little bit mean to you then, to be honest. I said you were rubbish. You're not rubbish, are you?
A little bit.
You're just a bit too heavy. Yeah. You got the talent, just not the frame.
On me, as you can see by the belly.
Yeah. The talent's all there.
Well, yeah. I like to think there's a bit of talent there, but yeah. So in the lightweight race, let's see where we go. See how far back we go.
In a lightweight race.
Yep.
You know, there's a big hill the other side of the track, right?
I could barely get up it in the first race, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. There's a reason why I'm, you know, sticking to behind the camera for this weekend. I say weekend, it's Tuesday and Wednesday, but no, I mean, you know, you can at least have a good battle up here, can't you?
Yeah, no, exactly. I just think I'll send it into the first corner and do a massive defend for the whole race, but I don't think that's going to work very well, so yeah, watch this space.
I'll keep my fingers crossed for you. All the best.
Thank you.
Nat Gollin there. In behind we have Leeds Beckett. Who's in the Leeds Beckett cart?
That would be Saj.
Oh, of course, Saj. How's your day gone so far?
Not too bad, to be fair. I mean, it's our first mains race now. So I started P26, had a decent start, but ended up falling behind, unfortunately. Just lost focus during the race, but hopefully it'll go all right this one. So.
Well, Nat in front of you, he's just been saying he's really heavy. So you can, as long as you stay like behind him, you'll get him up the hill easy.
Yeah,
so that's
easy.
one position. That'll get you into the top 5, and then you just stay there.
Yeah, well, hopefully it'll go all right now. So I'm about 75 kilos, so it should be all right.
Excellent. Right, Saj, on you go. The race is about to begin. This will be race 3 of round 2 BUKC 2022. And our commentary as usual, Andrew and Howard from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Let's take you through your starting grid then for race number 3. Going to go through this quickly, folks, because they're already on rolling up. Sheffield A and UEA make up row number 1, and it's Birmingham A and Brighton A on 2. Cambridge B and Leeds Beckett A on 3, with Imperial A and Exeter B. Bristol A and Oxford Brookes D rounding out your top 10. Oxford Brookes E and Cardiff B are row 6, with 7 made up of Surrey A and Exeter C. Cambridge C and Loughborough B are next on row 8, with row 9 occupied by Hertfordshire A and Manchester A. It's Reading A and Oxford Brookes B to round out your top 20. Then it's Nottingham A and Nottingham Trent C. Leeds A and University of Wales Trinity St David A. UCLan A and Cardiff A is row 13. There's Backstage Academy A, Liverpool A, Trinity St David B and Brooks F to round at your top 30, and we're away. So I'm going to take a look at the action. No, we're going to keep rolling through there. Round to the 36 carts, and have I got that wrong? No, they are going round. They're going round again. So it was Brooks F to round out your top 30, then it was Newcastle A and Southampton A, Nottingham Trent B and Swansea A, and Leicester A and Bournemouth A. My apologies for that mix-up in my defence. I can't actually see the start line from the comms position. I am reliant on the cameras. But yes, we're ready to go this time. Apologies for firing through the grid so quickly. They don't have the warm-up laps, is what's important, which I think is also interesting for the mentality going into a start, as I'm seeing the universal symbol from the drivers before we're going around again. So there you go. I could have even talked you through the drivers' names. Let's talk you through some of those drivers' names. It's Amy Jurger for Sheffield A on pole, with Anderson Chilcott alongside for University of West of England A. Then it's Benjamin Boros and Nathaniel Gollin on row 2 in Birmingham A and Brighton A respectively. Dom Cousins and Sajid Kennedy are Cambridge B and Leeds Beckett A's drivers on row number 3. So that's how they all line up. At the top of this field of 36 karts for race 3 of round 2 of the British Universities Karting Championship for 2022. These Club 100 Evo karts, and this time it sounds to me like we are good for a start, and we're away. Amy Jurger gets a good start off of pole, and I expect to see Benjamin Boros going straight up into second as well for Birmingham A, because that was a good start there from the pole side of the grid. Got some people running wide, but everyone pointing in the right direction as they stream through hairpin 1 for the first time. And then into hairpin 2. How are we at the pinch point? Oh, I think that was that Ocean Beach going very wide there for Manchester, potentially. As they go 3 wide, even 4 wide, they're going to all have to sort themselves out through the S's and down through Sime Sweep. But by and large, that was a pretty tidy start there from the field. As at the head of the field, though, I still think, as I see them coming through, no, it's not Sheffield A in the lead, because Birmingham A's Benjamin Boros has got by through the Garda sequence. I think we might have a spinner at the back, which I will check as they come through on timing, but it is Birmingham A who leads, Sheffield A in second, two long-standing universities within us, and Jurger's back through on Boros. Great stuff there. A repass, a counter-attack there from Sheffield A, and Amy Jurger is up into the lead of the race once again. But yeah, Sheffield and Birmingham, two, as I say, long-standing teams in this championship. And then it's Cambridge B in third place, Bristol A in fourth, and Brighton A to round out your top 5. Side by side there goes Brighton A with Exeter B and Sam Hampshire at the wheel. That's them looking to make amends in some ways there in the Brighton A kart. In fact, this is the highest I think they've been running. I've seen them running for a long time, because they're running in 5th place. Unless that's them getting passed back again by Exeter B, which I think it is. Yeah, the 44 going through there, 41, excuse me, going through there. But yeah, Brighton A, of course, at the side of the road, stationary at one point in the previous race, so really looking to pull this one back for this round. Bearing in mind they do have a drop score. Everyone gets a drop score, both in terms of rounds and in terms of races, so it doesn't matter, in theory, that Brighton A had that stationary situation in the previous race. Down the inside goes the University of West of England A on Leeds Beckett A and gets 7th place off of them. Penalty for Bristol A for a jumped start for the number 76. Now that's going to come down to a question of by how much did they jump the start, as the 41 of Exeter B tries down the inside of Bristol A. So Bristol A will be penalised 2 positions for every row of the grid they are deemed to have jumped. And that will probably be, where did they start? Where were they supposed to start? They were supposed to start 9th. So that's a maximum of 8 players. They didn't jump because they weren't starting ahead of the top 2. The top 2 were as they were on that grid. So I'm going to guess maybe it's 1 row and they'll get .2 positions as a result of that. As they all head through Garda again. But yeah, I was saying about Brighton, this is a good change of form from Brighton so far. They need this because they've burnt through or they'll hope that they've burnt through their drop score in that problem for them with the car in the previous race. So they now need all the other races to go very well for them. We've seen really good performances from the sister team of Brighton B today. But right now, Nathaniel Gollin is doing his best to, very, very experienced driver. I was just saying to Andrew, actually, I still hear his name and associate it quite readily with Liverpool, where he was a driver for so long. So Gollin, very experienced pair of hands. I know we're talking a lot about experience, but as we say, you can compete for slightly longer, as that's a lovely move there by Exeter B on Cambridge B. And that puts Sam Hampshire up into third place, getting by on Dom Cousins there. And he will now set about trying to get onto terms with our lead pair, which is still Ami Jurga in that 27 Sheffield A kart, setting the fastest lap of the race last time around, pulling the gap out to some 0.7 of a second over Benjamin Boros in the number 7 Birmingham A kart. This is an important run, I feel, for both of those teams, because I was saying that they were long-standing teams within the BUKC. They are, but they just need a little bit more, I think, in these afternoon races than they had in round 1 this morning if they want to really put some momentum into their championship bid early on. I say early on, it does go by very quickly, this BUKC championship, but in theory by the end of today, well, not in theory, in practice by the end of today, we'll be a third of the way through the points that you're going to accrue over the course of the season. It's a 9-round championship, including the points earned at the qualifiers. So we'll have qualifiers plus rounds 1 and 2. That'll be 3 out of the 9 results that you can post for the season. It does go by very, very quickly, as Ross Deal there in the 52 of Reading A is hounding Brooks E in the 43 there. This is in a battle over 7th place as they stream down Syme Sweet in front of the grandstand. 17 there is University of West England A with Anderson Chilcott at the wheel. He started on the front row of the grid alongside the current race leader, who posted another fastest lap of the race. Dazami Jurga in the Sheffield A kart. She's putting in a really good turn of pace here and a set of 46.626, just a few hundredths faster, to be fair, than Benjamin Boros in that number 7 Birmingham A in second place. So they are setting some really tidy pace at the front of this field as we continue to watch this battle between Brooksy and Reading A for the 43 and the 52 respectively, over 6th place, with Jordan Belloc Ruiz at the wheel of that Brooks E kart. The number 6 feels it needs to go defensive. That's Brooks B. And they're in battle with Nottingham A. Charlie Lamb at the wheel of that Nottingham A kart of the number 16. In fact, what happened there is Brooks B got by on Brooks B and Nottingham A got by on Bristol A and Brighton A. Plenty of change there in the battle over 9th place that time around. That's the 17 of University of West of England A. Brooks E right on their tail with Reading A as well. They're some 1.5 seconds down on Cambridge B. You can just see them then on your shot. That's the number 15, which is your highest place of our clubman runners at the moment. As a reminder, red number plates denote clubman runners with black number plates for the Prems, with the exception of number 107, which is running the wrong coloured plate, because we didn't have a black coloured number 107. So there's one to bear in mind. You can look out for that. A little Easter egg for you there if you're looking to spot your carts this afternoon. Maybe that's just me. So still a way to go in this one. The driver's settling into a bit of a rhythm. New fastest lap of the race, this time from Benjamin Boros, trying to keep in touch with Ami Jurga at the head of the field. But they are both getting faster and faster. It was still a personal best from Jurga on that last lap. So really impressive stuff from our top two here. Another fastest lap of the race. And another personal best. In fact, the entire pace of the field is increasing here. This is the new fastest lap of the race by Anderson Chilcott in the number 17. We're watching the battle from 12th downwards. So 22 of Brighton A with Josh Gollan at the wheel, and Bristol A. Bristol A has now been passed, hasn't it? Because that's the 60 ahead now. So Leeds Beckett A have got by on Bristol. So that's Sajed Nedi, who Jacob was speaking to down on the grid. Change for 9th place last time through as well. Nottingham A getting by on Brooks B. The hill streams this. So who's in this battle? So this one is Brighton A, Leeds Beckett A, Oh, sorry, Bristol did get about. So it's Brighton A, Bristol A, Beckett A, Brooks D, Loughborough B and Surrey A, all in this train of karts, battling away over what is 12th place. As there's a penalty for Hertfordshire A for track limits, that'll be a 2-place deduction for them. So that's going to be a little costly for them. Just trying to remember. Have we seen any other?
My goodness, that's a way of you're checking your penalties. Make the screen really small. 15 and a half minutes to go. Good drive this from Leeds Beckett A at the group, of this group. 60 cars. It's good to see them back in the mains. It feels like a year of returns. Number 13 looking down the inside there. That's Oxford Brooks D trying to get past Bristol A. I think Leeds Beckett, Leeds Metropolitan as they used to be. I always think of Max Coates. Those who follow a lot of their BTCC programme. Support races will know the name of.
I remember there's that
race for charge of a really good team, I should say, around 2016.
Yeah, sorry, I cut across you there, but I just remember that breakout year where they were the most improved team.
Yeah.
As that was quite a battle going on just through our shop. What was that? Was Imperial? No, excuse me. Cardiff A versus Brooks D.
Wide. Sorry, yeah, the 20 got forced wide there, and in a 3. I've never seen 3 karts go side by side into turn 1 and one of them not come off considerably worse, and I still haven't seen 3 karts go 3 wide into to Conways without some form of altercation, shall we say. What's Ocean Beach up to in the Manchester kart?
He is chasing Imperial A in the number 25.
He's on screen now.
I was just hoping to get who's in
Imperial A.
Yeah, Imperial A. I was trying to get who the driver was.
And then track limit warning as well.
That's Tom Newnham in that kart.
Home penalty for Cambridge C. Just put some updates of what the scores are looking like after 2 races. It's still a bit topsy-turvy in terms of races in hand for some teams. As Bache goes down the inside, gets a position, nicely done on Imperial. A damage limitation job, I'd say. Where did Manchester start this race? I'm guessing towards the back.
Yes, it was down in... Oh, actually, you know what? It was 18.
Oh, okay. Number 20 goes down the inside. That's Loughborough B getting past Bristol A. 1 second the gap now for Jurger at the front of the field over Benjamin Boris. Oh, I've got to say, in that last interlude, Benjamin Boris was described as rubbish by our ex-Cardiff University colleague. I think we will need to even that up for the Birmingham driver. He's not rubbish at all. In second place and having a very good race.
It's a good job we don't listen to the drivers after they've crossed the line. We might get a very Bottas reply over that one.
Into the second half of the race then. Nathaniel Gollan there in the number 22. A strong run for Brighton A at the moment, considering, as he mentioned on the grid, he's not a lightweight driver.
Yeah, we are wondering therefore why he's in a lightweight race, but yeah,
he feels like it.
There was some moves on that.
But a number.
We did see some moves on that last lap. Sorry, A, Brooks D getting by on Bristol A. That all happened up at the hairpins. We did actually capture that one on cameras. That's a nice little. Was that a move or it was? Imperial A getting by on Leeds Beckett A for 14th place. The 25 now ahead of the 60. So plenty of battles going on. It's sort of calmed down at the front. Amit Jurger has, as I say, the pace that those two had early on has just dipped a little bit between Sheffield A and Birmingham A, and they're just keeping it as they're still going on this battle here. And now it's Surrey trying to buy in on this fight as well, is it? No, it's not. It's Cardiff A, excuse me, in the number 18. Same kind of races, I think, going on there. So Leeds Beckett A passed by Loughborough B that time around, and Imperial A, so more changing in the teams. It's another frantic battle in the team positions again. but it has gone relatively calm at the front. Sheffield A's Amy Jurgen leading by 1.1 seconds over Benjamin Boris and the Birmingham A car, and they're 5 seconds up the road from X to B, who are running in the 41.
Spinner down at Symes, trying to get the number 40.
So I think it's from that battle we were just watching. It's Surrey A.
Yep.
It's Surrey A who's spun around
get a
there.
replay of that to see what may have triggered that one off for Surrey A to go round. Not the best place to spin though, because you can see clearly who the number was up there. Back to the camera. 10 minutes of this race to go.
It's a hot tip for where to spin.
Newcastle A, by the way, have had a penalty. Let's have a look at the replays. This is coming down Symes. We're looking at the car number 40. Gets indicated to the inside. Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Oh, now.
That was the 18 of Cardiff A.
Now, I think if I'm in the number 40, I think I have a right to be aggrieved with that one. That the Cardiff A cart has pointed through. It's not really a place to point through.
It's not a point to do anything. I don't know what was happening then.
Blimey, Leeds A, 45.971. I think that's the first 45 we've seen today.
It is. That is a fantastic pace being set by Leeds A and Kieran Harrison.
It's Kieran Harrison in for them, so we've already seen him take a race victory today. And he is on fire. He's trying to close in on Oxford Brooks E. In fact, he's at the back of that group from 3rd down to 7th, covered by less than 2 seconds.
That's the 52. That's Reading going for a move on X to B, actually. And that is, that's a move for 3rd.
Yeah.
That is a move for 3rd. So Reading A, is it Ross Deal at the wheel for Reading A? I want to say it looks like his race suit. I'll double check that one.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's the Class and Motorsports suit there of Ross Deal, star driver for Reading this season.
He goes by on Sam Hampshire in the X to B car.
Harrison down the inside of Oxford Brooks E. That's Belloc. So Kieran Harrison up to 6th place. Now there could be a top 5 on here again for Leeds A. 1.7 seconds now the lead for Amy Jurger as Sam Hampshire runs wide in the number 41.
Here they come then. That has given the opportunity for UEA to get past them. So that is Anderson Chilcott up into 4th place. I'm just trying to remind myself who got the jump start penalty.
I want to say it was the number 74, it was Bristol.
Yes, I'm inclined to agree with you. Into the last, that is the 23 in. Not in, sorry, that was the side of the track. That's the University of Wales Trinity St David B.
Yeah, they've been pushed into the pits. I saw them being recovered earlier. Efficient work by the club and staff. Birmingham A just started to come back a little bit. Took, what was it, half a second.
That's not coming back a bit
that's
by
again,
the standards of this race so far.
We've seen this happen several times so far today, that a leader gets into this last 10 minutes and it just gets a little bit tougher, because this is the point at which traffic, there it is. And Benjamin Boris has really closed in on Amy Jurger now. Big few laps this for Amy. If she can get back on pace, get that gap back above a second. That's the pusher cart just pulling over to one side. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, that's the sort of opening salvo of the traffic phase of the race.
Yeah.
And it is fascinating how, and what's been interesting is, as we were saying in the previous race, that phase is moving later and later in the race because the drivers are out for their second time. There were a lot of drivers that Jacob was talking to today who went, I've not done Buckmore before.
Yeah.
And these are, and now everyone's got their eye in on the circuit.
Track limits penalty for Leeds Beckett A there.
They are down in 19th on this one, so that's costly, but I think this is currently on for being their drop score anyway.
Fastest pace at the moment is still in the advantage to Sheffield, 46.238, which was Amy's lap time on lap 20. Ben set a 46.360 as his fastest on lap 11. 6.5 minutes to go. Still too early, I'd say, for these drivers to fight.
Yes.
No,
I agree.
If I'm in the position of Benjamin Boris, I think I just want to keep holding this second place and pushing along to solidify that second place. you know, if you can get 10 seconds ahead, that'd be nice.
There have been changes in the battle over third place. Leeds A getting past University of West of England A that last time around, up to fourth place now for them.
Liverpool A just going past Brooks F there for 32nd place you saw on your screen. Current penalty for Trent C, the number 36.
The Backstage Academy Bournemouth A battle is the next one that the leaders will come up upon, and that is the battle over 30th place. So that is going to be between, well, that is between the 50 and the 45. It's going on now. But the leaders will still soon come up onto the back of it.
The interesting bit here is that trio that held up Sheffield are about to come to the clutches of Ross Deal and the squabble over third.
Absolutely. So it's Ross Deal in the 52 Reading car, Kieran Harrison in that Leeds A number 30, and then Anderson Chilcott in the number 17 effort from University of West of England. And here's where it gets a bit messy, because they're all working things out. And that's allowed Kieran Harrison through already.
Brilliant.
He's through on Ross Deal. So that is Leeds A back past Reading A for third place.
Of course, Kieran Harrison had to deal with traffic on his way to victory earlier this morning.
I say that back
and
past,
he's gone wide. Deal, I think Deal tried to go down the inside there into paddock. Harrison takes the outside line and goes around the back of the bollard, gets a track limit warning for his troubles. That's a tactical one, isn't it? That's what we're just going. Yeah, I'll use up one of my warnings there.
I know, I'm wide.
There was a contact warning for Reading A, so it's 1-1 on that front for what happened there down at paddock.
We'll just mention we're predicting that the floodlights will have to come on for the last 2 races of today. It's so overcast. It is already quite. It's not bright around the track right now. For something that's more heavily tinted visors, it could be quite dim.
Another public service announcement as well, if you weren't with us this morning. Alpha Live have relaunched their website in recent days, in the last week or so, and they're looking for your stories. So if you're a team captain, you want to tell the story of how your team's got on today or experiences in the BUKC, head across the Alpha Live website to check that out and submit some really good text articles gone on there the last few days. Sure, Adam will post a link in the chat, or someone will post a link in the chat for a way to submit those. Curb warning for the 107 of Hertfordshire 8, in 7th place. So we're all using up their warnings in this one.
I was worried from the way you led from one subject into another. I thought for a moment they're allowed to submit curb warnings now, which would be a disastrous enterprise.
I went to Buckmore Park and all I got was this lousy curb.
Here is Bournemouth A then, that the leaders have come upon. So here again, the Ami Joga is trying to get by on traffic. And it's allowed Boros to close up right onto the back, and with 3 minutes left to go, mate, this is where you would go for the move if you could make it stick. So they go by on Gabriela Martinez de Luca.
It's well dealt with by Jurga there, soaking up the pressure from Benjamin Boros. Just a reminder for followers of Sheffield and Birmingham this morning. Sheffield were 25th. Particularly good round for them. Birmingham, slightly better, finished in 11th. This will be big hauls of points for both of them. After this race, we'll be halfway through round 2. 2.5 minutes, or just less than that to go.
Still battle going away for third place as well, should this lead battle fail to impress, which quite frankly not looking like it's going to fail to impress, but there is also Leeds A still fending off Reading A. That's Kieran Harrison, who judged the traffic well those few laps ago to get by on Ross Deal. And Chilcott's there too for the University of West of England, not too far behind. Nottingham A in 6th, Hertfordshire in 7th, but with penalties to be applied, if memory serves correctly.
It is one of the things that I love about this competition, especially with us having 2 races in a day, that a driver's fortunes can change so dramatically. Earlier this afternoon, Ami's race in round 1 did not go well at all. Was facing the wrong way at turn 1 on lap 1, not her fault. It's just how it goes. It did a brilliant drive back up into the top 20 from that position, and it's probably an incident where there was 3 or 4 cars off. It was probably the messiest we've seen so far today. Here she is a few hours later. fighting for a race victory. Just over a minute to go. Birmingham A will push on. Now this is an opportunity. Traffic coming into play. It's the number 23.
Yep.
It's going to be the first kart to be overtaken. The 36 in there as well. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go then with 54 seconds on the clock.
That makes it Trent C and Trinity St David B. So I think they're 2 laps down because they've had some dramas, these 2 karts.
Yep. One of them gets out of the way quite nicely. Sheffield's still leading.
Awkwardly, what that means, though, is they're probably going to come upon Cambridge C and Swansea A battling away,
yep,
but doing their own lapping, which
yep,
is very unusual for today.
Down through Syme Sweep for the penultimate time. Still Sheffield A holding onto the lead for the moment. This part of the circuit in particular is where we've seen troubles for leaders with back markers, and there's a moment there for Sheffield, but they've dealt with it well, gone round the outside. In fact, they've got a little bit of breathing room. For once, it goes to the advantage of the leader. Last lap ball is going to be out now. The number 62 is just ahead. That is Cambridge C, currently in 29th position. Can Jurga get down the inside? Oh, no, can't. Can't get down the inside. Is this going to be the opportunity for Boris? Jurga's going to have to almost half defend it. Down the inside, there goes Benjamin Boris, side by side off of Happy 2. Jurga gets it back. Well, a couple of years ago, Birmingham A lost a race victory with Simon Morton in a similar scenario. They nearly gained one there, but it was well dealt with by Sheffield's Ami Jurga.
Yeah,
up the inside of the 62. No, a little bit of hesitation there. Benjamin Boris can't find a way through. Round the final corner, it's going to be victory for Sheffield A and Ami Jurga in race 3. A very mature drive and 60 points for team number 27. Birmingham A takes 2nd place and will be happy. That's their best result so far today here at Buckmore Park. Another strong result for Leeds A. They finished 3rd. Ross Deal brings Reading A home in 4th. UEA in there in 5th. Nottingham A solidly in the top 10 in 6th. Hertfordshire A as well there in 7th. Brooks E 8th. Exeter B 9th and Brooks B completing the top 10. Cambridge B finishing 11th. Manchester A 12th. 13th for Imperial A, Loughborough B 14th, Leicester A 15th, Cardiff A 16th, Brooks D, Brighton A, Cardiff B and Trinity A complete your top 20. Southampton A, UClan A, Bristol A, Leeds Beckett A and Surrey A take us down to the 25th. Newcastle A 26th, Swansea A 27th, Nottingham Trent B 28th, Cambridge C and Bournemouth A complete the top 30. And then we find off the lead lap Backstage Academy A in 31st, Liverpool A in 32nd, Exeter C 33rd, Oxford Brooks F 34th, Nottingham Trent C 35th, Trinity B 36th. Well, a very, very good victory there for Ami Jurga. That could easily have gone very wrong. You know, one snatched break, one slight dive too early up a back marker. With all that pressure from Benjamin Boris and Birmingham, that was that will go down well in the Sheffield camp, I think.
It absolutely will, and I have to say for the whole top 3 there, Andrew, some crucial points and good drives for 3. I'll say it again, for 3 actually, because I'll include Leeds in this as well. 3 of the longest running teams in the BUKC. Those were big drives from Jurga, from Boros, and from Harrison, who himself, by the way, is now the only driver to have got down into the 45s for today. So some important drives there at the front of the field. We are now ready to head down to Jacob to get some of the drivers' thoughts.
Down here on the grid, we are just waiting for the weigh-in to happen to confirm the result of that race. Ami is about 3rd in the queue and Ben 2nd now, so we will be having the results confirmed momentarily. Parc Fermé is in place. This was, I believe, a lightweight race. We vary our weights to make sure that the playing field is as level as possible, rather than having drivers with kilo after kilo of weight disparity between them. And judging by the way Ami is walking back over to me, I'm going to assume that you met the minimum weight.
I did, yeah.
Congratulations, and a lights the flag victory, the first one we've seen today.
It wasn't lights flag. Ben got me for like half a lap.
I mean, you started on pole, you finished in first. That's good enough for me. And half a lap's not much, is it?
No, I guess not. Yeah, no, happy with that. Yeah.
Yeah, pushed really hard by Ben throughout the race. Did you ever think that you might have the pace on you?
When we started getting to the back markers, that was when it got a little stressful. But I don't know. It's quite funny actually because I know Ben really well through work. So his girlfriend works with me at Mercedes. So she's probably listening right now and probably stressed either way. But yeah.
Ben's girlfriend is sat at home with switched priorities. A big positive for Sheffield after a disappointing morning, largely thanks to me cursing you on the grid, was it?
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah. Although Callum did all right just now. Yeah. So the afternoon maybe it's our turning point. We'll see.
What are the aims for Sheffield for this season? Where do you hope to be come Landau in April?
I honestly have no idea. Like we're still just trying to grow the team, and I think we've done pretty good with that. We had quite a few good drivers graduate, so that was pretty tough. But yeah, no, I don't know. Maintain where we are, I think.
And of course, lastly, a brilliant way to celebrate getting a new helmet.
I know, yeah. Yeah, hats off to Sully Designs for this. Like, definitely gave me the extra tenths today to beat Ben. So yeah, thank you, Tom. Yeah, really like.
Yeah, that's a 10% discount off the next order for Amy, if ever I saw one. All right, congratulations. I'll get back to your team and celebrate. And well done in your race.
Cool, thank you.
Amy there of Team Sheffield. Let's just wander to the back of the queue for a weigh-in. And we'll go talk to Ross over here. Ross, how was your race?
It was all right. Kart could have been better if I'm being honest, but start wasn't great either. It just didn't go out the bottom corner, so I lost about 4 positions before I even saw the green flag. But worked my way back up to somewhere, I'm not quite sure, so got to be happy. No penalties either. So.
The main question is, did you have fun today?
Yes. First time here in 10 years or so.
Oh, okay. Well, if you had fun, then you won, is the motto of the BUKC. Just only if you weigh in the minimum weight, obviously.
Just hoping.
Yeah, well, I'll let you get on with it. You're nearly at the front of the queue. 2 or 3 more drivers to be weighed at the end of this one. In fact, 3 to be weighed before we let the grid out for race number 4. Oh, sorry, Gabby is also to be weighed with her chunks after chunk of lead. Gabby, of course, used to race for De Montfort in the BUKC, and now races for Bournemouth. Her brother, Diego, used to race for Southampton. And I've missed having them both on the grid. It's good to have at least one of them back. These drivers now carrying their number plates, transponders, seat inserts, and blocks of lead, which will go on the posts on the left-hand side of the cart, just down here. For any driver not meeting the minimum weight, they can add ballast to those poles as well as on their seat inserts. And Gabby used to carry a fair bit of lead. I think it was something like 17, 18 kilos, but in a lightweight race may get away with a little less. Everything seems to be in order, and I can see Rory Smith coming out for this one, who had a quiet race by his own standards this morning. Rory, where are we heading? P10? Oh, I'll walk with you. Disappointing race for yourself this morning, would you say?
A little bit, yeah. I got, I guess I had quite a good start, to be fair, but I got balked when I tried to get by someone. Like, I think we just tangled up a bit. So I lost about 4 or 5 places, and by then the sort of lead pack and I can't remember his name, the guy with the white helmet had gone, so I was never going to catch him. But yeah, I mean, we finished 4th from 21st, so it wasn't too bad, but I would have liked to have been a little bit higher if possible.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally you've run quite well around Buckmore, haven't you?
Yeah, especially last time we came here. So like last time, yeah, I was flying. Yeah, I don't know, this morning just wasn't quite as good. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't quite as good, but we've got another go now, so I'll see what I can do.
You hadn't had your pep talk from me, I think, is what was lacking this morning. But I believe in you, Rory.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm glad to hear that. That's very, very nice.
You had it. Rory Smith, winner of race number 4. I'll let you get on with it and see who your competition is in this one. No one tuning up for 2nd and 4th on the grid, unfortunately, so we will go and talk to the 117, who I don't think we've had the pleasure of speaking to today. We have Seb Marlowe. Seb, remind us who you race for.
Oxford Brooks F.
Oxford Brooks F. We've had a chat with a few of you A, B and C teams, but we haven't got round to the F, so this, I think, is the first F team interview. How are the F team doing?
Well, 2 of our drivers didn't show up at the start. Okay. So I've done
Is it too easy to say F's in the chat for those drivers?
Yeah. I've done 2 races. I've got a massive sprinter in my left hand. So I was driving like one-handed the whole way. But we're doing pretty bad, I'll be honest.
Okay. Is the sprinter out of your hand now?
No. I put a plaster over it, so we'll hope that... No, it's not a sprinter. What is it? What do you call it when the skin's gone away?
Blister.
Blister, that's the one. It's a blister.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens.
Did you pop the blister before you put the plaster over it?
No, I think it pops in my glove halfway around the track. Yeah.
Nice image.
Yeah.
For viewers at home.
Sorry about that.
All right. Well, hopefully your fortunes make a turn for the better this race. Pole position, straight to the end. Is it first place?
Yeah. Well, hopefully, but you never know. I could get punted off. So.
Fingers crossed for the F team. If not, F's in the chat.
Buster Balcom, hello.
Lovely stuff. I do love to see drivers shouting out their fans. I'll let you get on with it. Let's have a wander further up the grid and try and find a university that I haven't spoken to today. I'm conscious that we like to get absolutely everyone in. We've had Nottingham Trent. We've had Backstage Academy. I'm being pointed in this direction. I did say we've had Nottingham Trent, but how can I resist a point? Who have we got here?
Kelham Beach.
Callum, how's your day going?
Yeah, good. Well, it's not too bad. Struggling from the first heat, but hopefully this heat's a bit better.
What's your plan?
Just send it. But
How about that? Got a lot of time for that. You've got a teammate, was that 2 rows in front?
yeah, Lucas Gross.
You beat him?
Probably not, but I'll give it a good go.
What if, first lap, first corner, he's on the outside, you go for the gap. You can't say no, can you?
No, definitely not. So yeah, I'll give it a good go.
If he's not quick enough to get back past you, what are you going to do,
Yeah, just keep going. Yeah.
Well, good luck with that. I think you're about to get going. I'm going to grab one more interview.
All right, thank you. See you later.
Okay. Matthew Taylor we've already spoken to today and doesn't deserve another chat, but let's have a quick chat with John from Leicester. How are you?
I'm okay, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Apologies about the trophy mix-up earlier.
That's all right. Are we going to get it? Or?
Yes, you are.
Oh, fantastic.
Come and find me and or that man who's really shouting blows the whistle after this, and we'll sort you out with a third-place trophy from this morning.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Get your little bronze medal as well. That'll look nice around your neck, wouldn't it?
That's all I'm going to get. The trophy goes to the captain now.
Have a photo with it, though, can't you? You can put that as your Facebook profile picture.
That'll have to do. I'd rather a picture with you, though.
We can do both. You can get a screenshot from the live stream. You can get a trophy picture. You got a medal. Wow, your social medias are going to be on fire.
Absolutely, all the ladies are going to want me.
And that's why you come to BUKC in the end, isn't it? It's not really about the karting.
No. Well, a little bit.
Yeah, it's an added bonus, I guess, isn't it?
Just a tad.
All right, yeah. Jimbo will sort you out with your trophy after this.
Cheers, Jimbo.
He said sure then, as if he wasn't going to do it, but he is. Anyway, good luck for this race. I'm going to grab one more.
Cheers.
And the lucky recipient, this man has got his hands up. What's the issue?
I just want my pedals moved forward.
I'll do that for you. Where do you want them? Closer?
Both of them forward.
Both of them. That's as far forward as they go.
Oh, cheers, mate.
Well, there you are. That man's pedals are sorted. Race number 4 is about to get underway. Let's head back to the comms box for Andrew and Howard to talk us through this one.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Let's take you through the grid for this one. Again, folks, we're going to have to go through this one rather quickly. So Brooks F are on pole with Bournemouth A alongside Brooks D and Exeter A making up row 2 with an all-Liverpool third row for the A and C teams respectively. Exeter C and Surrey A row 4 with Leeds A and Birmingham A rounding out the top 10. Then it's UClan A and Nottingham Trent A on row 6, row 7 in Exeter B and Imperial A. Backstage Academy and Nottingham Trent C make up row 8 with row 9 made up of Trent B and Brooks A. University of East Anglia A and Leicester A round at your top 20. And then it's Southampton B and Loughborough B on row 11. Row 12 is Bristol A and Warwick A. Oxford Brooks E and Loughborough A make up row 13. Row 14 is Cambridge C and Cambridge B. Brunel A and Sheffield A round out your top 30, with Brighton B and Coventry A on row 16. Hertfordshire A and Brooks C on row 17. And Brooks B and University of West of England A on row 18 to round out your 36 karts, as we are into the second half of our second round for you here today. This plus 2 more races for the drivers to optimise their points. And are we good for this time around? Yes, we are. So Seb Marlowe is going to lead them away in the 117 of Oxford Brooks F, with Bournemouth A's Bence Barnett alongside. Into turn 1 they go. There's a spinner towards the back of the pack there, who just clipped the inside of turn 1 and will have spun round there. And there's another incident there involving Bournemouth there as well, and that is Bence Barnett, who started on the front row. So this has not been the cleanest start, but it has allowed his Oxford Brooks F's Seb Marlowe to pull away at the front as they all go 3 wide, even 4 wide, heading into the S's, as there's a contact warning in Nottingham Trent A as they stream through Symes sweep for the first time. The 25 of Imperial A was going off onto the paint as well, and it's nothing too dramatic, but it has been the scruffiest one I think we've seen today for the first lap amongst these drivers. But for Seb Marlowe, it's exactly the start that he'd have wanted.
Yeah, it's definitely up in the top 3 of scrappy starts here today, especially when they got down to hairpin 1. Big start for Rory Smith. Fully pleased with his result from this morning, but like that first lap, already up to second. And, Tom Thickpenny is quite literally in the thick of it, in the middle of all of that through hairpin 1. Haven't seen much of him so far today, but there he is, battling with Callum Barnett over 18th place.
So Kart's having dramas on that first lap. Bournemouth A we saw, Brunel A down as well. Nottingham Trent B, Southampton B. But this is the big one for me, Andrew, in terms of positions lost. 30 positions lost for Oxford Brooks D. That's a big one for them there. So with one Brooks kart leading, another one a bit in the doldrums now, as Tom Thickpenny there and Callum Barnett as well are going by on Imperial A, I think that was, the number 25.
I think it might have been Cambridge, actually. That's
oh, sorry,
Alistair
was that
Senior.
Alistair Senior? Do you know, I thought that didn't quite work him out. Yeah, it is Alistair Senior. So changes there.
Now go down the inside of Leicester A for 15th. This is Thickpenny on the move. The top 2 have broken away by 3.4 seconds.
We're a big fan of John Woodhead in that Leicester kart because we can see that orange race suit a mile off. It's brilliant. As the number 1 of Loughborough A still battling away there. Now battling away, battling away with Cambridge B and Alistair Senior still, as the number 13 went wide there and seemed to collect a bollard there.
Change for the lead at the front. Rory Smith has gone past Brooks F, so Birmingham A to the front then.
Yeah, absolutely. Just realised the 13 that was going wide collecting bollard there is Brooks D, so really not having a good time of it here. But yeah, Birmingham A to the head of the field. That's the number 4 of Exeter A, which is the battle over 3rd place. So Konstantinos at the wheel there with his gold helmet, and Leeds A running just behind them in the number 30 with Adam Kernis at the wheel.
So just looking at the points, Howard, the situation that we've got, it's slightly different this year, because normally when we've done 3 races, everyone's raced twice. It's not the case this year. I won't go into the details of why. But the points standings at the moment look like this. Manchester A lead, having done 3 races and have got 160 points. Now, they don't reappear until the final race of today. 160 points would have been good enough to get you in the top 10 this morning in round 1 under the same format. Trinity A are second, similarly. They've done 3 races. They've got 158 points. Cardiff A third, 155. Hearts A fourth, 141. And finally Reading, 139. All of those teams have completed at least 3 races so far. Hertfordshire will be the first team high up the order to complete all 4. It's going to mean it's really wide open towards the end of the day. And you're going to have more karts and more teams fighting for the overall win when we get to race 6 in an hour or so's time. Matthew Taylor's back out there. Now, of course, when we saw him in race 6, earlier on this afternoon. He was wrapping up the round victory for Oxford Brookes. That's the main headline from round 1 if you missed it earlier on. You will be able to watch the whole stream back here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Make sure that you do that. Make sure you've clicked the subscribe button and the notification bell as well. February 27th is when we'll have our next Club 100 stream. It'll be round 1 of the new 2022 Sprints Championship here at Buckmore Park. Myself and Howard on commentary for that one. Very much looking forward to that getting going. 20 minutes to go here in race 4 for the Mains Championship 2022 in the BUKC.
Good drive this for Ewan Darlington, number 55 from Liverpool. I know we're early, we're only 5 minutes in, but he had a high grid start and he's managed to convert it so far.
Yeah.
And that's what you want to get into that rhythm. And no, that's really good stuff early on for Liverpool A, which I want to say this is the highest up I've seen Liverpool running today. So good stuff there. This is your race leader. Rory Smith at the wheel for Birmingham A, now ahead of our pole sitter of Seb Marlowe in that 1:17 for Brooks F.
The pace from these two drivers really good as well. 46.6 last time around for Smith. Nearly a half of a second faster each lap than that group from 3rd down to 5th.
I don't know the answer to this, but I am just wondering what the highest letter is to have won, properly won, not won as in being ineligible because it's the last round of the championship, University of Life, you know, the actual highest letter to have won a Mains Championship event. If anyone out there knows, let us know.
A few more shout-outs as well. Hello to Luke Battersby, of course works here.
Yes.
So well done to Andrew Jogel on that victory from the previous race. To Whitehouse, Motorsport Magpie. Ben Goldthorpe as well, cheering on Leeds, who are having another strong run here. It's not Kieran Harrison out for them now.
It's Adam Curtis.
Yep. But here he is in a battle with Konstantinos. Exeter A versus Leeds A. Keep comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting. Remember, we've got the DDMM data centre. We've just had a refresh of the GoPro, so we're not standing really still by the looks of it anymore. And that will take us through to the end of today's racing. 18 minutes of this race to go. Birmingham A just starting to eke out this lead. It's up to 0.4 of a second now. Having said that, that's a great response from Brooks F.
Yes. Yeah.
It's back down to less than 1/4 of a second.
Really underlining for me though, that lap we saw from Kieran Harrison in the Leeds car below 46. I know, you know, I'd say, it's getting cooler because we're heading towards a sort of early evening of a winter day. It's been cool all day. It's been a cold day here at Buckmore Park. It's been a dry day, mercifully so far, but it has been a cold day. So, yeah, just underlines how good a lap that was. Fastest lap of the race currently is with Sheffield A, actually, at 46.3, being set by the number 40, not 40, that's sorry, 27, that's what I mean. Sorry, I'm flicking between my sheets too quickly.
Number 47 of UClan looking down the inside of 55, bit of a northwest battle here. Can UClan get the move done for 5th place? Yes, they can. Oh, but they've gone a little bit deep. Is there going to be a switchback? Here comes Matthew Taylor for Oxford Brookes A. He's going to nip up in the inside and take a position for himself. Some big names in this race.
Yep. I just double checked who's in that Sheffield. It's Callum Barnett.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Makes sense. So this battle for 3rd place is a really neat looking battle, isn't it? It goes all the way back, you can see, as that's Callum Barnett trying to put a move, in fact, on the 41 and succeeding, to put a move on Josh Kraft in the Exeter B kart. So that is a change there. Actually, no, apologies. Exeter B got by earlier. It was actually them putting a move on Liverpool A. That drive that I gave a shout out to earlier from Ewan Darlington. But still good drive so far for Liverpool. On for some good points. There's several drivers, I think, are going wide in avoidance there out of hairpin 2. They've got to be a bit careful of that. as still Adam Kernis is putting pressure on Konstantinos in this extra A effort for third place.
I think Adam switched the focus here, and he just has a little check over the shoulder to assess the situation. It's a working with scenario now with Konstantinos to get away from this group behind, especially when you see that Matthew Taylor has now got to the front of it.
Yeah, just got past Harry Pridding there in the 41. No, sorry. No, UClan had dropped down. That's what threw me off there. So UClan had a bit of a costly lap there, down to 8th place, but he just got by, on Exeter B for 5th place.
Black flag for Nottingham Trent beat Kart number 33. Not up in the high echelons of this race at the moment.
ABC takeout against Oxford Brooks E is the car who were affected by that incident.
So Oxford Brooks E now down in 34th, so that was quite a significant takeout, and into the pits comes the Trent Kart for its black flag, and I'm sure we'll get a sorrowful, forlorn look of a shot from DJ in a second. He's been on point with those so far today. 14 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Sheffield A's Callum Barnett has just set the... Oh, that's a different angle. That's a different angle for DJ today. It's not looking as sorrowful, just looking at the back of the driver's head.
You know why that is? The driver hasn't pulled over in the correct penalty area in the pit. Sorry, I shouldn't punch someone when they're down, I guess, but...
Cone penalty for Bournemouth A.
Another fastest lap of the race from Callum Barnett in that Sheffield A, number 27.
Changing situation here, though, in the battle for third place, because Tom Thickpenny now going down the inside of the number 41 Exeter B kart. This is, I don't want to use this phrase, but it's the only one in my head at the moment. We have a Trulli train, ladies and gentlemen, but it's not Jarno Trulli, it's Konstantinos from Exeter A. He's doing a good job to hold all these drivers behind, but it is stacking up now. Matthew Taylor, we saw him move through the field earlier.
Don't worry, I'm sure he's pushing like a hell.
He is pushing like a hell.
We can't stop doing this, as you were saying earlier.
Barnett down the inside, loving that. That's a lovely move. And Taylor's just got to concede that one. That was a great overtake from Sheffield A's driver. And this is turning into a good round for Sheffield A.
Yeah, absolutely. So that puts Oxford Brooks A back in 6th place and now in the clutches of Tom Thickpenny in the Loughborough car, who in fact he has a bit of a look, but Matt Taylor defends there into Garda. But what that's done actually is allowed Callum Barnett to pull a few kart lengths ahead now, so it's actually breaking apart a little bit, this train of karts. It's those three battling over third, and then another return of the old-fashioned rivalry, Loughborough versus Brooks A, currently over 6th place with Exeter B and UClan A looking to capitalise.
Yorkshire change, Sheffield now ahead of Leeds. This is a cracking run from Callum Barnett. Started 30th on the grid. He's now up to 4th place and still got over half of this race to go.
Really interesting situation in the clubman class. Oxford Brooks F is the highest place of the clubman, but then 12th, 13th and 14th are all clubman class runners. This is Liverpool A, University of East Anglia A and Cambridge B. So interesting times in that class. Scored together, of course, but come to the end and look at this. This is Callum Barnett down the inside of Exeter A's Konstantinos there. And is there a response from the number 4 kart? No, there is not. So that is Sheffield A. And meanwhile, behind them, down the inside of Adam Kernis in the Leeds A kart goes Tom Thickpenny. Got the job done. He'll have the inside for the next corner. And then behind them, this is like a chain mail. This Exeter B going down the inside. I think that was to retake 8th off of UClan A.
No,
was it? Sorry, it was Matthew Taylor. Apologies. Then
Taylor.
It was them going down the inside of Oxford Brooks A in the number 3 kart. Indeed, it was the 41 now ahead of the 3. So good little move that by Joshua Kraft in that 41 Exeter B car.
This is going to be a telling lap. What is the pace like relative to the top 2 and then Barnett? Not bad when you consider that Callum Barnett was starting his lap, making an overtake. Tom Thickpenny's got through and into 4th place now. So Konstantinos is starting to slip down the order. This is not over, folks.
Nope.
No, it looks, it's a big gap there between 2nd and 3rd at the moment. The pace from Birmingham A and... Oh, but a mechanical flag for the leader! Mechanical flag for the leader, and just like that, the story of the race changes. Now, what is it for? Let's have a look
I didn't hear an exhaust go past our box, and I can't see a loose exhaust.
Looking at the radiator. What has popped up on our timing? I don't know if we can get a shot of the digi flag.
I can't see. Well, there's nothing obvious, Andrew.
It's the
107.
It's the 107.
That changed.
Right, okay. Well, Birmingham fans breathe a sigh of relief. Rory Smith's kart is absolutely fine.
I should
it's
say,
the
sorry.
107.
Yeah, sorry,
not
Hertfordshire.
the 7 that is the problem. Yeah, gutting for Hertfordshire. That's their race over. And, we'll try and see what their problem is. But, okay, reset. Birmingham may still hold this lead. Josh Craft down the inside of Adam Kernis.
Yep.
That's a move for 6th place.
So the gap is so close now between Birmingham A and Brooks F in that exchange.
So I think Callum Barnett's problem now is he has pace, but he's got nobody to help him. And it's the classic scenario in karting of 2 engines is better than 1.
I beg to differ. He has got someone to help him, and his name is
Tom Thickbenny.
No, his name is Traffic. His name is Traffic, which they are just hitting now.
That is the reason for the mechanical flag. That is a dislodged side pod for Hertfordshire A. That's had a decent whack to the side of the car to cause that to happen.
So next lap, this lap they're just starting now, they have Traffic, the leaders. They are going to be trying to get by on, I think it's Brunel A. Not 100% on that, but they will be encountering Traffic. So now is the time when we're going to see what is the leader's pace in the Traffic versus what Callum Barnett can do in relatively clean air.
Adam Kernis finally gets past Konstantinos. Matthew Taylor follows.
Bryson B with a black flag for taking out another competitor.
So last time around, 46.4 for Smith. 46.4 also for Marlowe in the Brooks F kart. 46.3 for Callum Barnett. So yes, quicker, but not to the extent where he'll be able to pull back this lead.
So here come the lap times in the Traffic for these two. That's Brighton B serving their black flag. So that's the pace dip down into the mid 47s there for Birmingham A and Brooks F as they both got by on Brunel A.
Lost a second there.
Now, obviously, that would usually be redressed when Callum Barnett catches up for the Traffic, but it's going to be interesting to see. There is the challenge, or the change in the dynamic of the race, shall we say, that the leaders now are starting to pick off some of the back markers. And the interesting one for me, Andrew, is, right now they're encountering some of the drivers who have not had the best race so far, and they're sort of running in themselves in clean air, but soon they will be getting on to the really big battles. As speaking of battles, that was Warwick A putting in a move, wasn't it, on Liverpool C.
Just got to mention as well, I know it's talked about down on the grid, Seb Marlowe saying that he's suffering from blistered hands at the moment, and I've done that myself, that hurts.
Oh,
that really hurts. So this drive that he's putting in, as that was a clipping of the, I think that was Liverpool C's 111 car that was the offender that time. But that is, I tip my hat to Seb Marlowe in that scenario. He's able to do this whilst running wounded. And there is the cone penalty for the 111 of Liverpool C.
It was partially because of a little glitch early on that meant we kept on seeing the penalty getting shown over and over again. But when I sleep tonight, I shall simply dream of Hertfordshire getting cone penalties. I've just got another one. It just keeps on coming up on my timing screen. New personal best from Rory Smith in the Birmingham A kart at the lead of the race. He is trying to set that pace when he can, when he's not in that Traffic. As these two work together for now to get on through. That's the 45 of Bournemouth A is the next kart for them to try and get by.
Briefly saw the battle of Warwickshire there, Coventry A versus Warwick A, and Brooks C getting involved in that as well, not from the same county of course. So that was over 19th place. The Coventry guys will be happy with today, just to be back in the paddock. Obviously they missed last year, they missed the opportunity to defend their title from the year before.
So technically none of them are in the same county because of the weird shape of the Coventry technically counts as West Midlands. Weird shaped counties, Warwickshire. Anyway,
the same BBC radio station.
That's true. That's true. Same postcode.
Yeah.
I'll shut up. So the leaders are by now on Bournemouth A, one lap on from when we last checked in with Traffic Watch. And now, well, the next time they hit traffic is where, for me, it gets interesting, because they will hit the battle for 27th place between Southampton B, Nottingham-Trent C, Oxford Brookes C, Backstage Academy A, and Oxford Brookes D. That's quite a pack to hit.
Quite a pack, and they are quite clearly battling, because Brookes D have just received a contact warning. 5.5 minutes to go. Cross start finish. They do go through turn 1, turn 2, Conway's and Henry's bend to hairpin 1, still looking smooth and in control. Rory Smith. Those who are new to Rory Smith's exploits, this is Formula Ford 1600s to a very high level. Formula Ford Festival race winner.
Going on for 12th out there. Liverpool A. I still am quite impressed by this drive from Ewan Darlington in that Liverpool A kart, battling away with Cambridge B and UEA, who are ahead of UEAA there.
Not again. See, I'm gonna bring my former student frustration out here, because UWE in former student are not allowed to be known as UWE, because people overseas will be like, who are you?
Oh,
Don't know, so they have to run with Bristol per the regulations.
Right. Okay.
JV, make it happen. See, I'm telling you, right? This is a new. Oh dear! Someone's had a very. They saved it. They saved it. The driver in the blue suit and the white helmet, who's I'm not going to keep an eye on because I want to give him a shout out, has just had the biggest save through Syme Sweep that I've seen today. Bournemouth. Number 45. I'll go and look up that name, because that was a good one.
Meanwhile, on Traffic Watch, this is now the pack that they're coming on to battle. This pack of some 5 karts ahead of them, who are all battling for position, that the leaders are now coming upon. This is where it's really going to start to bite for these two in trying to maintain the gap to Callum Barnett, who we've not seen for a little while now, but trust us, he's there, setting really good pace in that Sheffield A kart, and he's bringing a certain Tom Thickpenny along for the party as well here. So here we go. How quickly can we go through on this traffic? They'll go down the inside of the number 36. That's Nottingham-Trent C. And then next is the number 50 of Backstage Academy A. All having a very fine, good and enjoyable race with each other, I'm sure. But right now, the biggest challenge for our lead 2 drivers to work their way through. And so it shows that the fastest lap, personal best from Callum Barnett in 3rd, and a fastest lap of the race, 46.187 from Tom Thickpenny in 4th. Even if they don't know it, now is a perfect time for them to be doing that, because they're starting to close in on this gap. Obviously, they'll have to make their way through this traffic to get to these 2 now, but it's so far through the traffic of the last few laps, the gap has gone down from something like 8 seconds down to 5. And the question is, how much will it dip for the rest of this race? 2.5 minutes left on the clock.
Benche Barner was the drift king in the Bournemouth A kart, so well done to Benche for holding on to that one.
Frustrating race for him, actually, because he was involved. He was starting near the front of the grid and was involved in the hairpin 1 incident. Yeah.
So Rory Smith has got a gap in that traffic. He's done very, very well. We've watched Rory for a good few years now at the BUKC. We've seen him go from being a very raw, very fast driver, and he's built his racecraft up to, obviously we've got the links back to Birmingham in our former lives, but he is one of the most accomplished drivers in this championship now, and this is why, oh dear, as I think Benche Barner was going for another bit of the drift angle Gran Turismo mode.
That is a very difficult choice to go, which way do you turn the car?
It's not gone as well this time.
There are the chasing pair. That is Callum Barnett and Tom Thickpenny in lovely clear air, but now slowly coming onto the back of this pack of karts themselves. I think they're going to run out of runway to have an impact at this point, but it only takes one, Andrew. It only takes one misjudgment in the traffic or by the traffic for this to all close up quite quickly.
To finish the point on Rory, how many leads have we seen just ebb away when the traffic hits? And Rory's been able to do the opposite. He's actually been able to grow the lead to a significant level where he can relax now. He doesn't need to necessarily think about another driver trying to send it on him as we get into the final minute of this race. 2 more after this one.
I mean, you say that, you know which karts he's clearing at the moment. Brooks E and Brooks D.
Oh, okay.
just throwing that one out there. He has got by on Brooks E already. There's another fastest lap of the race from Sheffield A.
Brilliant drive this from Callum Barnett, one of the drives of the day, I think.
Yep.
Shall we have an informal driver of the day competition? Open it up to the chat. Give us your suggestions. Tweet us at Double Dash MM. I think Sam Johns has got to be in there for his double victory earlier on in the day. Callum Barnett is on the charge.
James Mills as well had a really good run, didn't he? Through the field for his win for Loughborough. I just want to give a shout out to a battle I've really been enjoying, but sorry, we're coming through now.
The last lap is going to be very tight on the line. No, Rory's going to sneak another one in with 1 second on the clock.
That was bold for race control not to throw the last lap bold in some
No, doing absolutely
right. No, doing
absolutely
the right thing.
Right.
Doing the right thing, no doubt. But I just want to give a shout out to a battle I've been enjoying. Leicester A, Loughborough B and Exeter C, 26th to 20 of the 105. Having a really nice battle out there for 23rd. It's been really entertaining every time it's come through. So shout out to that.
Yep, just caught it on screen there. But Rory Smith dives down Symes' sweep through Pullman's paddock. Gardner then Senna for the last time today. Doesn't need to overtake that back marker. He's got a good lead, and this is turning into a very strong round for the team that won the Sunday qualifier back in November. Rory Smith wins at Buckmore Park for Birmingham A by 1 second ahead of Oxford Brooks F. A brilliant drive to third by Callum Barnett for Sheffield A. Tom Thickpenny shows his skills as well to fourth. Exeter B finish in fifth. More good points for Matthew Taylor and Oxford Brooks A there in sixth. Leeds A continue their strong day in seventh place. And was there a tight one on the line? Yes, there was. They pip UCLan by just over a tenth of a second to seventh place. So UCLan in eighth, Exeter A ninth, battling ninth from Konstantinos. 10th place for Nottingham Trent. Surrey A, good to see them again up towards the top third, or in the top third in 11th place there. Cambridge B were 12th. UE Bristol A were 13th. Liverpool A were 14th. Bristol A were 15th. UEA A were 16th. Brooks C 17th. Brooks B, Warwick A and Coventry A completed the top 20. Imperial A 21st. Liverpool C 22nd. Leicester A 23rd. Loughborough B and Exeter C inside the top 25. Brooks D, Cambridge C, Brooks E, Southampton B and Backstage Academy take us to 30th. It's Trent C, Brighton B, Brunel A, Trent B, Bournemouth A, all 1 lap down. That takes us to 35th. And then Hertfordshire A had problems and finished in 36th, 5 laps off the overall lead. But another win in the BUKC for Rory Smith. And yeah, they really are taking this round by the scruff of the neck after a somewhat disappointing round one. This is good so far from Birmingham.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know how this plays with the theory we were positing earlier about them being tired because they've woken up again. I don't know how this works, but no, it's a very good showing from Birmingham A. I think there's several teams actually. I mean, you know, Sheffield as well, really coming to the fore in this afternoon's round. So good stuff from those two teams in particular, and Leeds having a strong showing as well. We're ready though to go down to Jacob to get some reaction to race 4 and some predictions for race number 5.
Down here on the grid, we are just getting our top 3 drivers weighed. Rory Smith has already gone. Seb Marlowe here is just about recovering from his blister. There's the damage. A hell of a drive to second place with such damage to the hand. Hands are an integral part of driving a go-kart, for those of you who are unaware. I think Rory's been weighed and we'll be heading back up. I can't quite see him through the crowd of drivers. As you can see, people are preparing for the next race, the penultimate race of round 2. And Seb just getting his lad all together to make sure he's over the limit. I should really be watching to make sure no one hands him anything. And still no sign of Rory. Oh, here he is. I'm looking completely the wrong way. I was looking for the red of your helmet down there.
Rory, a solid race win. Was it all down to the pep talk?
Yeah, definitely. Without a doubt. You haven't spoken to me, I would have been like, 33rd or something.
32nd maybe at best, yeah. But a really strong race, pushed you quite hard.
Yeah, definitely. It was really annoying, actually. Really annoying. Like, I couldn't get rid of him. It was like a bad smell behind me. But I tried the whole race, and the only way I could get any gap was back markers. So I thought, any time I got up to back marker, I just need to try and make a gap. And luckily, that sort of took the pressure off the last sort of 2-3 minutes. But yeah, tiring. Constantly just like someone right behind you and trying to break away. But I think he just sort of hung on with a toe, and yeah, I couldn't get rid of him.
With that first place and obviously Ben's second place in the previous race, really strong round for Birmingham so far.
Yeah, for sure. We had so Fred as well, his first race in BUKC, and he's straight into the A's, and he's done really well. But he had a bit of an incident, so he was 13th, I think. But Josh is at the back, so sort of no pressure for him now, and hopefully he can get a good result as well.
Hopefully you can bring it home and get you guys on the podium.
Would be good, yeah.
All right, Rory, thanks for talking to us. Congratulations on your win, and I'm sure we'll see Rory at some point later this season. Right then, we've got Nottingham Trent on pole position, but I've spoken to more than enough of those guys today. Here in fourth place, I want to say. Who have we got?
Jonathan Dalton for Southampton.
I haven't spoken to any Southampton yet, so it's a good job I've got hold of you. How's Southampton's day going?
Well, started off getting a win on track, but got a penalty, so not great. But
what did you do?
I don't think I did anything, but I got a fourth-place ABC. So
for contacting someone and gaining an advantage. So try not to do that in this race.
But we'll see. Just want to get to the front, see how it goes. Try not to get any penalties. That'll be good.
Like when you say try, actually just don't break any of the rules and you'll be all right.
In theory, yeah, but you get a few random ones every so often.
Well, I could never besmirch the club and stuff like that. But obviously solid pace earlier this morning, and going into this, you confident?
Yeah, fairly confident. We had good pace in the test as well, so as long as I get on well with the car, should be okay.
Excellent. Well, good luck with it, and hopefully I'll speak to you at the end.
Thank you.
That's Team Southampton there. Let's see if I can find another team that I haven't spoken to just yet. And I want to say, team number 6 I have spoken to. That's a Brooks Kart. I've spoken to Bath. I've spoken to Kyle Knight earlier. He was on pole position. But this man here in the 111, remind me of which university this is.
Liverpool C.
Liverpool C. I have spoken to Liverpool, but we'll stick around since I'm sat down. Tom, how's your day going?
It's going alright. First time here, so sort of getting to grips with the track, but came 12th in the first race, which isn't too bad, but yeah, happy with it.
It's alright for your first race. You aiming to go higher in this one?
Hopefully, because I'm a bit more used to the track now, so hopefully do better.
What do you make of Buckmore Park as a circuit?
Yeah, it's nice. Quite technical, quite tricky, but it's good fun.
And your favourite part?
Oh God, I quite like this bit. Yeah, that's a bit.
Everyone says that. It is nice though. It is nice. Liverpool as a team, we used to see them right at the front of these mains grids, and the last couple of years you've kind of fallen off a bit. Are we starting to see the resurgence?
I think so. 'Cause no one in the team's ever done mains before, so it's new to us all. But we've got a decent team, I think.
Well, I look forward to seeing you back at the front of these on a regular basis.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Tom Edwards there of Liverpool C. Now, I did refer to this man. It's earlier on in the live stream. I'll grab a quick word from Mustard Man. Just a quick one. The race suit, is it here to stay or is this kind of on its way out?
As long as I can fit in it, it'll stay. Yeah.
That's what I like to hear. Good luck for the race. I haven't really got time to talk to you, unfortunately, but do the Mustard proud.
Alright, we'll do.
It's the Mustard Man from Cardiff there, Cardiff B. Andrew and Howard, the penultimate race is about to get underway. Talk us through it.
Let's take you through the grid then for race number 5 of round 2 of the 2022 British Universities Karting Championship. Nottingham-Trent C will start on pole with De Montfort A alongside. University of Wales Trinity St David B will have Southampton A alongside for company on row number 2. Brooks E and Trent A start on row 3. Row 4 is going to be Brighton B and Manchester B. University of West of England B and Brooks C start on row 5 to round out the top 10. University of West of England A and Brighton A are row 6. Row 7 is Brooks B and Bath A. Reading A and Newcastle A are row 8. Row 9 is going to be Southampton B and Liverpool C. Surrey A and Birmingham B round at top 20, and then it's Leeds C and Leeds Beckett A for a Leeds derby on row 11. Cardiff B, Mustard Man, has Oxford Brooks A alongside on row 12. Row 13 is Imperial A and Sheffield A, then it's Cambridge B and Nottingham A, Exeter C and Leeds A to round out top 30. Cambridge C and University of Wales Trinity St David A are row 16. Row 17 is Loughborough A and University of Central Lancashire A, then it's Loughborough B and Oxford Brooks D to round out the 36 karts on the grid, and we are good for start on the go here for race number 5. Oliver Yule, and they're going round again. That's not fair. I was really hyped up then and managed to get the grid in time.
That's all right, because I can now read out what we're looking in terms of scores and doors.
Yes, do that.
Loughborough A, this is their last race. They start 33rd, but they have got already 173 points on the board. That would have been good for second place earlier on today in round 1, so that's a very good score. Birmingham A not in this race. Exeter A and Manchester A both in the last race today. They've got 160. Oxford Brooks A, this is their last race. They need a big score here to get another victory. They've got to go out and win this. 25 minutes on the clock, and away we go for race 5.
There's a poor start from the anti-pole side of the grid, and there's a spinner in the centre, and that's going to be very lucky that no one takes. And there was a collection there, so there was a bit of it. There was an incident towards the back there, I'm afraid to say. We will look on timing as to who was involved in that one as they stream through the hairpins for the first time, but I think University of Wales Trinity St David B may have stolen the lead. Yes, they have. Trinity got a great start from the second row of the grid. Angus Rankin, I think the anti-pole side of the grid were caught napping, so De Montfort A has dropped back a fair bit as they stream through. Someone's going down the pit entry there, clearly with some damage.
Oh, penalty for Oxford Brooks A, bump and pass.
Well, that's dramatic for them.
That means they cannot win this round. They cannot win this round, as there's a little bit more action towards the back. Reason being, to tie Loughborough A's score, which we mentioned they've already got booked in, they would have to win this race. They now cannot win this race. The best they can hope for is 5th with that +4 penalty.
Right. Very interesting first lap there. University of Wales Trinity St David B, your leaders. Brighton B up 3 to 2nd. Nottingham-Trent A up 4 positions to 3rd. Shout out to Newcastle A, who went up 8 positions on that first lap alone. The costly ones, the ones who are, I'm sorry to say I haven't had a bad time of it. Reading A have dropped down to 35th, and University of Wales Trinity St David A are now in the pits, presumably, Andrew, with a bit of damage maybe from that incident at turn 1. It was a heart-in-the-mouth stuff when someone spins on the apex of turn 1. There's still people going in avoidance. This is looking like a first lap in some respects, the second lap. We've still got drivers going around the bollards in avoidance as they all sort themselves out. So, bit of a scruffy one, this. But it is Trinity St David. It's the tale of two Trinity teams here. One's leading, one's at the back and in the pits with damage. So it is the 23 that leads, and there's a penalty for Southampton A for a bump and pass as well, as Dante Dillon in the number 11 Trent A car goes by on the 29 of Brighton B, getting past Martin Matchak there for second place. But a little lead that Angus Rankin has in hand now for the number 23 Trinity St David B kart. Dante Dillon is going to be in pursuit, one would have thought, having got up in second place. The 43 of BUKC is in 4th with Newcastle A behind, and it's a good drive so far for Newcastle A's Kyle Knight, as I say, up a lot of places on that first lap. And then it is Southampton A in 6th who have that penalty for bump and pass that they got on those first couple of laps. Surrey A as well have taken out the cone to also collect a one-place penalty for them to be applied post-race, as Newcastle A comes under pressure from both Southampton A and Brooks C, the 21 and the 14 hounding the back of the 19 kart as they stream through Sarm Sweet here. Early pace being set. We're seeing high 46s at the moment, which isn't too surprising as the drivers get themselves bedded in. What's interesting to me now, I wonder if the drivers have been warned that the floodlights might come on during this race and have been advised to take off their tinted visors. That might be something just to bear in mind. Maybe a little early for that, but we are at the end of the day racing in February. down the inside goes Oxford Brooks C on Oxford Brooks E, the 14 getting by on the 43. And that is a change for the lead. Dante Dillon from Nottingham Trent A goes down the inside of Angus Rankins, number 23 of Trinity St David B, and that takes Nottingham Trent A to the head of the field, and that came courtesy of fastest lap of the race, 46.5 last time around. And now down the inside goes Brighton B to take second place off of Trinity St David B and establish themselves as the new highest placed clubman runner within the race. So good move there for Martin Matchak as well to take himself up into second place.
Talking clubman, the situation, it's similar to what we had this morning in that we've got a runaway leader in clubman on points at the moment, but it's not Brighton B as we saw this morning. It's actually Cambridge B this time as Carl Knight's on the move for Newcastle A down the inside of the number 10, 23, takes the position.
Yeah, getting past former race leader Angus Rankin in the Trinity St David B kart. And now with the close attentions of Southampton A, albeit with a penalty to be applied to that Southampton kart.
De Montfort A, black flag for rolling back. So that will be that they've had a spin and they've allowed the kart to roll back into the path of somebody else. Drivers have to get on the brakes.
I wonder if that was the first lap incident. I don't know
it's
if
a
maybe
little bit delayed. If it is, if it was the first lap, you tend to get the position around fairly quickly.
That's true.
Lots of changes on that lap confirmed. Newcastle A now up to third, fourth for Southampton A, Brooks C fifth, Trinity B relegated down to sixth. Brooks B and Bath A also made positions on that last lap. 8th and 9th respectively, Manchester B down to 10th.
One thing we haven't spoken about so far today, we did mention earlier talking about pit-to-kart radios, about the difficulties of the two tiers of the circuit.
Yep.
The other difficulty is that if your teammates are sat in the paddock, I mean, there's a reason why they all go up to the grandstand, because if you're not in that grandstand, you've no idea what happened to your car. So you just sort of stand there, it's like hoping you'll see them come over the crest of the hill, down into some sweep, still in the same position. So that's an important aspect to bear in mind here, is the real, I mean, as I say, it produces a great circuit. You know, it's really fun to ride this track with the different heights to the circuit at various different points, but it's still a little bit more nerve-wracking for the teams because they don't fully know what's going on. Back when we weren't streaming, it meant that if you spun completely of your own accord at one of the hairpins, you could totally say someone turned in on you.
Yes.
But now we stream it, so you can't.
Can't get away with it. How are Reading getting on? Ooh, P32. That's a shame. It's 9th, 5th, 1st and 4th, so it's good to see if they're going to get another decent one, and this one to close out with a good score and get themselves in the club pole. It's a little bit less likely now. As there's two drivers off down through Pullman's. They've got going again now. They're having a little bit of a discussion with one another, I can say, out of the window. I was going to track on which drivers they were, as we're looking at the 14 and the 21. It's the fight over fourth position, and that's number 14 of Brooks C now ahead of Southampton A. Black flag for Leeds Beckett A has just come in. An ABC takeout.
That's for the incident down at Pullman's, I'm pretty certain, because it was Leeds Beckett A and Leeds A. Oh, it was sister. Oh dear. It's a Leeds derby. It's Beckett A and Leeds A are the two teams involved in that incident.
Oh dear. Well, I want to meet the services up the M1 this evening. After that one, all good-natured. Brooks C's move up to fourth place. Confirmed on timing there. It's going to be passing into the second and third of this race now. We've had some recommendations. Lots of Dane says we should give Kellen the Driver of the Day award for an outstanding interview. Oh yeah, it's a good suggestion.
Did I have my cans on? I'm trying to think back. There's been so many amazing interviews today. I have to say, my personal favourite was. This is just from my perspective. My personal favourite was the offering of fruit to everybody on the grid.
Yeah.
What I particularly liked about that one is it happened to me moments later when I was reading the grid for the grid, who had just been offered all of the fruit and said no.
Yeah, we won.
We did. I mean, you know, I quite like the drivers. Would you like some fruit? No, I'm watching my weight. Well, it's a bit late.
Yeah. It's a bit late. For Sheffield A.
Yes, indeed. And this At the moment, on for being their drop score of the round thus far, they're running in 27th place is the number 27. As it stands right now, they're classified 28th if the race were to
They don't actually have to get that much further up to start scoring more points. They've got a first, a third and a 23rd on their record at the minute, so 156 points is what they're sat on. If they can get up towards 160, they could potentially break a top 10 the overall round. We saw that this morning. Here we are back with the leaders though.
Yeah, Martin Matchak keeping Dante Dillon honest here. With Dante ahead of Brighton B for now. And then behind them, Carl Knight running strongly in that Newcastle A kart with BUKC, which is Riley Phillips for this race, in that number 14 kart. And then Southampton running in 5th. Jonathan Dalton at the wheel. He had a really good drive, I felt, earlier this morning, did Dalton. I have to say, though, he has. I've got to keep reminding I have to myself remember that there is a 4-place penalty to be applied to that Southampton car. Easy to forget when these penalties happen so early on. Down through Science Street come the leaders. In front of the grandstand, and there's a spinner at Paddock Corner who's looking to rejoin. I'm going to have to keep my eyes peeled for which driver that is. Does the right thing though and waits until everyone is by. That was an awkward place to spin in many ways. With the number 16, which makes it Nottingham A, who were not having their best race of the day as it stood anyway. There's been a change for 3rd place there. BUKC and Riley Phillips has got by on Kyle Knight of Newcastle A. Good pass there for BUKC. Brooks B has also got past Trinity St David B. That is for 7th place. Further down the order, University of Central Lancashire A and Nottingham Trent C by on Southampton B. Imperial A just getting by on Brighton A as well. That's 28th place. Don't forget, live.alphatony.co.uk, click on British University Karting Championship to follow all the live timers. And we should say as well, I almost feel like doing this as a sort of deep disclaimer for us. All results announced by the commentators today are provisional. Please go to the results.alphatony.co.uk, click on BUKC for confirmed results after the day's event.
I didn't know you had a self-speed up function to your voice.
How do you think I read the grids when I've got to hand over to you to give championship permutations?
Very, very close for the battle for the lead. It was less than a tenth of a second last time around as we approached the halfway stage of this one. Leader has just received a track limit warning as well, so Dante Dillon is clearly pushing very, very hard. Here we're looking at 3rd, 4th and 5th. BUKC, Newcastle A and Southampton A, very close again. 0.091 between Nottingham Trent A and Brighton B at the last count. 13 minutes of the race to go. Trinity A confirmed out the race. I mentioned that already.
Yeah, I assume it was just the damage that they had on turn 1. I don't think it could be helped. From what we saw of it, it was just a cart that just took the inside of the corner and went round. And it's very difficult when you've got that many cars feeding through. So unfortunate for them. But it is what it is, and that will be their drop score for the round. And some of the leaders go through on Cambridge Street now. Traffic is playing a part much earlier on with this one, Andrew. There is a fair amount of field spread in this one relative to what we've seen at other points today. So that's an interesting one for me, is that traffic is coming to bear on everybody a lot earlier. So Trent A and Dante Dillon at the wheel of that effort, having to navigate his way through quite early. But got a lot of experience, has Dante Dillon, in various forms of karting. As Jacob was mentioning to him earlier today on the grid, he is a BIKC champion, British Indoor Karting Championships.
Just to keep a record of it, Oxford Brooks A, just going to tick through on our data centre ticker. Yeah, this is not going to be a double round victory for Oxford Brooks A, because currently they are down in 18th position and have penalties. It looks like Oxford Brooks A are going to finish with a 16th, a 3rd, a 6th, and something around, similarly around the 20-something. I mean, it's a difficult one. It's something I always think is we talk about a lowly grid start meaning no pressure in terms of winning the race, but at the same time, I'd much rather go into this last race going, we'll start from the back, we've still got our drop score in play, as opposed to the other way around, that Brooks A have just had the look of the draw today. They had their lowly start first, didn't have a run through the field, say, in the top 10, and that has used their drop score. So if they do have a race where something doesn't quite go right, it is then going to affect them, which it is going to, because at the moment they're looking like they're going to be outside of the points of 100, lower than 160 points, which is what we saw this morning, Birmingham being an example. They're not even in the top 10 of this round.
Yeah, 6 or 1 half doesn't even know that. If you've already had a good round, it's great to have your lowly grid start last.
Yeah.
If you've had a terrible time of it in one of your races, the pressure is really on and it's not good. As side by side here goes University of Wales Trinity St David B and Oxford Brooks B in their contesting of 7th place, and it goes the way of University of Wales Trinity St David B, with them moving up there. So Angus Rankin, former race leader, we should say, jumped to the head of the field right at the start of this one. I wasn't going to say gone backwards. He's had a really good drive. What I mean is he's no longer leading the race, but he's now going back up positions, which is nice to see.
Yeah.
But there again is a counter move from Brooks B going through, and Daniel Burgess gets by and back up. So the official time will show that nothing happened, but we know different. That's why we stream the action. That's what we stream.
Big lap times going in from Bath A at the moment,
absolutely.
46.077. We've not seen many 45s today, and that's pretty close to getting another one. So Bath A and it's Axel Slijepcevic in for them at the moment. We saw had a very strong run. I want to say, was it race 5? Was it race 5 or race 6? One of the latter ones.
Yes.
In round 1. So looking good for more points for team number 42. They need it as well at the moment. Another black flag for Leeds Beckett A. That's not good. That is not good at all. Just to finish up on Bath A, yeah, they've had 32nd and 29th as their results so far. Classic club methods in a way. You can have one really good round and then an absolutely dire one. At least Bath A are fighting back with Axel Slijepcevic here, trying to get this 6th place. Do we know what the black flag is for?
Taking out another competitor, which is an interesting one because they had a takeout against Leeds earlier, which we spoke about. Not actually showing, again, it's me being pedantic about what is officially shown on timing. It doesn't actually say 2 times takeout. It actually says that specifically for a recent takeout they've been given a black flag. So I don't know if it was a particularly egregious one or time's just showing it different, as we've got another lap below 46 seconds going in from Marcin Maczak, who has set the I'm going to say that's the second fastest time of the day, because I think the one we saw from Harrison earlier was just a bit quicker. The 45.958 is actually the 3rd person to get into the 45s, because Dante Dillon just got into the 45s as well for Nottingham Trent. So in other words, the pace at the front, is it not the 2nd and 3rd people to do this, or were you just being showed Harrison's
2nd and 3rd,
time?
yes. The confirmation of the fastest lap so far today was the 45.939.
Okay.
Oh no, we had a 44. Did he have a 44.952 in the first race today? That's both new tyres.
Okay, well there we go.
7 minutes to go.
And they've hit traffic
Leaders
now,
going
Andrew.
through.
This is big for the leaders. They've got to get through the traffic nice and cleanly. It's only 2.5 seconds the gap back to Riley Phillips in the Oxford Brooks C Kart, the number 14. And and they're sort of bringing Bathé along for the party. Bathé are 2 seconds down on BUKC at the moment. But the main threat is that you'll see the number 14 car coming on. In fact, you can see Riley Phillips coming onto the back of this pack. As up the hill, up Herbert Rise they come at the moment. Nottingham Trent C will be the next car to be lapped by the leaders.
An interesting move that's just happened. It's probably not tactical, but I like to think that it is. Loughborough B have just overtaken Loughborough A. Now, at first that sounds ridiculous. Why would you let the B team overtake the A team? Well, the A team's already got a good haul of points. Oh, it doesn't really look like anyone's challenged them, and they've got to gain a lot of positions to start improving their score. They're down in 15th.
Or it could just be that Freddie's on it.
Or that Freddie's on it. The B team, though, have got pole in the final race, and they've got a decent shot. They can bring this result home. Oh my goodness, the leaders are struggling with the back markers. If they can, so they've got a 14th and a 23rd at the moment. If they can get another 14th here, and then capitalise on that pole in race 6, they could be right up there in Clubman come the end of the day here. And a pot for themselves for the B team. There's a contact warning for Oxford Brooks A. So there's a Brooks A, Loughborough A ding dong happening out there.
There is indeed, and the floodlights have come on. So floodlights are on, and I hope all the drivers have compliant visors. Just shows that we are starting to lose a little bit of light here at the circuit. Here we go then, into the last 5 minutes, and Brighton B's Martin Matchak is still pursuing Dante Dillon in that Trent A car, who he's been keeping honest all the way, as Riley Phillips is taking a few risks there to try and get through this traffic quicker than the other two. And meanwhile, for the lead, Martin Matchak's having a look. That's his first earnest look for the lead, but it wasn't quite on there. He felt he'd built up to that a little bit, but we are into that end game strategy now, where it is, okay, where are you going to make the move? When can you get a bit of overspeed on your competitor? I quite like Rory Smith's description of Brooks F. He said, yeah, following me, it was like a bad smell throughout the race. It must feel that way for Dante Dillon at the moment as well. So, I cannot shake this guy through the traffic. And they're coming up to the 25 of Imperial A. That's the next kart that they will be putting a lap on in 26th place. Having a little bit of a quiet race at the moment, are Imperial A. But that can be a problem as well. If they hear a kart engine, they'll go, huh, someone's caught up to me, I must defend.
Yeah.
That's the risk we've been talking about all day. Meanwhile, there's been a change for third, which is surprising, Andrew, because Brooks C had a 2-second gap.
Yeah.
2 second gap over Bathé, not 3 laps ago. So I don't know what's happened there. Their pace isn't disastrous for Brooks C, but they have lost out there to Bathé.
Yeah, I just wonder if they've lost a bit of rhythm through the traffic. Brighton B is still hustling the back of Trent A.
Yeah, sorry, it was the traffic, of course it is, and Axel Slijepcevic has got through just quicker and more efficiently than Riley Phillips.
3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Still plenty of time for Martin Matchak to put a move in here. There's the number 25 ahead of the leader. Was well dealt with by Dante. He could have thrown that in there and had a bit of an incident. Chose not to. We saw Ami Jurga able to win a race with this. Yeah, that's another penalty for Oxford Brooks A. Their race and round is well and truly over. So just at the point at which you think, here we go. We know what the story's going to be here at Buckmore Park today.
Sorry, Matchak's having to take risks.
Very held up
there,
not deliberately, from the number 25.
As I say, the Imperial A car is driving a race, and some racing driver just came behind them. And there are no blue flags. So, it is understandable. This is why you sometimes see drivers giving a signal to say, I'm first. There's a good reason for that. It tends to just temper down the driver. There's a Club 100 tester car just behind that 25, so that isn't Slijepcevic coming up onto the back.
Mr. Demar, get out the way. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Nottingham Trent A now holding a bit of a lead by 0.6 of a second.
Dramatic lap, dramatic lap that last one for Cardiff B. They've lost 4 positions. Can't help but note that Liverpool C just got a contact warning, so I wonder if those two are linked.
Now I just cut my eyes back to the screen and saw a sliding bollard. Barnaby will go out of the place. Who was our culprit on this one?
It was close to the leader.
It wasn't the leader. Oh, it was second place. It was Brighton. Oh, that is a costly mistake.
And there's the cone penalty has just come through on timing.
Yep, Brighton B, cone penalty, Stonewall. Not going to get away with that one.
So that gives second place to Bath A.
Yep.
As it currently stands, which means that Bath A and BUKC are now effectively having a tight battle for second place.
Yep.
They just don't know it. Unless they've really learnt their numbers well and recognise the penalty board. So, yeah, gutting stuff there. Not a disaster, still on for some good points at Brighton B. They'll be the highest place club and Kart if it stays as it is. But here's the thing, if Dante Dillon goes all in on defending, there's no point. He would still be the winner, and yeah, this is how it all plays out. I'm always fascinated by the psychology of these. As Riley Phillips tries to put a lap on the Imperial A kart now and does so into turn 1. There is the Bath A kart.
Slijepcevic sitting on a 59-point hold for Bath A. We're going to rerun some of the spreadsheets, because actually Bath A have got second place in the next race.
Yeah,
this is Slijepcevic setting his teammate up very nicely for a run of the order for Bath A. 18 seconds on the clock. And imagine we'll get another one in. Yes, will cross the line with time remaining. There is the last lap board out then. Can Dante Dillon bring home this victory? And put Nottingham Trent A into a decent position. The 7th, 12th and 1st if he can complete this lap without losing position. Well, even if he does lose position to Brighton B because of the Brighton B penalty, he would hop back into first place with the penalties applied. And I've really enjoyed this drive from Dante. An inch perfect all the way through. That's him going past the Leeds Beckett A kart, which has not had a good race. Had 2 black flags. But out of the final corner, in a moment's time, Dante Dillon is going to take race victory here at Buckmore Park, and a big haul of points for Nottingham Trent A. He wins on the road by 0.8 of a second over Brighton B, who have a cone penalty, so Bath A will be promoted up to second place. BUKC finish in 4th, Southampton A in 5th. Good to see Newcastle A up there in 6th. Get a riddle on JV. My goodness, that was a little bit close. Brooks B 7th, Trinity B 8th, Manchester B 9th, UEA 10th, and they're still coming in. I've got to say, that pace from Dante in that race overall was very, very strong.
Yeah.
Tell that from the number of seconds he had to go when the last lap board came out. Carrying on, 11th place, Brooks E, 12th for UEB, 13th for Brooks D, 14th Cardiff B, 15th Loughborough B, 16th Brooks A. Yeah, it's not been their round this one, but you know, they won the round this morning. I don't think they'll be too disappointed with their day's efforts. Loughborough A 17th, they're done. They're done for the day. They already had some very good scores in their bank, so 173 will be the clubhouse lead after this one. Surrey A in 18th, Liverpool C 19th, Birmingham B wrap out the top 20, Leeds C, Cambridge B, Southampton B, UCLan A and Sheffield A take us down to 25th, Imperial A, Leeds A, Trent C, Brighton A and Exeter C on the top 30, and then tough races for Reading A 31st, Nottingham A 32nd, De Montfort A 33rd, Leeds Beckett A and 2 retirements, which were Cambridge C and Trinity A. We are good to head down to the grid and Mr. Jacob Harris.
Okay, I'm just instructing the club and under staff not to help Dante Dillon cheat. He should weigh in just over the limit with that massive wedge of a seat insert that he's got. Sam Pooley there with a trolley to help him carry it. It's that heavy. Dante being only a little stature, shall we say, but massive talent. He'll be back out to talk to us momentarily as Team Brunel gear up to start in 3rd place for this one. We'll have a quick chat with Seb Algieri, and whilst we wait for Dante, Seb, come and have a chat with me.
Okay, yes.
Oh, Dante's back. Dante, wait by there. I've already said I'd have a chat.
Sorry. Haven't spoken to Brunel today. How's your day going?
Up and down. We've had a bit of both, but hoping for a good result to finish.
I mean, third place, you know, keep it up here.
It's all on me to do it now, so, you know, I've got the equipment. We're here, so we'll see how we go.
I believe in you. Do you believe in you?
I don't think I believe as much as you do, but we'll give it a go.
I've got full faith.
Oh, that's wonderful.
You can do it. Bring it home for the boys.
I believe.
All right.
Yeah.
Good man. I'm going to talk to Dante for winning that race. There he is. Dante, apologies, but yeah, I literally said I'd talk to him and I didn't want to disappoint. I haven't spoken to Brunel today, but a fantastic race win from yourself.
Oh, I'm very pleased. I've got no complaints really. The guy behind me pushed very hard. He came up to me and said, you know, he had very good top end speed, but he still drove very well, hence why he's second place. So, yeah, great battle. Kept me on my toes a little bit. Had a lot of fun.
That was Martin Matchak of Brighton B, and he said he loves your helmet as well, which was really nice.
It is very nice. Yeah, I spent a lot on this helmet. I needed an upgrade. You know, I needed an upgrade.
I liked your old one myself.
No, but this is a really nice helmet. Really like it. But no, the race. Yeah, just tried to survive lap one. Did that successfully. Made my way to lead and worked with the guy behind me, and it was good.
And the first win of the day for the Trent team.
Indeed, yes. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, please. I mean, I had two great races today, so I'm very happy.
Good stuff. And out celebrating tonight?
Well, first a 3-hour drive home, and then we'll see about the celebrations after. You're so tall.
Sorry, I'm stood uphill from you. Switch positions for the last 10 seconds of this interview, shall we?
Wait, I could only dream, but it's fine.
JV's here to congratulate you as well.
Well done, Dante. Well done, mate. This is my little cadet kart tester. He's going to join us on our cadet championship this year, and Dante's my cadet kart tester. Yay!
I look like their dad, don't I? My proud father and 2 children.
In fact, you know what? I think I'll do it anyway.
Well, Dante, congratulations on winning in a full-size go-kart, and all the best of that night out.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
All right, then, let's jump in on pole position and see who we've got here. It's another Brighton driver, is it? Who have we got?
I'm Oscar from Loughborough B team.
Loughborough B, apologies, I saw the purple on the hoodie and assumed wrongly that it was Brighton. How's your day going, Oscar?
Fairly well so far. Gained about 10 places in the first heat, so...
Not bad at all. You certainly won't be doing that from pole position, though.
Probably not, no.
Do you reckon you can keep it up here, or what's your aim for this race?
Not to fall too far down, to be honest. I know I've got some quick people around me, so do my best, really.
Yeah, there's one or two guys around you, but I have faith in you, Oscar.
Thank you, thank you.
Good man. Do me proud.
I will.
Let's see who's alongside of him in the big red suit. Who have we got here?
Hello.
Who's this? Let me read the name as if I remember. Paul Simo.
Yes.
The Frenchman who I was going to talk to earlier.
Yes, exactly.
I take it you speak fluent English, though?
Of course, yeah.
Well, I won't bring up my broken French then. Who are you racing for?
Bath A.
Okay, and how's Bath getting on today?
I mean, we're back. We didn't race much in past seasons, so I mean, yeah, we're getting back into it, getting some good results, ups and downs as always. So that's racing. So.
Yeah, I spoke to one of your teammates on the grid earlier, and a couple of good results. Bath have always kind of been there or thereabouts, always in mains, but never necessarily challenging. Is that about to change in the next year or so?
Oh, hopefully that's the goal. So yeah, this year from now on. So yeah, that's the goal.
Glad to hear it. And this race specifically, you've got Loughborough B, you've got Brunel. You know, there's some good drivers towards the back, but not necessarily solid race winners at the front, so it's all to play for.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, there's a lot of competition, so it's going to give some good racing. That's what we like.
Exactly. Have a good race. I shall hopefully speak to you later. That's Paul there from Bath A. Let's wander back. This is our last grid walk of the day. I'm going to just squeeze in behind here and head up the grid. We've got one of our Exeter karts here. I've already spoken plenty to Exeter today. Sam Sanders there jumping back in, and one of our race winners from earlier, Ryan Luscombe there. But I am going to talk to Bradley in the 60 kart. We had a quick chat with Saj earlier, and I think he went a bit more backwards than forwards in that race. Can you go the opposite way?
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, I got back black flagged earlier, started 30th, got up to 14th. Then got black flagged, so I dropped right down.
What did you do?
What did I do? Well, I did 4 of them up the inside into paddock, and then going into Garda, someone, well, I won't say anything. I've looked at the stream. I know what happened, but
How is the four-man overtake related? You just had to slip that one in somewhere, didn't you?
that set it up. That set it up. One went wide, came the other side of the blocks, and then yeah.
I was about to say you're the first man to get a penalty for a four-man overtake, but one of them wasn't happy about it. Is that it?
Yeah. I'll keep it clean.
Good stuff. And I mean, you're an experienced racer yourself. You do Club 100 as well, don't you?
I used to.
Used to. You're not doing it anymore.
Nah, I'm doing BPEC this year.
Is it because you heard that I was doing Club 100 this year and you were worried I'd beat you?
No, it's just want to get back in owner karts really. Give them a good go. Travel around endurance races.
Are you more of an endurance man then than sprints?
Yeah, I don't know. You can have a few more mistakes.
Well, this is perfect for you then if you're not sure. 25 minutes is halfway between both, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's a long sprint race, isn't it?
Sprint Duro, some people call it.
Good name.
Not me, I just call it sprint because that's what's on the piece of paper. But no, have a good sprint Duro, and I guess I won't see you in Club 100, but have a good BPEC season as well.
Nice one, thank you.
Bradley Shears there, Leeds Beckett. We got time for one or two more interviews, and Kane Shepherd sits in the Manchester Kart. Manchester, having won at qualifiers, haven't had the best of days today, Kane.
Yeah, it's been a good day because we've been at BUKC, but not as good as qualifiers.
That is the exact answer that I wanted. How are you doing in round two so far?
I haven't done it yet, but...
not yourself, obviously. You as a team, the Royal you.
We've had an 8th and something... Oh, we've had a 3rd as well. Okay. And then Ocean, he got taken out in the first lap and came back to 12th.
You can't handle the pressure, Ocean, can he? But if you win this, you could probably get on the podium.
No, he can't. He showed it on the chase, didn't he?
Yeah, well, that was a disappointment for everyone involved in BUKC, really. The fact that he even brought it up and then crashed out so spectacularly is disappointing for the whole brand. But yeah, like I say, if you win this race, I reckon there's a chance to see Manchester on the podium.
I hope so, anyway. I would give it my best shot.
Whereabouts we start? What's this, 20th or something?
It's about 24th, I think.
Well, I hope you know exactly where it is, because you're supposed to be in the right car. Yeah, 24th. People have done worse than that, haven't they?
I think so. Some have started 26th, I think.
Well then. The pressure's on for you as well. Let's see if you can handle it better than Ocean.
Hopefully I can.
Good man, Kane. I'll speak to you later. Thank you. Kane, in the Manchester Kart, we've had some Liverpool, we've had some Bristol already. The 25, I'm not too sure who's the 25. Who have we got here?
Harris.
Harry from?
Imperial.
Imperial. I haven't had an Imperial chat today. How are Imperial getting on?
In the morning we were 23rd, so not bad. Yeah.
Have you guys been enjoying yourselves though?
Yeah, I'm enjoying ourselves. Yeah.
Absolutely. Bit of a local track for Imperial. Yeah. Will he choose Old University? Did you guys come here to practice at all?
No, but we're thinking of doing a trip here later on in a few weeks' time. So. Yeah.
So next year you want to do it before the round, get a little bit of practice in, and that 23rd will be
coming to the tests in January, but it didn't happen. And then we told everyone to come to Rookies, and then Rookies got cancelled. So.
Unfortunately, we just got too many good people who want to go karting this year, and we haven't had time to fit them in. But we will find a replacement for it in due course. This race, you start in, one or two rows from the back. The only way is up, right?
Yeah, hopefully. Although there are a few people behind me, so.
There's a couple, but are they as good as you? Is the question.
I hope not.
All right, then I'll go ask them the same question. But you have a good race.
Thank you.
In behind. Not quite last place, but nearly there. We've got Backstage Academy.
Hello.
What's going to happen?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm hoping to just kind of move up the pack. Yeah. Take it slower, steady at the first kind of... I got spun at the start of last race, so take it steady at the start and then hopefully just get into the rhythm of it and move up a couple of places.
How high up are we talking here?
I'd be happy with... Probably like 18th would be quite nice because I'm 31st at the moment. I feel like it'd be a big jump to say top 15.
Okay, 18th it is. We're going to have to jump out of the way for the refueling, but good luck getting all the way up there.
Thank you.
Last but not least is Ben Healy-Smith. Ben, come this side, give us a bit of room so that they can refuel. Starting this one right at the back.
Yeah, it's not ideal. And I was hoping that this would have been the drop round, but unfortunately Josh had a bit of a corker. So
did break a few of those rules, didn't he?
Exactly. So this will actually matter, but yeah, no ABCs, and hopefully we can make up a few positions.
When you say a few, well, what's the target? Do you have something in mind, or do you just hoping
Well,
for the
mine
best?
to count, we're talking top 17 minimum, so which should hopefully be doable, and I'll be happy with the top 10. So yeah,
It's doable for a man of your talents, isn't it?
I'll hope so. I've got a blister which might pop halfway through, which is going to hurt. So hopefully I've got to deal with that. But yeah, it should be fine.
Grit your teeth and get on with it. Right, your car is fueled up, ready to go. In you jump.
Cheers, mate.
Ben Healy-Smith there of Cardiff A. Right then, now that kart is fueled up and Ben's got the cap on, he will jump in, and I believe we will get going. All drivers are seated and ready. All teammates have cleared the grid, and we're just waiting for the go-ahead from race control. As soon as Jimbo blows that whistle on the left-hand side, we'll go. This is the last race of the day. This is the 12th race of the day, the 6th race of this round, and Andrew and Howard have talked us through all 11 so far, so why not talk us through this one as well? Back to you guys in the comments box.
If we really must.
If we must. Here's your grid then. I'm going to race through this one so we can talk about the point situation. Loughborough B and Bath A are row 1, row 2 is Brunel A and Coventry A, UCLan A and Cardiff B are row 3, row 4 is Newcastle A and Leeds C, Birmingham B and Swansea A round out the top 10. Bournemouth A and Exeter A are next on row 6, then row 7 is made up of Leicester A and De Montfort A. University of East Anglia A and Brighton B make up row 8, row 9 is Nottingham A and Leeds Beckett A. The top 20 is rounded out by Exeter B and University of West of England B, Manchester B and Liverpool C and Exton, and it's Nottingham Trent A and Manchester A on row 12, row 13 is Exeter C and Oxford Brooks F. Row 14 is Liverpool A and Southampton B. Imperial A and Bristol A round at the top 30. And then it's Backstage Academy A and Warwick A on row 16. Row 17 is Cardiff A and Oxford Brooks E. Then it's Nottingham Trent C and Birmingham A to round out your 36 kart grid for this race 6 of round 2. Andrew.
Thank you very much. 4 teams can win round 2 of the 2022 Mains BUKC Championship. They are Loughborough A, have already finished. They're in the clubhouse on 173 points. Following teams can beat them. Birmingham A with the max possible 179 if they win the race. Trent A with the max possible 174 if they win the race. Both of those karts finishing, starting 36th and 23rd, so they have work to do. The other team is Brighton B. Same story, they need to win the race. It's looking pretty good for Loughborough A. Will carry you through the rest of the order. Away we go for the last race of the day here at Buckmore Park, and there's a lot of loading at the start, and the number 20 has done well there. Loughborough B, Oscar Lancaster, to hold on to that. Down the inside, here comes Seb Algieri, the experienced driver from, and there's 3, 4, 5, maybe even 6 wide there through hairpin 1, and somehow nobody's facing the wrong way, Howard.
Yeah, I thought I caught some moisture on the camera down at turn number 1, you know. I don't know if it's a bit greasy out there, but it looked like a very good start from the pole. Away in the number 20 kart and has been able to retain that lead in that Loughborough B kart. No other signs that it's wet out there, but yeah, interesting first few corners as darkness really does begin to fall over this Buckmore Park circuit.
Other teams with something to race for. The following teams, as Seb Algieri leads us up the hill, can all mathematically in Prems get on the podium. Exeter A, Manchester A, Cardiff A, Exeter B, Warwick A. They can all get on. Brooks E can get on there as well. Clubman situation. We also have a clubhouse leader. It's Cambridge B. They're done for the day on 150. It's only really a smattering of teams who can beat that. Brighton B, aforementioned, can win overall, can beat that. Bristol A can beat that, and Loughborough B can as well. And let's just throw Manchester B into that pot also. The whole manner of teams in Clubman who can also get onto a podium, so there's a lot to play for. It's running wide there. I think, was that the 102 of De Montfort A? Yes, it was. End of lap number 2. Brunel A lead. Seb Algieri out front here. There's a cone penalty for the number 2.
And UCLan as well has picked up a cone penalty, which is Alex Bomberg going down the inside of Oscar Lancaster now and taking second place. But yeah, it's good and bad. It was a strong start from UCLan A, but they also collected a cone. So they can't win this race, but it is a good opening to the race here from Bomberg nonetheless, as they come out of hairpin 2 through the S's. Newcastle A in 4th place.
Cone penalty confirmed for De Montfort A. Still early stages of this one. Across start line they go. Good amount of sprint experience in this. Oscar Lancaster is another driver that we've seen race in the Club 100 Sprints. First round of the new season will be here at Buckmore Park on 27th of February, live streamed for you on the Alpha Live network of channels. Commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. A few contact warnings coming in as well. I can see Howard Exeter and Brooks F.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking as well that maybe Kart could have a bit of a drama out there. Swansea 8 is at the back of the field, and Bristol 8 as well didn't get done as well. So I don't know if they've had some drama out there. I don't think those carts were starting back. I don't think either of those carts were starting particularly low down, so I think they may have had a drama. Yeah, indeed. In fact, Swansea 8 was starting from 10th, so that's going to be costly for them, whatever's befallen their race. And Bristol 8 was not, this was their lowest grid slot, I think, but yeah, costly thing there for Swansea 8. Battles aplenty. Here's the battle over second place, which includes a pat down to this battle here between Exeter B and the 41 and the 32 of Birmingham. Actually, no, sorry. Exeter B have got past Newcastle A for 4th place. That's what's happened there. The 41 now ahead of the 19. So that is a one to note down there in those respective carts. Exeter B's Ryan Luscombe, and he's done well to get up there from 19th place. So he's got by on that number 19 cart, which is Adam Fleming at the wheel. And indeed, is that Byron Brunel as well now, I think. So good stuff this from Ryan Luscombe. Yes, it is. Past Brunel A, up into 3rd place for Ryan Luscombe. Past Seb Algieri, who led the race at the end of the first lap. The race currently being led by, in fact, yes, sorry, that changed on the last lap as well. I think we missed that. UClan A up to the lead of the race, albeit on the road because they still have a penalty to be applied. And this is great stuff at the moment from the 47 of UClan 8 with Alex Bomberg at the wheel. As who was that through the hairpin? I think that might have been Bath A having a go at taking 5th off of Newcastle A. There is the University of Central Lancashire A leading on the road with a penalty. Loughborough B in 2nd, and it's now Ryan Luscombe in that Exeter B cart, the number 41, who's running in 3rd and coming onto the back of Oscar Lancaster now. Yeah, it's been I think 2 carts. I think Bath A has got past Newcastle A on this lap. Indeed they have. There it is confirmed on the timing tower. As Exeter B having a look. Oscar Lancaster going defensive there in the Loughborough B cart. Meanwhile, Bath A going side by side with Newcastle A now. And they've got the job done. Well, not with Newcastle A, excuse me. That's Bath A getting by on Brunel A.
We mentioned, mate, that Cardiff A have had a drama out there. They are 36th. They did a 2-minute 3 on their last lap time, so that's their chances of finishing on the podium for this round done.
For Cardiff and Swansea on a day when we've seen quite a bit of success, haven't we, for the Welsh? It is, as there is the change for 2nd place. Through goes Ryan Luscombe in Exeter B's effort past Lancaster in that number 20 Loughborough B cart. And meanwhile, the confirmation of the moves earlier in the lap that Paul Simard has got past Seb Algieri, that is Bath A getting past Brunel A for 4th place. Penalty for Liverpool A, overtaking under yellows, and 2 for Nottingham A. So Nottingham A and Liverpool A both receiving that penalty. That's going to be a costly one for them. Still UClan A leading on the road, albeit not outright. Perfect rise once again. Number 4 of Exeter A, you just saw her in the background there. So this is underlining part of the strength that we see from Exeter this season, that they're able to have their A and their B team up there at the sharp end in the top 10. Brilliant to see. We've seen some strong Exeter teams in the past. We've seen Exeter come close to winning the championship in the past, but I don't think we've ever seen this depth across both of their teams from Exeter, and that is the real thing to be underlined so far in this 2022 season, including of course the qualifiers in that. And today's rounds 1 and 2, teams carry forward the scores that they got at the qualifiers. The difference being that today was the first time that they all came together. 2 days for the qualifiers, and it was the top 54 teams from across both of those days. The critical thing we were all looking for was the top 27 that finished from each of those days to make it the 54, the top half of which became the Premier class, the lower half of those that qualified becoming the equivalent class. The intermediates will be here in action tomorrow. Don't forget you can follow all of that live.alphatime.co.uk. Click on British University's Karting Championship, and I'm sure there will be plenty going out on the various social media streams of the British University's Karting Championship, so do check that out. So championship very close to mine, Andrew's heart. It's where we both began in the BUKC ourselves. In what is now known as the Intermediate Championships. At the time it was known as the Rookie Championship, but what is known as the Rookie Series is now a different thing within the BUKC as well. So that's for any teams who maybe weren't at qualifiers or who were at qualifiers but didn't qualify for either the mains or the intermediates. And they're welcome back to a Rookie Series, which isn't a fully fledged championship. It's more about giving drivers racing experience so they can cut their teeth, learn the craft, and maybe come back next year and get into the intermediates, or who knows, if they improve that much, maybe the mains. There's a look here from Exeter A. I think it's Konstantinos going down the inside. Actually, is that Konstantinos? I don't think it is. It is. Sorry, that's Jensen Brown in the Exeter A kart. Back.
Situation regards points, so at the moment it is increasingly looking good for Loughborough A. At the last check, Birmingham were down somewhere 28th-ish, not up in the high. Well, they're going forward now, they're up to 22nd, but they need to get above 11th or higher to start improving their score. 5 points short at the moment, so a lot of work to do for Birmingham to win the round. Exeter B, at the moment, with this performance at the front of the field, they are getting themselves onto the podium. In fact, they are now overhauling Birmingham A's score, so this could be Ryan Luscombe driving Exeter B to second overall in the round. That would be quite a story.
Which would be their second podium of the season.
Yeah.
Albeit, as I said earlier, this is the first time we brought all of the main teams together, so in a way it counts slightly more, if that makes sense, when we're into the mains championship in earnest, as we are now.
Brighton B, kind of out of nowhere in terms of how the sums have worked out, are now looking like they could make another clubman win this afternoon. So they are at the moment in 18th place, scoring 156 according to our sums, which is of course more than the 150 points already secured by Cambridge B. We need to keep an eye on Loughborough B as well. We mentioned them in the previous race that they might be in a position to get a good bit of silverware in the clubman class. At the moment, they can gain one more position. They will take Cambridge B's, or overtake Cambridge B's tally as well. In fact, no, you don't need to do anything, because right now they're winning the tiebreaker with this third place.
Ryan Luscombe, head of the field, and just set the fastest lap of the race, 46.6, trying to stretch his legs at the front, but crucially, he's not fully being allowed to at the moment by Alex Bomberg in that number 47 U-Clan A kart. He's keeping Ryan honest. There's a cone penalty for Manchester A, who are currently running 11th. I don't know, it's been a variable day, I think, for Manchester. They have had some great drives, I think.
Yeah.
But I don't know, I have to look back over how they did at qualifiers and compare it. New fastest lap of the race from Cardiff B out there.
No way.
Yes.
No way.
Yes way.
No, get out of here. No, that's not allowed.
It's John Ratcliffe.
That's illegal.
So
You can't be a decent up-and-coming commentator and start setting fastest laps. That is terrible behaviour.
I would remind you that when the very first time I commentated on the BUKC, I set a fastest lap that weekend, briefly.
What, out the pits?
No, it was in the heavyweight driver champs. I think it was lap 5. Not that I hold it disproportionately as a karting achievement because I haven't got one. So, new personal best from Alex Bomberg. Keeping honest, still Ryan Luscombe. We're looking at the battle over 5th place, which is the extra A effort followed by Brunel A, and that's because they've just swapped positions there. So Jensen Brown getting by Seb Algieri there. Algieri very experienced in Club 100 machinery. He's one of those drivers who comes into the BUKC with Club 100 experience, which is usually the other way around, but it's certainly something that can help you with this, as Bath A goes down the inside of Loughborough B. That is for 3rd place. So a nice tidy move there by Paul Simard to get by on Oscar Lancaster. He gave a gesture to say let's work together. I think Lancaster's on board, I think. As we are comfortably now into the second half of this race. Last race of the day, the 12 that we've had for you. If you've missed any of them, you will be able to view them all on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, so make sure you go back and enjoy all of that action. You can also do that with the qualifiers as well.
Nottingham Trent A. Sat in 8th place at the moment. I think they need 2 more positions to get onto the overall podium. Birmingham A's day is pretty much done. Something has happened to them and they're now in 27th place. So this will be their drop, which brings remains with what they had at the start of the race. 12th first as their counting results. That gives you 168 points. So better than Birmingham, better than the 129 that we got this morning. But vulnerable to the likes of Trent A, who are currently, on our calculations, sat on 167. So, yes, Trent A looking at the opportunity here. Off the back of that brilliant win for Dante Dillon earlier in the day, it's Copington for Coventry A. There's bit of contact there. I think that was Oscar Lancaster trying to get by.
Yeah, he's trying to put a lap on Bristol A, I think. That was the 76 is in the middle of this.
Bristol A driver who didn't make many friends earlier in the day.
Yes.
For some of the leaders.
So Nottingham Trent A have just got up to 7th place. Jake Mills at the wheel, and that's going to be one of the critical ones you're looking for. You said they needed a couple more places, mate. He's got one of them, up to 7th place. But he's now got, here's the challenge, he's now got a 3.7 second gap to reel in Seb Algieri in that Brunel A kart in 6th place. That is a not inconsiderable gap when we've got drivers running at this level of pace. If you are a Nottingham Trent fan, if you're a Nottingham Trent fan or a fan, cross your fingers and get excited, because this is on for Nottingham Trent if they can gain
One more. At the moment, they lose the tiebreaker on the virtue of the 2nd place is down the inside there. On Nottingham Trent goes Manchester A. So Manchester A, that's back in favour of Birmingham. So they both have a win on their records, but Birmingham have a 2nd, as opposed to Trent, if they can get that position back off Manchester, 2 7ths. Number 65 of John Ratcliffe. Stop this behaviour. He's absolutely flying. You can see him there in the black suit and the kind of silver and black helmet. He's having a go at Leicester A for 9th place here. He's looking very racy.
I think he's having an absolute barnstormer.
Hey. In fact, down the inside. Oh, no, just pulls out of it in the end. There's the number 19 of Newcastle A just behind him as well. Again, this is so good to see. I know we have one of our key members of the team is an ex-Cardiff boy, but it is great to have Cardiff University back with such a presence in this mains championship, and he's giving it the double thumbs up next to me now.
Shout out to Adam Fleming in that Newcastle A kart in the 19th. I think he's been in a battle just perpetually since the start, and he's been really, holding position well. Now running in 11th place, but he's been fighting hard, and I've been impressed. It's been a good drive for him so far. As down the inside there goes Cardiff B on Leicester A. And it's still side by side, but he's got the job done. So he is through. Is John Radcliffe on Adam State.
Look at this, the side by side.
Oh, a little bit of a love tap on the. You know what? It's all to do with how much the car is alongside at a moment like that. It's a different. The thing is, turn one, you can make the move. It's such a short braking zone.
Very short.
So if you're going to be hard on the brakes, you better be sure that you can hold on to it.
You've got to be a good way alongside the driver on the outside to know that you are there. I think that was just about okay.
Yeah,
for me. It was borderline, but it was the right side of borderline.
I agree. No, I think that was fair. As ahead of them, this is Nottingham Trent A, and is that through on Manchester?
No, Manchester have galloped ahead. It's the Bristol A car that's being lapped.
It's a good point. Sorry, he hasn't yet reeled in. I say he hasn't yet. He's got a tall order to do it, isn't it? 4.7 seconds the gap to before I said it was to Seb Algieri, but that's because Brunel A was the car down the road. It's now Kane Shepherd in the Manchester A car because Seb Algieri has got past Manchester A.
Clubman's update: Brighton B. Their brilliant day here at Buckmore Park. Still doing all right. 17th place at the moment. That's more than enough for them to take another Clubman round victory. The intriguing one in Clubman is going on actually up in third place overall. Bath A trying to fight their way onto the Clubman podium, but it also being masters of their own downfall in that respect, because the team that they're pulling along, Loughborough B, are one of the teams already on that podium. It's just need Loughborough B to drop down the order a bit. Here's John Ratcliffe again, trying to now get past Nottingham Trent.
He's going to make himself very unpopular with Nottingham Trent if he does, in many ways, because Trent A, as we've been saying, are in the hunt for the round victory. Good battle going on behind them, by the way, between Leicester A and Imperial A. So look out for the 26 and the 25 battling away. This is close stuff here.
Look to Justin, who's got in contact. I think I know what this is about. Can't wait to fly in from the States to race here in a few weeks. Yes. Tell us, is that for Club 100 Sprints on the 27th of February? Great to have you along.
Really good
Further international representation in there. Yeah. Not the first one, international representation. There's a people from Germany and Belgium in previous times.
Yeah. Well, can I just shout out as well, another great battle out there at the moment. Bournemouth A and Swansea A. 32nd place.
Yep.
Absolutely going for it. And we're seeing them now and again, the 45 and the 31, because they were being lapped a couple of laps ago. So we catch them now and again on the cameras, and it's a great battle out there. Here is the lead battle, though, with 4.5 minutes to go. And Ryan Luscombe in the Exeter B car in the 41. I will remind everyone again, Clan A in second place have picked up a cone penalty very early on, so they cannot win this race outright, but they can take the glory on the road still. And it's been a really good drive by Alex Bromberg, other than that cone penalty, I have to say. Very impressed with how he's driven today. Bath A are just 1.2 seconds down the road, though, so, Paul Simard has put himself, you can see him there in the 42, the red and white get up in the background. So Paul Simard has put himself in a really nice position. And oh look, there's traffic ahead, just to make things nice and spicy. So that's how it's looking, with under 4 minutes left on the clock for round two.
Very quickly, before the leaders catch that traffic, if you're wanting to know when you can watch BUKC action next here on Alpha Live, we will be streaming the final round of the championship, which will be on the 1st of April. We will be at Llandow in South Wales for the final 2 rounds of the championship. Fantastic circuits, and going there a little bit later in the year than we normally do, so there could be some interesting weather, I think, for that finale. I unfortunately will not be there. I'm on Super Produce that weekend. You'll be there, won't you?
Love going to Llandow, one of our favourites.
Absolute favourites. Mentioning 27th February later this month, we'll be here with sprint action. 3 minutes of this race to go. Can Ryan Luscombe hold on here to make it 2 double winners today? We saw Sam Johns do it for Trinity A earlier in the day. Ryan Luscombe took his first win in a fantastic battle with Luke Ide earlier on this morning in round 1. Penalty for Swansea A for forcing another driver wide. And so not giving enough racing room for another driver there. So that will be a number of positions deducted for Swansea A at the end of this race. Leaders have now caught the traffic. Ryan Luscombe, it's a very similar situation, Howard, to what we saw with Ryan when he was in that race with Luke Hyde earlier on this morning. But now there's a chance on the inside for Newclan. Yes, on the road. Through go Newclan, but Ryan Luscombe's trying to fight back now on the switchback through Henry's into hairpin 1. Brilliantly done. Fantastic fight back. And Exeter B retake the lead.
And this will be like blood in the water to a shark for Paul Simard in that 42 Bath car, but he's got traffic to deal with to get on terms with them. He's got to get by on the 36 of Nottingham Trent C if he wants to come and play. 1 minute 45 left on the clock, so they'll get at least another 2. Oh, and Paul Simard feels the need to go wide. And I think he used that to try and get by on Nottingham Trent C. I'm not sure how they're going to view that one, actually, because I didn't see any reason for him to go wide. Not my call to make, but that's an interesting one. As on to another lap they come. Down the inside of more traffic goes the leaders. That's to get by on the 117 of Oxford Brooks F. Brilliant stuff. Another great wet. All of the races today have...
Oh,
Bristol
Bristol A
76. Yeah, and that's Bristol A stationary at the side of the road. What's happened there then? That's an unusual one. Back underway again now. So did they just... I mean, the classic is that you flick the power switch and turn your cart off by accident.
Is that steam-up visor?
Oh, maybe.
Because he was rubbing his
yes.
visor. I just wondered if he's pulled over and...
Yeah.
As safe a place as possible to go. I just need to deal with this.
Yeah, here we go then.
I've seen that before. Last lap board is out then. Ryan Luscombe has got one more tour of the circuit to hold on to this victory on the road.
And what he won't know necessarily is that if Alex gets by him, he'll still be his victory.
The gap, though, to Bath is not that big.
No.
It was 1.1 seconds last time around. You're looking for the cart number 42. There it is, in the red and white.
Yeah, that is Paul Simard in that Bath A car, the number 42. As I say, he'll have been seeing the opportunities develop ahead of him, but I think he's run out of traffic to help him out, Andrew.
Well, down the bottom end of the circuit for the final time today. It's been a fantastic day for Ryan Luscombe. He doesn't have to defend through Gardner. He's just got to get his foot down and running up the hill now, round Cafe Corners to take his second victory of the day, second victory of the season. Ryan Luscombe wins again for Exeter B and completes the day's racing in fine fashion for Exeter B, because by our calculations that should put them on the overall podium for round 2 of the 2022 British Universities Karting Championship Mains Championship. Second place goes to the University of Central Lancashire, but UCLan A do have some penalties. It'll still be a good result though for UCLan A. Bath A, really strong finish to the day. 4th in the last race, at least 3rd in this one. And I think they're just off the Clubman podium, but a good effort nonetheless. Well done to them. Exeter A finish in 4th. Where is that going to have finished them? I think it'll get them in the top 5 overall, but off the podium. Still decent points though in the championship, and that's what it's all about at this stage of the season. Loughborough B were in 5th. I think they have snuck their way onto the Clubman podium with some solid results. 14th, 23rd, 16th, and at least 5th in that last one. Brunel A in 6th, Manchester A 7th. Maybe a bit disappointed. They'll be looking to strike back in a few weeks' time when we have the next round of this championship at PF International. We won't be streaming that, but you'll be able to follow all of the action on live.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC. Cardiff B, brilliant drive there from John Ratcliffe, a battling drive. Gets 8th place for Cardiff B, and I think in general their squad will be very happy with their efforts here today. Imperial A were 9th, Nottingham Trent A were 10th, just faded a bit in that last race, and it looks like the chance of an overall podium has just slipped through their fingers at the end there. 11th for UEA Norwich A, Leicester A in 12th, Coventry A 13th, Leeds C 14th, Newcastle A have had a very up and down day. They finished the last race of the day in 15th, Birmingham B 16th, Nottingham A 17th, Warwick A 18th, Leeds Beckett A 19th, Brighton B complete the top 20 and should, by our calculations, take their second round win of the Clubman's sector today. A brilliant day for Brighton B. Exeter C were 21st, De Montfort A were 22nd, Brooks E were 23rd. Birmingham A had a very outside chance of taking the round win in that one. In the end, it looks like it'll be third on the podium for them overall. They finished the last race in 24th. It'll be their drop. Liverpool C 25th, Manchester B 26th, UE B 27th, Southampton B 28th, Trent C and Brooks F complete the top 30. Liverpool A, Swansea A, Bournemouth A, Backstage Academy A, Cardiff A and Bristol A takes the 36th. But the big news is, this is provisional, we should be very clear, but Loughborough A, who've been a little bit off colour until this lunchtime, they're back. They take the round win, round 2 and 60 points in the championship. Go back up the M1 to Loughborough.
And congratulations to them. We want to stress that again, though. Everything's provisional. Head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk and click on the British University's Karting Championship for all of the confirmed results. And indeed to follow all of the results as the season goes on until we're next with you streaming at Landau. I'd just like to give a quick... We are going to end the stream by handing down to Jacob. Just want to give a quick shout out to everyone at Alpha Live who makes this possible. Thank you to Adam Chapman, who's been our producer today, Darren Hassan, who's been running things behind the scene, helping with the setup, and a thank you to our camera crew. Mr. Anthony Jordan, who's been a general runner and been operating the mobile camera when you've been seeing the interviews down on the grid, and our camera operators, Harry Booker, Emma O'Connor, Joshua Yip, and Joseph Blackmore. They've all been fantastic. Hope you've enjoyed the stream. If you haven't already, show your support for Alpha Live, like, share, subscribe, and if you would be so kind as well, we would be very grateful if you could also do the same for us over at Double Dash Motorsport Media, which is myself, Howard Mitchell, and Andrew Mather. Andrew, as ever, it's been a pleasure.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, and we will now hand down to Jacob, who I think has got some reaction at the end of round 2.
Thank you, Andrew and Howard. Down here on the grid, I've got two-time race winner, Ryan Luscombe. Ryan, second win of the day. How's it feel?
Amazing. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that one. Just managed to get into the top 5 really quickly. And then it was just ticking the laps off. I thought I had a bit of a gap. I didn't look behind me. And then all of a sudden, second place came back on me with the back markers. And then it was a bit of a panic. But yeah, just wasn't expecting that at the start of the day, so really happy with that.
Really strong day for both Exeter A and Exeter B as well. Can you guys beat Brooks this year?
Yeah, definitely can. Yeah, well, I'd say we've got like 8 drivers who are really quick. So it's just making sure that they can get to every round, and if they can do that, then we can definitely fight for the championship this year. We deserve one, I think, this group. So fingers crossed.
Excellent stuff. And then that race itself, the last of the day at Buckmore Park. Does the temperature drop affect you, the balance of the kart at all?
I mean, it's a bit hairy round this flat out bit towards the end. You have to sort of feather the throttle a bit, whereas it's halfway through the day it's flat out, but I prefer it. Yeah, it means you have to drive it a bit more aggressively, and I overheat the tyres, so it helps me a bit. Yeah.
It's a unique challenge to the BUKC running so early in the year. Obviously last year we started in April, so we didn't see this kind of twilight racing as much. It's the kind of thing you see in 24-hour races. But you know, the changing conditions, do they suit your driving style, would you say?
Yeah, I think so. It's amazing racing under the lights, and this track in particular is brilliant. So yeah, it's a shame. I don't think I'll be coming back here because of my last season. So good way to end coming to Buckmore.
Absolutely. Are you back at Shennington next? PFI next week though.
Back at PFI after that. Depends if I get time off work. But yeah, definitely be at PFI.
Send me your manager's email address. I'll have a word.
Yeah, I will do that. Thank you very much.
Good man. Congratulations on your double race win. I'll see you on the podium in a minute. That's Ryan Luscombe from Exeter B team. Both the Exeter A and B having solid days here at Buckmore Park. I'm afraid that's all we've got for you. Thank you very much for joining the live stream produced greatly by Alpha Live today. There's a close-up of my face for those who've been asking for it all day in the comments. But yeah, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. We will be back live at Landau, but you can follow all the action from PFI and Shennington in between on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and Snapchat. Hopefully, see you again soon. Goodbye.